Hi everyone, welcome to Manhwa Demon. Please don't forget to subscribe, enjoy the video.
The scene unfolded with a scene where a man wearing a black dress folding his arms said, "Let me know if you have any issues with anything." He said that is just the default marriage contract. You may add a few conditions as needed. A girl slides a paper on table saying, "I don't think adding anything will help." The man hearing this gets confused and asked, "What?" The girl, whose name was Roseline, she holding a marriage contract, points on a specific part, and said this part. She, pointing at a name, said, "Melchior Postenmeyer." The man said, "My name? Are you saying that I am not good enough to be your husband? What is it about me that bothers you?" Roseline replied, "I'm not saying that you're not good enough." Melchior gets confused after listening her. Roseline said, "You are the empire's only archduke and the head of its most noble family." She steps towards him and said, "I also heard that you are an excellent knight and extremely wealthy." She gets close to him and said, "However, is this not our first meeting?" She said, "Looking back, think of it, my life has always been this way." Roseline tells about her past. Her father said to her, "A daughter? This family needs an heir. I suppose you will do. Roseline, you must be trained as the successor." Little Roseline, with a smile on her face, replied to her father, "Yes, father. I will do my best." She tells, "I was forced to go through rigorous training from a young age, all for the sake of my family." Her father said, "Did you really think becoming a successor would be easy? Study all of this, even if you must give up sleep for it." She tells, "I went through so much in order to gain my parents' approval and for the sake of our family. But when I turned 12, Alphonse, my little brother, was born. It was a miracle. All of my training was put on hold and I was sent away to a boarding school. But once it became clear that Alphonse was too sickly to be trained." Her father said, "This man is your fiancé now. He will join our family, and the role of our family head will be turned over to Alphonse once he is old enough. Also, we can no longer afford to send you to boarding school." She thought, "I'm nothing but a prop. I'm not allowed to make my own decisions. This is how my life had always been." Changing scenes, we saw a knight shouting while holding his sword, "Members of the Crimson Rose House, admit to breaking imperial law and show yourselves." Meanwhile, Roseline's mother gets shocked and asked her, "What is going on, Roseline?" Roseline, standing in front of window seeing down, replied, "It seems father took up gambling. He died while running away from the knights, and now they're telling us to turn ourselves in since they have evidence." Her mother shouts in fear, "I know that. That's not what I'm asking. What's going to happen to us?" Alphonse hugs her mom with fear and starts trembling. Roseline said, "I will stop them. Mother, please take Alphonse and hide." Her mother shouts, "What? How are you going to stop those soldiers by yourself?" She picks a sword and replied, "I will do whatever I can." Alphonse gets tears in his eyes and her mother said, "Are you insane? If you do that, those men might harm my son before we're even tried." Roseline, holding sword, steps towards them saying, "That's why I'm telling you to hide." Her mother, stopping her, shouts, "Roseline! Roseline!" One of Roseline's servants said to the knight, "This is most uncivil. I implore you, please wait." He was saying, "At least give the madam enough time to," while knight slash his sword on his throat. Blood starts dripping from his throat and he starts coughing. The knight shouts, "Get rid of anyone who gets in your way. Find every single of them." Meanwhile, Roseline comes and shouts, "What do you think you're doing?" She enters and holding a sword in her hand. The knight gets shocked seeing her and asked, "Lady Crimson Rose?" He taps on her chest and said to Roseline, "I am the captain of the Azure Knights. Count Crimson Rose has broken imperial law by participating in gambling. This goes against the virtue of nobility and demeans the empire's dignity." He said to her, "You must be aware that this is a felony akin to treason." Roseline grips the sword and said, "No, I am not." The knight said, "Come clean and admit to your guilt. Your sentence will only worsen if you resist." Roseline replied, "But if I do not resist, I would be admitting to a crime I did not commit." That is how imperial law works, is it not? She draws her sword, saying, I cannot allow you to arrest me when I had nothing to do with my father's gambling. She, pointing her sword toward him, said, If you intend to arrest me, you'll have to work for it. The knight starts to chase her, shouting, There she is! After her. She steps on stairs while knights were following her, shouting, Halt! She, seeing their speed, thought, They're faster than I expected. She stabbed her sword into clean and said in her mind, In that case. She pulls the clean from stairs, causing the knights to fall. The knights shout, Arg! A knight fell down and lose his sword. He said, Stay away. Roseline comes towards him, and he gets shocked with fear and shouts, No! Roseline moves towards him and pierces his hand with her sword. A knight, seeing this, comes towards her, saying, How dare you attack the Azure Knights? They starts fighting and their swords hits each other. Then more knights come and attack her. She alone beat them, causing injuries to them. Meanwhile, a knight hostage her mother and Alphonse. Her mother shouts, Roseline! Help! The knight was standing in front of them holding his sword. Seeing this, her mother and Alphonse starts trembling and sweating. Roseline said to him, Are you really taking my mother and brother hostage? You, the captain of the Azure Knights? The knight replied, If you have not resisted in the first place, they wouldn't be in danger. The knight said, Since you just lost your father, I'm sure you wouldn't want to lose the rest of your family. Roseline grit and starts sweating. She said, Please let Alphonse and my mother go. Then the knights tie her with rope and throw her on ground outside. The knight, holding his injured hand, said to her, You bitch! You can forget about getting to the capital in one piece. You call that thing a proper sword? He grabs Roseline from her hairs and said, What, not even a peep? Are you scared? You were running amok just moments ago. She replied to him, Seems like you wouldn't have been a knight for much longer, even without my help. The knight asked, Excuse me? She replied, I'm saying that you should be grateful I only injured your wrist. That way, you can retire with your dignity intact. The knight gets furious and kicks her. He said, You cocky little bitch. Go on, keep running your mouth. She starts thinking, I guess I will be executed once I got to the capital. Maybe it's better to die than to go on living like this. Suddenly the knights stopped kicking her. She thought, Wait, why did they stop kicking me? Melchior comes and said, Are you Her Majesty's knights? She raised to see what's going on and she thought, an unfamiliar voice. Seeing him, all of the knights get shocked and she thought, Who is he? The knight kneeled down and said, Your Grace, what brings you here? Melchior, standing in front of him, said in a cold tone, I could ask you the same thing. The knight said, Well, Her Majesty ordered us to arrest the members of the House of Crimson Rose. Melchior gets shocked and asked, Crimson Rose? Then he saw Roseline tied up and with rope. Roseline, seeing him, thought, His eyes, they're as cold as a frigid winter storm. They make him look like he's not even alive. She thought, Is it because they're so blue? Melchior, standing in front of knights, said to him, So your excuse for wrecking the whole manor is that you were arresting everyone? The knight replied, That's because they were hiding from us. Melchior said in a cold tone, Since when can people hide behind picture frames? The knight starts sweating and said, Melchior said, Then you should go back inside and look for rest. He said, seeing Roseline, I will be in charge of her. She starts blinking hearing this. The knight stands and said, We can't do that, Your Grace. The Empress ordered us not to hand the criminals over to anyone. Melchior steps toward him and said, The Emperor has given me permission to take her with me. You're not implying that the Empress's orders supersede the Emperor's, are you? Or do you mean to make my Obsidian Knights search the manor for you? Melchior squeezed Knight's shoulder, and he said, Of course not. Melchior said, Escort the Lady Hines? He replied, Yes, Your Grace. Hines picks her and said to her, I will take you to our medical officer, my lady. Melchior stands there and see her. In the next scene we saw Palace. The medical officer holds Rosaline's hand and said, "Fortunately, your bones seem to be intact." He, raping bandages on her hand, said, "This is an injustice. How could they harm a lady like this? You would think they're common thugs." Roseline tilted her head and said, "I suppose they were enraged by being forced into early retirement." Damien, medical officer of the Obsidian Knights, said, "They still shouldn't have done this. What if they ended up leaving scars on you?" He said, "Your bruises will heal in no time, and if you take good care of these cuts, they won't leave any scars." She said in a bored tone, "Yes, yes." Damien asked, "Were you even listening?" He said, "The human body is not invincible, so you have to take good care of it." Hearing his words, she sighed and thought, he didn't look like he would nag so much. She asked him, "When did you say the interrogator would be here?" Damien smiled and said, "Oh, he will be here soon." He bowed and said, "I will take my leave then." She thought, what was with that emphasis on he? Is it someone important? She see the room and thoughts, now that I think about it. Aren't interrogation rooms usually dark and stuffy? I've been accused of being a felon, haven't I? I feel like they're treating me too well, considering. She was thinking, and the door opens, making a sound. Someone enters and said, "Roseline Crimson Rose." Hearing this, she thought, that voice, and she turns towards him. It was Melchior holding some papers in his hand. Seeing him, she thought, the Archduke? Why is he here? She bowed and thought, will he be interrogating me himself? Melchior said, "Are you Roseline Crimson Rose?" She gets shocked. She replied, "Yes, I am." Melchior drags a chair and said, "Roseline, do you know me?" He sits on the chair and Roseline said, "I heard the others calling you the Archduke. There is only one Archduke in the Empire, and you're quite famous." Melchior said, "I see. You're 18 years old and only have a mother and a brother, who is only 6. Am I right?" Roseline replied, "Yes, Your Grace." Melchior bowed toward her and asked, "Why don't you have any other siblings?" She gets confused and asked, "HM? Pardon?" Melchior asked, "Do you have a much older sister? Or a cousin who looks a lot like you?" Roseline gets confused and replied, "I don't. The House of Crimson Rose does not have any extended family members." He leaped and said, "Do you have any distantly related family members who look like you? Perhaps someone about 10 years older than you." She gets confused hearing his talk and thought, what on earth is he talking about? She replied, "I don't really know my mother's side of the family. But my red and green eyes are from the Crimson Roses." He stands from his chair and sighed. He said, "I must have been mistaken then." Roseline asked, "What does any of this have to do with my father's gambling?" Melchior turns holding a paper and said, "Gambling, yes. I suppose we must discuss that as well." He said, "Before that though, I see here that you have put an end to the careers of 20 of Her Majesty's knights. According to their testimonies, you swept through them like a hurricane, and targeted their wrist tendons specifically." Roseline said, "It was justified?" Melchior asked, "Oh? And why do you say that?" Roseline said, "Because they tried to arrest me even though I had committed no crime. The only way for me to prove my innocence was to fight back. That's what it says in the books." Melchior said, "Books are not always indicative of reality." He glanced at her and said, "You won't be charged with anything else, though. You were never a knight, nor did you ever participate in any sword fighting competitions. You couldn't have been capable of such a feat against an order of seasoned knights." She said, "But I did it." Melchior said, "I'm saying that it doesn't sound believable." Melchior said, "No one will think to blame you. The numerous injuries among the Azure Knights will be explained away." His words hits her hard. Melchior said, "Going for their dominant hands and severing the wrist tendons is a feat not even skilled swordsmen could manage easily, especially with a rapier." Hearing this, her pride breaks down. Roseline said, "Would it be difficult for you too?" Melchior said, "Roseline, do you wish to be charged with injuring the Empress's knights?" Roseline replied, "I will take responsibility for my actions. But I will not admit to anything I have not done." Melchior said, that is not a wise choice. Melchior said, Roseline, are you aware of the reason the Azure Knights were there? She said, I am. Roseline said, they found proof that my father was a gambler, and accused my whole family of the same crime. The Empress must have offered to send her own knights. I'm sure she had her reasons for taking care of this herself. And that's why her knights wrecked the whole mansion, and she suddenly thought, wait. Come to think of it, it seemed as though they were looking for something rather than someone. Melchior, seeing her thinking, asked her, is there something you thought of? She glanced and replied, no, nothing but. Melchior said, then keep thinking. I'll try to come up with a theory as well. She gets shocked hearing this and asked, pardon? She said in her mind, I thought he had the answer. Melchior said, don't go anywhere before you think of something. Even if you do, just stay put. Roseline gets confused and said, what do you? Meanwhile, Melchior leaves and closed the door. Heinz comes and said, you Grace? Melchior turns back hearing his voice. Heinz said, Count Beagelhoff, the Empress's brother is here to see you. Melchior said, oh? He thought, I knew they were after her. Meanwhile, she scratching her head said, did he just ignore me? In the next scene we saw a man comes from Empress, seeing Melchior rise from his seat and said, Melchior, I mean, Archduke Postenmeier. Melchior steps towards him and the man said, I apologize for showing up unannounced. It was urgent, you see. Melchior said, I knew there must be a reason for your sudden visit. The man replied, haha. Thank you for understanding. The man said, oh, I heard that you are keeping Count Crimsonrose's daughter here. The Count lost his title and his land, so she is nothing but the daughter of a criminal now. I don't think an interrogation is necessary when the crimes are so obvious. He said, I'm here to ask you to hand Miss Crimsonrose over to me. Melchior, sitting in front of him, said, I'll have to think about it that. The man rambled and said, what I'm saying is you don't need to go through the bother of interrogating her. Melchior said in a cold tone, I'm currently keeping Roseline Crimsonrose here due to her injuries. May I ask why you want me to hand her over to you? Hearing him, the man gets shocked and thought, how can someone have such a cold gaze? The man said, I don't want her for personal reasons. I'm simply saying that there's no use in keeping her here. There's nothing more to find out, so why not just send her to jail? Melchior said, I believe there is still a lot that needs to be uncovered. The man get confused and said, But Count Crimsonrose was killed in an accident. Melchior replied in a cold tone, the Count did not die in an accident. He was assassinated inside of a carriage. While I have heard of gamblers killing someone in anger after losing their money, it makes no sense for someone like that to have hired an assassin so quickly. Melchior said, I cannot hand over someone who may be a clue to. The man slams his hand on table after hearing this. The man shouts, this isn't any of your business. Let the courts handle it. Melchior replied, actually, as the head of the Postenmeier family, I am responsible for the safety of the members of my household. In other words, I will not hand her over without clear proof. The man gets shocked and asked, a member of your household? What do you mean? Melchior placed his hand on his chest and said, Roseline Crimsonrose is my wife. The man gets an attack of sudden shock hear this. He thought, his wife? Changing scenes, we saw Roseline in a suspicious room covered by clocks. She blinks her eyes seeing it. She, wearing a white night dress, glanced at the room and thought, where am I? She thought, judging by that strange clock, I must be dreaming again. I wonder what this room is. Suddenly she hears some voices saying, Roseline. Roseline, she thought, a young boy? The voice comes, please wait for me. She thought, I've had this dream many times, but I have never heard anyone's voice. She, looking for someone, thought, where is it coming from? The voice comes again, I'll definitely, so will you, then? So please wait for me. I'll save you. Roseline, hearing this all, said, wait, what does that mean? She suddenly feels something and said, who are you? Where are you? Then she wakes up and starts sweating. She thought, I'm sure that voice is unfamiliar. Who could it be? Someone knocked at the door shouting, "Pardon me, my lady. Is something wrong?" Damine and Heinz comes and Damine said, "I see a dream. I hear a loud noise, so I was afraid something might have happened to you." Roseline asked, "Why do you think the Archduke brought me here?" Heinz and Damien glanced at each other, and she said, "It's been days since he interrogated me, and he has not come back." Damien said, Lady Crimson Rose, are you aware of the fact that you are currently in grave danger?" He tells her about the come for her. He said, "The day you arrived here, someone sent by the Empress came here for you. His Grace sent him away, of course." Roseline said, "Will that not get His Grace into trouble? He has no legitimate reason to defend me." Damien said, "Oh, he went to see His Majesty for that reason." Melchior said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Balthasar, the Emperor." Balthasar said, "Melchior, you know how much I favored you, right? I would have allowed you to marry anyone you desired." Melchior said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Balthasar said, "So why did you get married in secret?" Balthasar said to Melchior, "You know that nobles must get my permission to marry." Melchior replied, "I apologize, Your Majesty, but I had my reasons. Although Roseline and I were engaged, Count Crimson Rose did not approve." Balthasar said, "That shouldn't have kept you from getting my permission. In fact, you should have asked me for help." Melchior said, "Yes, you would have indeed made it possible." Melchior said, "However, I could not make you go against imperial law." Balthasar, tapping on his chair, asked, "What do you mean?" Melchior said, "Because Roseline is underage, and cannot marry without the approval of her guardian." Balthasar gets shocked hearing this and shouts while rising from his chair, "What? Underage?" He asked, "How old is she?" Melchior replied, "She will soon be 18, and an adult, but her birthday has not passed yet." Balthasar gets excited hearing this and said, "Wow! This is incredible." He said, "Most people would give up on getting married, but you promised to wait for her to become an adult, and you kept even that a secret from everyone. Just to protect her? How chivalrous of you." Melchior gets confused hearing Balthasar. Balthasar said, "In any case, I understand now why you kept it a secret. This is remarkable. I always doubt you would stay a bachelor forever. You even rejected Princess Anastrat's proposal." Melchior bowed and said, "I apologize, Your Majesty." Balthasar said, "That's all right, Melchior. You know how much I like you. I am still very grateful for the fact that you saved the Empress 6 years ago." Melchior said, "I have no memory of that." Balthasar said, "I know. But I remember, so let me be grateful." Melchior said, "Yes, sire. I will take my leave now. Now that I have gained your approval, I will be going through the process of marrying Roseline officially." After that, Melchior steps out. Balthasar said after Melchior leaves, it had to be someone from the Crimson Rose family. He said, "I should have killed them all when I had the chance." Changing scenes, we saw Damien telling her about Melchior. He said, "His Grace does not remember anything from before he became an adult." He said, "And he has been looking for a woman named Roseline." Damien said, "This is as much as I can tell you. We don't know much more either." Hearing this, Roseline said, "I see." She squeezed her cloths and thought, "He is looking for someone because he can't remember his past, and because I look a lot like her, he brought me here and even interrogated me. But he didn't send me away, even though I don't know who she is. So why is he keeping me here and protecting me?" She said, "What should I do?" Melchior enters and said while standing in front of door, "You just need to sign this." Damien said, seeing him, "Archduke Postenmeyer. Your Grace. Did your audience with His Majesty go well?" Roseline asked, "Sign what?" Melchior taps the paper on the table. Melchior said, "This promissory note, letter of attorney, and marriage certificate." Hearing this, Damien and Heinz both get shocked. She, seeing the paper, rubs her eyes. She starts reading. Emperor Balthasar approves of the marriage between Melchior Eckhard Julian Nov Postenmeyer and Roseline Crimson Rose. She gets shocked reading this and said, "Huh?" She shouts, "What? Marriage?" She asks, "So, you told the Emperor that we got married in the spring, and that I am therefore no longer a member of the Crimson Rose family?" Melchior said, "Yes, so you cannot be held responsible for your father's crimes. Your mother and brother will be fined instead of going to jail, and those fines, as well as the cost of reinstating your family's title and territory, will be paid in full by the Postenmeier family." Hearing this, all of them gets shocked. And Roseline shouts, "What?" Roseline asked him, "I don't understand any of what you just told me, Your Grace. Don't you think you're trying to marry a woman you don't even know?" Melchior replied, "Is it so strange that I am willing to marry you in order to save you?" She replied, "Yes, of course it is. You don't know anything about me." Damien and Heinz gets confused, and Damien whispered to Heinz, "Maybe His Grace is sick or something?" Melchior said, "You must be aware of the fact that if we do not get married, you might spend the rest of your life in jail." Roseline said, "Are you saying that you pity me and are simply being charitable?" Melchior replied, "I wish to save you. Is there not enough of a reason?" Damien and Heinz said, "That isn't enough at all." Roseline thinks, the marriages of high-ranking nobles are of great importance in the Empire. Isn't he being far too flippant about this? Is he trying to swindle me? Or maybe I am an easy tool for him to use, but if that's not it either. She paused and stops thinking. She asked to Melchior, "Is it because I look like the woman you have been searching for?" He glares at Damien and Heinz for telling her about his past and said, "You too." Roseline defends them, saying, "It's not their fault. I'm simply asking you this based on what you told me during my interrogation." She sighed and said, "But whatever the reason, shouldn't you have asked me to marry you first?" Melchior said, "There was no time for that. I was ordered to hand you over as soon as I brought you here, you see." Roseline said, "You could have still told me your plan then. I was stuck in this room for a whole week without any clue as to what was going on." Melchior said, "I have to go and see the Emperor before they could make another move." She thought, "Wait. He's making it sound like he did it all for me, but in the end he had no intention of asking me for my opinion." She thought, "But it's not like I have any other options right now." Roseline said, "All right. I'll sign the marriage contract." Melchior nodded his head and said, "A wise decision." Roseline raised her finger and said, "On one condition, though." Melchior gets shocked and asked, "A condition?" She said, "Please duel me." They come out for a sword fight. Damien and Heinz were standing there to see them. Melchior, wearing gloves, asked, "Roseline, why do you insist on dueling me?" She, holding her sword, thought, "I guess I can't just say, 'To bring you down a peg.'" She said to Melchior, "I've been stuck in that room for quite a while, and since I was not allowed to step outside at all, I've been itching to get back to sword fighting." She said, "Besides, we're getting married. You should learn more about me, right?" Meanwhile, she thought, what a lame excuse. Melchior gets confused and said, "As you wish." She thought, just now, he wasn't giving me permission. Does he actually respect me? She squeezed her sword's handle and said, "Thank you for indulging me, Your Grace." He, holding his sword, said, "Melchior, call me by my name from now on." She swings her sword and said, "All right then, Melchior." She dashed towards him. He stopped her with his sword. She, noticing that he hasn't removed his sword's cover, thought, a scabbard. He didn't unsheath his sword? She thinks, I thought he would use his large frame to his advantage. But he's keeping his word sheathed on purpose and deflecting my attacks in a certain direction. If I had not jumped back immediately, he would have been able to grab me. Melchior said, "You challenged me to a duel, so I expected you to be stronger." She smiled and said, "Ha! Melchior, I hope you won't regret saying that." She sits down and said, "It might sting a bit." Melchior said, "HM?" She jumped and come over him, holding her sword straight at him. Seeing her like this, Melchior gets shocked. Damien and Heinz also get shocked seeing all this. They shouts, "Your Grace." Melchior's sword fell down and a piece of his cloth as well. He caught Roseline. She gets confused and said, Melchior? Melchior, holding her in his arms, said, You're just like her. She asked, Pardon? Melchior looks at her and said, You're exactly the same. Roseline said, Please let go of me, Melchior. Your shoulder, it's. Melchior said, Roseline, who taught you how to fight like that? The Roseline I knew used the exact same sword fighting technique. Melchior said to Roseline to remember, saying, Please try to remember. You must have met my Roseline. She replied, When will you let it go? Melchior, still holding her in his arms, said, But the way you fight, it's exactly like. She interrupts, saying, I didn't learn this from anyone because I'm the one who came up with this technique. Melchior gets confused and asked, What? She shouts, I said, Let go of me. Melchior put her down, and she turns her head towards Damien. She said to Damien, Sir Damien, please take care of His Grace's injury. He gets confused and said, I will. She said to Melchior while leaving, I'm going back to my room. Please let Sir Damien take care of you. Then she starts walking through a garden full of flowers. She thought while passing through the garden, how did it come to this? Being here and taking on this role doesn't even suit me. If I force myself to keep going, will I really find happiness? She thought it might have been better if all of this had happened while I was out cold. Suddenly the flowers changed colors. She thought, it would be better than trying to force myself into a place I don't belong. Suddenly she noticed something and stops. She found herself in a forest and thought, wasn't I just in the back garden? She, seeing the trees, said, Where am I? She thought, Oh, I thought I was in the back garden where the roses were blooming. I had no idea the manor grounds were so huge. Maybe the garden is connected to a forest? I'll just keep working for now. I'll find my way out of this forest, or get back to the garden eventually. Meanwhile, someone shouts, Stop it! She turns back and thought, What was that? Some guys forcing a boy, said, It's easy. All you have to do is sneak into Professor Newt's office and bring back the answer key for the exam. One of them said, You go see him all the time, so no one will suspect you. The other one said to the boy, Besides, I bet you get all the answers anyway, since you suck up to the old man so much. How else would you be able to get such good grades? The boy glares at them and said, I won't do it. One of them said, Hey, did you hear that? He says he won't do it. The other two starts laughing, hee hee bohaha. The guy grabs the boy from his shirt and said, I thought you were smart, but I guess I was wrong. Why don't guys like you ever listen when we're being nice? He, trying to punch the boy, said, You're asking for it. He squeezed the boy's shirt and the boy gets scared. A stone come and hit the guy's hand, stopping him to punch the boy. They get shocked and said, What was that? Who did that? One more stone come and hit a guy's head and he shouts with pain, Gah! They, trying to find who was that, said, Damn it, where is it coming from? Meanwhile, Roseline was hiding behind a tree holding stones. One of them shout, You better than be whoever you are, or I'll punch you so hard that. Meanwhile, Roseline throws one more stone. The stone hits the tree and pierces it. Seeing it, they get shocked. They, seeing it, said, It got stuck in the bark. They run away saying, I'll get you next time. The boy stands and said, Thank you for helping me. He said, I would like to thank you face to face. If it's all right with you, would you please come out here? She thought, I kept throwing the rocks from different directions on purpose. How did he find me so quickly? She comes out while thinking, he shouldn't have been able to see me with so many trees in the way. She scratched her face and said to him, There's no need to thank me. Are you hurt? The boy said, No. Thanks to you. I didn't get hurt at all. She said again, There's no need to thank me. It just didn't sit right with me to see so many boys bullying one person. She thought, I only chased them away because I didn't want to keep watching it happen. I don't deserve his gratitude. The boy said, Still, the fact remains that you helped me. The boy introduced himself to her, saying, My name is Julian. I am a third-year student at the Imperial Academy. Could I ask for the name of my savior? Hearing this, she stumbled. She feels awkward and thought, his savior? How embarrassing. I didn't even do much. She thought, I wonder if it's safe for me to tell him my name. I guess I don't have to tell him my surname. He won't be able to identify me with just my first name. It'll be much better than raising suspicion while trying to come up with a fake name. She said, my name is Roseline. Julian said with a smile on his face, Roseline? So that's the name of my savior. She starts blushing and said, please stop calling me that. Julian said to her, thank you for saving me, Roseline. Please call me Julian. He places his hand on his chest and said, please contact me if there's ever anything I can help with. I would like to repay my debt to you. He said then again, I suppose there really isn't much I can do to help you. He said, even if I'm never of any use to you, I still wanted to offer my help. She thought, what a nice boy. He's very considerate for his age. She thought, boys like this shouldn't have to deal with bullies growing up. Julian said, I'll take my leave now. Please take care, Roseline. She waves her hand to say bye. Julian starts walking in opposite direction to her, and she thought, I should hear back too. If the direction Julian is going leads to the academy, then the Postenmeyer Manor should be in the opposite direction. She steps forward and suddenly found herself in the same garden she was walking through. She seeing the flowers thought, those are the rose bushes I saw earlier. I'm glad I didn't end up getting lost. She enters in Melchior's room and thoughts, I wonder if Melchior got his shoulder patched up. She closed the door, making a sound, and noticed Melchior standing there and said, HM? Melchior, folding his arms standing there, said to her, you were gone for a while. She asked, how's your injury, Melchior? He replied, it's nothing to worry about. He sits on the chair and said, the wound isn't deep. It'll heal soon. She said, standing in front of him, I apologize for earlier, Melchior. He said, HM? He asked her, why are you apologizing? She replied, I believe I was being childish. There was no need for me to get so upset. She thinks he might have made all the decisions without asking me, but he did help me in the end. And yet, instead of thanking him, I challenged him to a duel and even wounded him. How could he be fine after getting stabbed by a sword? I shouldn't have been so immature. She said to him, thank you, Melchior. She said, I'll sign the marriage contract as promised. Is there anything else you need from me? He said, HM. No, not really. She thought, I wonder if he's being secretive or just honest. She singing the marriage contract thought, but still, how surprising. She signed and thought, I can't believe that my whole life will change with just one signature. Since it's come to this. This time I'll do my best in order to be helpful to the Archduchy. She thought, you can do this, Roseline. Melchior tells her about the fine amount on her family, and she gets shocked and thought, what? You paid 70 million gold in fines for my family? She thought, I'll have to work really hard for this family. In the next scene we saw Damien and Heinz. Heinz was holding some papers and Damien was standing there. After Melchior and Roseline left, Damien said, what did we just hear? He said, there must be something wrong with my ears, right? Did His Grace actually said that he would marry Lady Crimson Rose? Heinz said, yes, he did. Damien said, I feel faint. He even rejected a princess. And now he is getting married out of the blue? Heinz, putting the papers in envelopes, said, it's not out of the blue, Damien. He said, officially, their relationship has been secretly going on for a while. Damien said, but isn't that just a lie? Heinz said, it's not uncommon. When it comes to marriages between nobles, the circumstances are often embellished. Damien said, I guess so, but... Heinz turns and said to him, so let's be careful about what we say. For Lady O, I guess her title is different now. For Her Grace's sake. The next day, Roseline, wearing a white and green dress, said, Melchior, I would like to learn how to help this family. Melchior asked, how to help this family? What do you mean? She said, whatever I need to learn to act as the lady of the house. He, reading something, replied, do as you wish. She scratched her head and thought, that's all? He's not going to walk me through it? She said, we will teach me? Melchior replied, you don't need anyone to teach you, just do whatever you want to. Roseline asked, pardon? Melchior said to her, you must have learned about managing a noble house at the academy. She said, all I learned was theory. I have no idea how to apply any of it. Melchior said, that's something you have to learn by trying it yourself. Whatever it is, just go ahead and try doing it your own way. If anything goes wrong, you just have to think of a solution. She said, standing in front of him, but that's a lot of trial and error. I have to be wary of the Archduchy's reputation. I can't just keep making mistakes. Melchior said, our reputation isn't so frail that a few mistakes will affect it anyway. She thought, oh, I see. I thought I would have to learn how to do things perfectly, so as not to make any mistakes at all. That was how things were done in the Crimson Rose family. But the Postenmeier Archduchy isn't like that at all. There are several noble families that swear allegiance to House Postenmeier rather than the Emperor. With such authority and its core, the Archduchy has only become more powerful over time. Melchior said, you are allowed to make mistakes. And you're allowed to fail. He said, the Archduchy will be a solid foundation for all of your endeavors. No matter how many mistakes you make, you can always start over. Is that not convenient? She thought, it must be due to his confidence that those who swear fealty to House Postenmeier are so loyal. She thought, I'm sure Melchior must have worked very hard to be recognized as the head of this great family. He seems so flawless. I wonder if there was ever a time he struggled with his position. And if there was, I wonder who stood by him to support him through it. Roseline said, Melchior? He said, HM? Roseline asked him, are you still looking for her? The woman who is so important to Melchior. The woman also named Roseline who looks just like me. Melchior replied, no. She asked, why not? Wasn't she your first love? Hearing this, he gets shocked. Melchior said, my first? No, that's not it at all. She asked, what is it then? She thought, his expression says it all. He's such a bad liar. Melchior sighed and said, Roseline, no, that person was my teacher. She thought, standing there, liar, he got so excited just because the way I fight is similar to her style. I'm sure she was more than just a friend. I don't know why that makes me feel so strange. Melchior said, Roseline. I mean, the other one, not you. She, folding her arms, said, I know you're talking about her. But it is a bit confusing, so let's think of a different name for her. Melchior asked, a different name? She said, you keep having to clarify who you are talking about. Wouldn't it be easier to just call her by a nickname? She thought, I guess that was too much to ask. The only reason Melchior made me was because I look like her after all. Anything. I'm the replacement. It would make more sense for him to call me by a different name. Melchior said, Roseline? He said, let's call her Roseline. That's how you pronounce the name Roseline in the East. Melchior said, in any case, it's not like what you're imagining. Roseline was my savior, and I simply wanted to find her in order to thank her. She said, of course. Meanwhile, she thought, he seems to be in serious denial. It's easy to see what's going on, though. She thinks still. At least I won't have to feel weird about being called the same name. Changing scenes, we saw the Empress saying, Ha! Wilhelmine the Empress. She said, I hear that Archduke Postenmeier and the daughter of the House Crimson Rose have married. His Majesty approved the match. The man who was sent to Melchior to take Roseline said, what do we do? A man in black dress said, the Countess and her son had nothing on them. A man sitting next to him said, indeed? And there was nothing inside of the manor either. The Empress said, the only person left is Roseline, Crimson Rose. But Archduke Postenmeier took her away. The Empress squeezed her wrist. The man said, what should we do? If that power did not return to you even after the Count died, that means. The Empress hit her mouth with a hand fan and said, "Stop hounding me. You're making my headache worse." She said, "You're completely useless. Count Crimson Rose is dead. And Noble's gambling house was proof against him, so the likelihood of me getting dragged into this is slim. The problem is that I wasn't able to retrieve the power that His Majesty bestowed upon me. I thought I would be able to get it back as soon as the Count died. But since nothing happened, it must have been passed down to his successor." She sighed and thought, it was something so precious to His Majesty. She clenched her hand and thought, so how could it get taken away from me just because I lost a bet? In the next scene, Roseline was sitting on a chair with some books. She reading the books thought, thank goodness they transcribed all of the family records. She turns and thought, this should help me figure out how to run this household. I thought they might not keep a record here, since this is just their residence in the capital. The lady of the house assists the head of the family, so I have to do well. She reading about Melchior said, So Melchior isn't part of the main family line. He became the head of the family after competing with all the branches, and the fact that it only took a year for him to become the head probably means that he didn't spend much time with his immediate family. His parents passed away when he was young, so he grew up at the academy without anyone to take care of him. I guess that's something Melchior and I have in common. I think I know how that must have felt. He met someone who was both a mentor and a friend during that difficult time, so I can see just how important she must have been to him. But if he hasn't been able to find her using the Postenmeier family's influence, maybe that means she's no longer part of this world. Is that why he was able to just marry me without much thought? Suddenly she thought, wait, why am I letting this get to me? It's not like we got married because we love each other. Snap out of it, Roseline. She clenched her hand and thought, there's no need for me to find out about his past. Or get jealous even if he were to cheat on me. Meanwhile, someone knocks at the door. She asked, what is it? The servant said, your mother and brother are here and want to see you immediately. She gets shocked and asked, my mother is here? Her mother and brother Alphonse comes and her mother said, Roseline. Alphonse said, hello. Her mother said to Roseline, Roseline, Archduke Postenmeier saved us. She replied, yes, I know. Her mother grabs her hand and said, I can't believe he is willing to take you as his wife. We owe him so much. Her mother said, to think that my very own daughter is now the Archduke's wife. Roseline said, I didn't think you would be so happy about this. Her mother replied, why wouldn't I be? Now that we are related to the Postenmeier by marriage, no one will be able to look down on the Crimson Rose family. Roseline thoughts, she has no idea how wrong she is. Realistically, the Crimson Rose family will be considered vassals at best. High society will talk about how they don't deserve this honor. They'll be a laughingstock. Her mother said, the Archduke even promised to support us, both with our territory and our manor until Alphonse turns of age. Roseline turns her head and said, it'll be a debt you'll have to repay. Her mother said, Roseline said, the Postenmeier family isn't just going to support you for free. You won't be able to repay this debt even if you work for the rest of your lives. Her mother smiled and said, don't be silly. That's why I'm saying we should be grateful. Roseline said, shouldn't we try and pay at least some of the money spent on us? Her mother replied, I'm sure Archduke Postenmeier doesn't have time for such frivolous details. You have no idea how rich the Postenmeier family is. We could use as much money as we want for the rest of our lives, and it wouldn't put a dent in their finances. Roseline said, so you intend to spend their money frivolously? Hearing this, Alphonse stops playing and sees them. Her mother said, how dare you speak to your own mother like that? Roseline said, I'm just asking you a question. Her mother said in anger, I don't like your attitude. I gave birth to you, you know. You can't act like this just because your father is no longer with us. Are you going to look down on me because you're the Archduke's wife now? Roseline sighed and said, that's not what I'm saying. Her mother shouts, "That's what it sounded like. You never even tried to come and see us this whole time." Her mother poked her and said, "You were too busy with your new lover, weren't you?" Her mother points her finger at Roseline and said, "You dragged us into trouble by causing a ruckus at the manor. I see you haven't changed at all. You're Alphonse. Older sister, get your act together so you don't embarrass him." Roseline said, "The way I live has nothing to do with Alphonse." Her mother shouts, "That's the kind of attitude that made your previous fiancé break of your engagement." Her mother sighed and waving her hand said, "The Archduke only took you in because you never got married and stayed a virgin. That shameful situation led to this blessing, so I was planning to forgive you." Roseline was standing there hearing her mother's words silently. Her mother said, "I was being friendly in an effort to make amends, but you're such an awful girl." Roseline squeezed his hand and thought, "What do you know, mother? You've never paid attention to me. Even when you claim to have simply forgotten about my debut. I thought it couldn't be helped. I couldn't even attend my friends' birthday parties because we couldn't afford it, and I became more and more secluded because of it. You made sure I never even dared to complain about the enormous amount of studying I was forced to do. I tried to be understanding even when you gave everything to my brother as soon as he was born. Everything I was trying to achieve. No one was there for me. No one even bothered to check up on me and ask how I felt." Roseline said to her mother, "If you consider me part of your family, if you love me as much as you love Alphonse, you wouldn't treat me like this." Her mother pulls Alphonse and shouts, "What does your brother have to do with this? You are not the same." Roseline shouts, "I'm your child too." Her mother said, "Alphonse isn't arrogant like you. Will you grow up already? You'll regret living like this, you know." Roseline said, "Ha? You're right. You know, I regret it already. I should have made it clear earlier." Her mother asked, "What?" Roseline said, "I'm Alphonse's older sister, so I'll make sure Alphonse is taken good care of at this manor." Her mother said, "You're finally starting to talk sensibly." Her mother gets shocked when Roseline said, "But since I don't seem to be your daughter, I have no reason to take care of you." Her mother shouts, "Wait. Roseline," she said, "as the wife of the Archduke, I have the final say concerning everything in this household." Roseline points her finger towards the door. She ordered her mother to leave, saying, "Countess Crimson Rose, please leave." Changing scenes, we saw the Emperor saying to Melchior, "So, you can't hold a wedding because she's still in mourning?" Melchior said, "Yes, although we aren't allowed to hold a funeral either. Holding an extravagant wedding while she is in mourning would be inconsiderate toward my wife." The Emperor said, "I see. She did just lose her father." He said to Melchior, "When did you learn how to be considerate of others, Melchior? You're all grown up." The Emperor said, "All right, I understand how you feel. But it would make me look bad if I rushed to approve your marriage without a wedding. You must at least hold a small informal ceremony." Melchior, standing in front of him, replied, "Yes, sire." He leaves and starts thinking, if it's just an informal ceremony, it should be enough to bring in a priest and go through the motions. The Empress might still be targeting Roseline, so we have to make sure not to draw attention. Suddenly he paused and noticed something. Roseline, wearing a white dress, was standing at the balcony. Melchior see her standing there and ask her, "What are you doing here, Roseline?" Roseline replied, "I was considering running away in the middle of the night." She turns and Melchior said, "Even though you have signed the marriage contract?" Roseline said, "I was joking. I was about to take a walk to get some fresh air." Melchior said, "The moon is bright tonight, but it's still too dark for you to go out alone. I will join you." Melchior stops and noticed her eyes and said, "Hm? Your eyes look red. Are you sick?" She turns her head and said, "Never mind that." Melchior said, "I can't." Melchior moves his hand forward and said, "I am your husband, after all." She smiled and gives her hand to Melchior while thinking, "I thought this was nothing more than a contract marriage to keep me out of jail. And that I was nothing more than a substitute for his first love, because I looked just like her." But Melchior acting like my husband is making me feel better. They comes out in the gardens and Melchior said, the gardens are huge. I tend to stay at the main manor outside of the city, so they must have neglected this place. I should have hired a gardener ahead of time. Roseline, seeing the flowers, said, the flower that's so pretty. Melchior suddenly remembers his talk with the emperor and said, oh Roseline, I have something to tell you about our wedding. Roseline asked, hearing this, didn't you say we could skip that part? Melchior said, His Majesty ordered us to hold a wedding unless we have a specific reason not to, so I think it would be best to have at least an informal ceremony. Roseline asked him, how many guests will we have to invite then? Melchior said, it can be small, so we can just have a priest come in and marry us. But since your family is here, it might be good to invite a few people who are close to us. She squeezed her dress and said, my family? Yes, I suppose so. Meanwhile, Melchior thought, maybe the idea of a wedding is too bothersome? He closed his eyes and thought, or maybe she's disappointed because I went back on my word. Melchior said to her, we don't have to do that if you don't want to. Of course I will talk to His Majesty again. Meanwhile she thought, ugh, I keep thinking about what happened earlier today. She said to him, waving her finger in air, no, that's all right. Let's do it. She asked him, by the way, Melchior, how is your wound? He said, He asked, my wound? Roseline, pointing her finger towards herself, said, I injured your shoulder during our duel. Melchior said, oh. It's fine. It was nothing. What Melchior intended to say was, it doesn't impair my work, so I am fine. What Roseline heard, it was nothing, you're not a very good duelist. She said in a sad tone, I see. So it was nothing. Melchior, hearing this, said, He thought, did I say something wrong? I recover really quickly, so even if I had been hurt much worse, it would have been fine. He thought while walking, somehow, I feel like I said something terribly wrong. He starts sweating and thought, Roseline has stopped talking. Her eyes were red earlier. She might have been angry with me. Was it because I took so long to have her mother and brother visit? Or maybe it's because I come home late every night. Or maybe she was inconvenienced somehow because it's taking so long to hire more servants. He clenched his hand and thought, I don't know what to say to her. Come to think of it, she's dressed too lightly to be outside for so long. Should I break the silence by offering her my coat? But she doesn't seem to be cold at all. What if it looks like I'm trying too hard when she's already in a bad mood? Let's be rational about this. How should I be acting while alone with a woman? I think it'd be best to give her my coat, and meanwhile she interrupts him saying, Melchior. Roseline said to him, let's go back inside. It's late. Melchior gets confused and said, All right. Let's go back. She moves forward while Melchior was still standing. She thought while walking inside, it's not like this is the first time we've had an awkward conversation. And I could tell right away that he's the stoic type, so I thought it might be best for us to walk in silence, but how could he not say a single thing while we circled the entire garden? I can't tell what he's thinking at all. She sighed and thought, will I be able to survive this marriage? In the next scene we saw the Emperor standing at Empress's room's door. He said, my darling Wilhelmine, won't you let me in today? The Empress was standing beside the door to not let him enter. Emperor said to her, the nights are bearable since it's early summer, but I'm also starting to get old, you know. He said, my body may not be able to endure much more of this. The Empress opens the door a little bit and sneak outside. She sighed and said, I could never resist you, sire. She opens the door and turns back. The Emperor laughed and said, my beautiful Wilhelmine, so you finally forgive your awful husband. The Empress said, stop laughing. I might start liking you. Emperor said, but I can't help but laugh when I see your beauty. She sits on a sofa inside. The Emperor comes and sits next to her on same sofa. She said, don't be so clingy. Go and sit across from me. The Emperor holds her hand and said, I'm all cold from the chilly night air. I need your warmth. She pushed him and said, Go and sit across from me before I kick you out again, Your Majesty. He said, Ah. The Emperor said to her, Are you still angry with me? For letting the Crimson Rose family go, I mean. She sighed and said, Why would I be angry? It was your decision to make, sire. His hand reached to her hand and he said, Please forgive me, Wilhelmine. If you keep withholding your affection, I have no reason to go on. He said, For the last 10 days, I was so distraught being away from you that I couldn't sleep. He asked her, Can't you see how gone I look? She replied, No, I can't. He said, Wilhelmine, my sunshine, I am willing to do anything for you. But if you do not tell me what it is you want, I cannot help you. He said, Please tell me if there is anything you need, Wilhelmine. She starts sweating and said, I don't need anything. He grasped her hand and said, All I wish for is to live with you. And die with you. She starts sweating and gets scared. The Emperor kissed her hand and said, So, if there is anything you wish for, I will do whatever it takes to make it come true. In the next scene we saw Roseline wearing a green dress sitting at a table. She closed her eyes and thoughts, I ended up not getting any sleep because of what happened yesterday. There was Mother, then Melchior. Meanwhile someone knocks at the door. Hugo. The Postenmeier family's butler opens the door and said to her, Your Grace. He comes to her table and said, Countess Crimsonrose says she wishes to see you. Roseline said, Please tell her that I do not wish to see her. Hugo gets confused and asked, But Your Grace. She interrupts him and said, She should be fine living in the annex building. Roseline said while writing something on a paper, It's better than staying at a hotel. And she'll return to the Crimson Rose Manor once it is rebuilt. She thought so. Sure, sending my mother to live in the annex building after her time in jail might look bad, but making it this clear that he does not approve is a different matter. If he were talking to Melchior, he wouldn't dare to act like this. She, placing the pen on the table, said to Hugo, More importantly, Hugo, I heard you hired new servants yesterday. Hugo bowed and said, Yes, Your Grace. She asked, Why did no one inform me that this was happening? Hugo gets shocked and asked, Pardon? She said, Bring me the papers and letters of recommendation for every new servant. At once, Hugo. Hugo brings all papers and letters and placed them on her table. She, seeing them, said, Their previous work experience all looks excellent. Hugo said, Anyone whose background is unclear or who does not have a letter of recommendation is not even considered for the job, even if we are in need of them. Roseline said, Well, Hugo? She, giving 3 papers to Hugo, said him, Send these 3 people away. Hugo gets confused and, getting those papers from her, said, Pardon? He, seeing the papers, said, That's not possible, Your Grace. They have already signed contracts with House Postenmeier and started working here this morning. Roseline said, Who did they make this contract with? I am the lady of the house. She said, How convenient that they are here today. Bring those 3 people to me. I will cancel their contracts myself. Hugo bowed and asked, Your Grace, may I ask why? Roseline tells about their resume, saying, The Western branch of the Tuscan Corporation closed its doors last August and was incorporated into the Southern branch. So Axel, who says he worked there until January of this year, lied on his resume. There is a ship that travels between the continent and the port city of Wertrum once every 2 weeks. But between the start of May and mid-June, there are no ships because of typhoons. And so Cora, who is from Wertrum and claims to have come here at the end of May, also lied. Laban, who says he was the caretaker of the Western Snopple orchard outside of the capital. Hugo interrupts her, saying, Your Grace, Laban did not lie about his previous job. The Snopple orchard has had dealings with the Postenmeier family, so it was possible to verify his claims. Roseline smiled and said, Exactly. We can't have him here because he did work there. Hugo gets confused and asked, Pardon? She laughed and said, Because the Snopple orchard used to belong to the Crimson Rose family. We lost the orchard because the new caretaker that started working there 3 years ago conned us. I had no idea that there was a relationship between the Postenmeyers and the Snopple orchard. She claps and said, let's cut that off as well, while we're at it. We'll never do any business with them ever again. She, checking the papers, said, since we'll need 3 more servants. Let's see. She gives him 3 papers and said, contact these 3 people. Hugo bowed and said, yes, Your Grace. Roseline said, oh, and Hugo? She, giving him the papers, said, next time you hire anyone new, come to me first to get my permission, all right? Hugo takes the papers and bowed. Roseline, walking through the palace, thoughts, the servants here are great at their jobs, but they all act as though they own the place. The maid that came to clean my room the other day was like that too. The maid said her, I must clean this room, so please move to the reception room. Roseline said, HM? Oh, all right. She thought, they're very efficient, but they have no regard for their employers. Could this be because Melchior is the head of the family? She noticed something and said, HM? She, seeing Alphonse with a maid walking through there, thought, what's Alphonse doing here? Alphonse, seeing her, gets excited and shouts, oh, Roseline! He rushed toward her and Roseline said to her, you're up early, Alphonse. Are you here to see me? Alphonse said her, Roseline, I need to go potty. Roseline thoughts, HM, he's 6 years old now, so he's old enough to go to the bathroom by himself, but maybe being in a new place has him scared and uncomfortable. Then again, he did witness his own mother get kicked out after a fight with his sister, so no wonder he's scared and anxious. It must have been hard for him to watch, since he's so young. Now I feel bad. She said to him, all right. Let's go, Alphonse. They steps toward the way to bathroom and Alphonse starts sweating. Alphonse stops her and whispers slowly, Roseline, I don't actually need to go to the bathroom. Roseline whispers back, HM? What do you need then? Alphonse whisper, Roseline, yesterday I heard the servants here talk badly about you behind your back. She, hearing this, gets confused and said, oh? Alphonse tells her about last night when he hears the servants talking badly about her. He said, last night, going to sleep by myself is too scary. Did Roseline really kick Mama out? I have never seen Roseline get so angry. I have to go and find Mama. He stops hearing someone's voice. The servants said, it's exasperating, isn't it? How could His Grace marry a girl from such a worthless family? He peeks through door and listen their talk. They are not even a noble family since they lost their title, right? Even if our master reinstated them, they are still a family of criminals. I can't believe he chose someone like her after rejecting the princess's hand in marriage. Did you see how she kicked out her own mother? What an awful family. I turned down an offer to become a head maid in order to work here, but seriously? The daughter of a criminal? I refuse to acknowledge her as the lady of the house. Hey, here's an idea. What if we cause an accident and ruin her reputation? Roseline gets shocked hearing this. In the next scene we saw Melchior drinking tea. He puts his CU back on table while holding a paper in his hand and asked Heinz, have you eaten, Heinz? Heinz replied, how could I eat? When you haven't eaten anything yet, Your Grace? Melchior turns toward him and said, you never cared about such formalities before. Heinz, you look tired. He replied, sitting on his table, I'm dying. Melchior asked, did you skip breakfast? He replied, no, I ate at the first floor mess hall. Melchior asked, did you not get enough sleep then? He replied, I had about 8 hours of sleep. Asked, so you slept fine? What's wrong? Heinz clenched his hand and said, sigh. Heinz said, I think I may be depressed. He said to Melchior, Your Grace, could I go on sick leave? I miss Benjamin. Melchior asked, Benjamin? Heinz shouts, my lover, Benjamin. The one I left behind in the eastern region. Hearing this, Melchior thoughts, oh, that Benjamin, 2 years old banyan tree. Melchior said, we'll be moving back to the east in 2 months once the wedding is over, so don't worry. Melchior said, I'm sure someone else will take good care of Benjamin in the meantime. Heinz asked. How could you say that, Your Grace? He starts crying and his tears felt on the paper. He said, It's only been half a year since I met Benjamin. What if someone else snatches him away while I'm gone for 2 whole months? Wah! Benjamin. Melchior said in an angry tone, Stop getting your tears on the paperwork, Heinz. If you're that lonely, why not get the same kind of plant here and raise that? Hearing this, he gets shocked. He stands from his chair and shouts, Excuse me? Are you telling me to cheat on my lover, Your Grace? How could you say that when you yourself are a newlywed? Heinz said, I'll tell her Grace all about how you told me to have an affair. Melchior said, Heinz? Melchior glares at him and said, Care to repeat yourself? Heinz said, Never mind, Your Grace. Melchior said, If you're that way, why don't you go back east? Heinz gets confused and asked, Pardon? Are you giving me time off? Melchior in a cold tone said, No. I'm telling you to quit your job if you want to go that badly. Heinz again starts crying hearing this and said, You are so inconsiderate, Your Grace. Melchior thoughts, I wonder what Roseline is up to. I should talk to her when I get back. Hugo tells Melchior about Roseline's order to send her mother away and Melchior asked, So Roseline sent Countess Crimson Rose away? Hugo replied, Yes, Your Grace. Melchior takes off his coat and said, I see. Melchior gives her coat to Hugo. Melchior noticed Hugo's expressions and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Hugo. Hugo glanced and said, Well, do you think it'll be all right? It's her own mother. Melchior, removing his gloves, said, I'm sure Roseline had her reasons. He said, If Roseline sent Countess Crimson Rose away, that means her mother must have done something to deserve it. Hugo said, But treating her own mother like that won't be good for her reputa. Melchior gets furious hearing this and asked in a cold tone, What was that? He squeezed his gloves with anger and asked, Does anyone dare to speak ill of Roseline? Hugo gets nervous and said, No, nobody has said anything but. I only meant to point out what people might say. Melchior said, It doesn't matter what people may or may not say. Just let Roseline do as she wishes. Melchior steps forward and Hugo bowed and said, Yes, Your Grace. Meanwhile, Melchior thought, Roseline, this must be why she wasn't in a good mood last night. I should have paid more attention. I should have been more considerate of how she was feeling. He sighed and thought, Why didn't Hugo mention this yesterday instead of today? I had no idea and kept babbling on about her family. She must be asleep by now. But maybe I can go and check on her. He turns and go to her room. He reached at her room's door and stand there. He opens the door and walk inside her room. He noticed Roseline sitting at balcony's border. Melchior said to Roseline, That's dangerous, Roseline. Roseline turns towards him and asked, Oh, Melchior. What brings you here? Melchior said, You're not in bed yet. She thought hearing this, he always changes the subject. She said, We'll be moving to the east once the wedding is over, so I wanted to memorize what the sky looks like here. Melchior steps towards her and stand next to her. He said, I see. About the wedding. Melchior thoughts, Roseline definitely looked crestfallen when I brought it up. Maybe to her, family is a sensitive subject. We should just call a priest and read our vows. Without inviting family to join us, then. Roseline said, Melchior. Melchior said, HM? Roseline asked Melchior, How much? Do I resemble your Roseline? Melchior replied, Enough for me to mistake you for her. She said, I see. I've been thinking about it these past few days. I resented you for deciding on everything without discussing it with me first. But that was hypocritical of me. Because it all turned out for the better. I was lucky. You may have been disappointed though. He clenched his hand and said, I am not disappointed in you, Roseline. Roseline smiled and said, It's all right, Melchior. I know that the person you actually wanted was the real Roseline. Roseline said, I know that the person you actually wanted was the real Roseline. Melchior replied, I wanted you too. Roseline asked, What? Melchior said, because you're the one I wanted to save. Melchior thoughts, the fact that I'm trying to understand how Roseline feels right now has nothing to do with Roseline. Roseline said, but you knew nothing about me. She said, and yet you showed me kindness. I think it's amazing that you can be so kind to someone you don't know. Roseline said, thank you. She smiled and said, in any case, I'm really sorry for treating you so poorly when I owe you such a huge debt. I swear to make it up to you someday. Melchior thoughts hearing this, a debt? So she thinks she needs to repay me for what I did. Melchior said to her, that's not necessary. He thoughts, I would like her to just happily accept the favor. Why is she keeping me at arm's length? Melchior said to her, you won't be able to repay it all anyway. Melchior suddenly realized that he wasn't mean to say that and thought, damn it, I didn't mean to say that. She hearing this feels sad and said, She said, that's true. You already have so much power, status, and wealth. I'll do my best not to besmirch the good name of the Postenmeier family. Melchior said, Roseline, Roseline interrupts him and said, don't worry, for as long as I am your wife, I'll make sure not to hurt your family's reputation. She said, I think that's the best I can do. She squeezed her arm and thought, this is how it should have been from the start. All I had to do was to remember that this is a marriage contract. It's not like we got married because we like each other. She thought, though I signed a document that says my name is now Roseline Postenmeier. And the servants call me Your Grace. It felt more like I had been hired as a household manager rather than marrying into a family. Roseline touches his hand and said, shall we go back inside? You have to work tomorrow, don't you? You said you were busy. Melchior gets nervous and said, oh, yes, I did. She turns holding his hand and said, I'll escort you to your room. Melchior starts blushing. While walking with her he thought, I think he misunderstood me, but I'm so distracted by her hand against mine that I can think of anything to say? Melchior said, Roseline, while walking? She turns and asked, yes? Melchior said, you're working too fast. You're dragging me along. Roseline said, oh, I'm sorry. She thought, I can't have been going that fast. Maybe he doesn't like me holding his hand. Or maybe he doesn't like that I was leading the way. Thinking this, she leaves his hand. But Melchior grabs her hand. Melchior asked, do you not want to hold hands anymore? Roseline asked, pardon? She thought, I can't see his expression because of the light. She pulls her hand back and said, that's not it. I was just a bit startled, that's all. Melchior said, I was too. Could we hold hands again then? Roseline said to her, well, all right. Meanwhile she thought, you can't look at me like that when you love someone else. She stares at his hand and thought, I'm surprised though. I expected his hands to be cold because that's how he acts. She touches his hand and thought, but his hands are so warm. She touching his hand with her finger thought, and though his hands are large, they look elegant. Maybe it's because his skin is smooth. She seeing his hand thought, oh, but they are some calluses. Probably from sword fighting. I have similar calluses on my hands. Melchior holds her hand and said, Roseline, I was talking about holding hands. Not this. Roseline said, HM? Oh, right. She seeing this thought, wait, what's going on? Roseline said, Melchior. Is this how you usually hold hands? Melchior said, do you want me to stop? She asked, I don't dislike it or anything, but isn't it uncomfortable for you? Melchior squeezed her hand and said, it's not. She gets shocked and thought, huh? So he doesn't mind holding hands with just anyone? She gets nervous and thought, don't tell me. He is actually a total womanizer. Roseline glanced and said, Melchior? I did sign a marriage contract, so does that involve couple duties? Melchior gets confused and asked, duties? He thought, does she mean attending public events as a couple? Or is she asking about whether she can go by the name Postenmeier now? Melchior said, Of course we must fulfill our duties. She gets nervous hearing this. She gets shocked and thought, wait, seriously? She asked, isn't it a bit weird to do it with someone who looks so much like Roseline? Melchior asked, why would it be weird? She thought, am I missing something again, like last time? Melchior steps towards her, and she said, I'm not. Melchior, wait. Melchior asked, what is it, Roseline? She said, it's just. She said, wait, meanwhile she felt on the bed. Melchior asked her nervously, are you all right? She starts sweating and said, well. She closed her eyes and thought, we haven't even gone through with the wedding ceremony yet. Isn't this too sudden? I'm not ready. I'm so flustered my mind is going blank. She thought, oh no, I need to hurry and back off. She said, Melchior? He starts blushing. He turns and thought, wait, what am I doing? Roseline said, so, it is too weird. I may look like her, but I'm not her. Melchior said, no, Roseline. She interrupts him saying, no, I understand. I think this is the right thing to do too. You should get back to your room now. You said you have to leave at dawn. She pushed him out from her room and he said while she pushed him, Roseline. She again interrupts him saying, good night, Melchior. She closed the door, and he thought standing at the door, what on earth? He seeing his hand thought, all I wanted was to make sure she was sleeping well. Where did it go wrong? All we did was hold hands, but when she stumbled and fell backward. What was I thinking? Have I gone insane? He standing in front of door thought, damn it. I forgot to ask what she meant by saying this was the right thing to do. Next day Roseline saw a lot of jewels and gifts and asked Hugo, what's all this? Hugo standing beside her said, these are all wedding presents from the Imperial Palace. He said, they said there would be more tomorrow. She seeing all this thought, what do I do? We were going to keep the ceremony small and simple, but if I want to make use of all these presents, that's so much more money and jewelry than I intended to use. She turns towards Hugo and asked, would you get me a map of the capital, Hugo? Hugo asked, pardon? A map? She raising her finger said, if possible, I'd like a large map that includes as many details as possible. After some time Roseline comes in the park and said there's a park in the middle of this street. The servant tells her, yes, it used to be part of the mountain range that surrounded the old capital. He said, when the capital was expanded, the mountains were leveled in order to build more houses. So this forested area is all that's left. 5 years ago it was turned into a public park. Roseline hearing his words said, I see. She thought, I used to work hard in order to save money, but after everything that's happened, it's now my job to spend money. I could spend it all if I rent this park as a wedding venue. The servant holding a paper in his hand said, let's see. The area you will be ending Archduchess Roseline Postenmeier. She hearing him thought, judging by the way he pronounces my name, he must be from the east. She thought, now that I think about it, Melchior called me Roseline from the start. I wonder if the reason he pronounced my name the Western way without hesitation was because of her. She thought while walking through the park, when we move to the eastern region after the wedding, I'll have to meet the vassal families there. Will I be able to fit in well there without being looked down on? She entering through a gate thought, honestly, I'm not confident I can make a good impression, but it's too late to whine about it now. Suddenly she hears Bird's voice. She stops and said in her mind, Birds? She found herself in a forest and thought, wait. She gets confused and thought, did I make a wrong turn somewhere? I didn't think there was this many trees in the park. Meanwhile she hears a voice. Get back here! She saw Julian running from the same boys from whom she saved him. She said, Jelaine? Over here, quick! The boys looking for him sees here and there, and one of them said, wait, didn't he go this way? Roseline holds his mouth, and they both hide behind bushes. The boy said, weird, I thought I heard a woman's voice earlier, too. After they leave she said, I think they're gone now. Julian blushed and said, thank you. Roseline asked, Were you getting chased by those bullies from last time? Julian said, No. I just happened to run into some classmates I don't get along with. He bowed and said, Thank you for your help. I should return to the academy now. Julian turns back and tries to leave. Roseline stops him, saying, Hold on, Julian. You're limping. Did you hurt your right leg? Julian turns towards her and said, It's fine, I can get back on my own. Roseline said, Where do you live? If you keep working on your injury, it might swell up and make it hard to walk at all tomorrow. Julian shakes his head and said, You've already helped me twice, I can't ask for more. I have no way of repaying you. Roseline crouched and said, Julian. Roseline said, You're not supposed to worry about repaying an adult. It's only natural for adults to protect children, and children have the right to be protected. Not that I've been an adult for very long. But still. I'll make you a splint, so don't move. Julian said, Oh. All right, thank you. Roseline tied her leg with a piece of wood and a cloth and said, There you go. It doesn't look like a bad sprain, so just ice it. And avoid walking too much for 2 to 3 days, then you should be fine. Roseline leans toward him and said, HM. And Julian? Could it be that your classmates are threatening you in some way? Julian replied, It's something I have to deal with myself. Roseline asked him, And how will you do that? She said, If they threaten you with violence like they did today, are you just going to take it? Roseline said, Use it to your advantage. Julian gets shocked hearing this. He asked, Pardon? Roseline said, If your classmates are underestimating you, then use that to your advantage. In a fight, whoever makes the best use of their strength is the winner. She said, If they bully you again, try this. It's what I used to do. Julian asked, Try what? Roseline whispers something in Julian's ears and he gets shocked. He asked, How did you? Never mind. I'll do as you say, Roseline. Julian, seeing her, thought, What a fascinating person. A woman named after roses and looks like she would smell of them. I know it doesn't make sense. But I feel like she can make roses bloom wherever her fingers touch. Julian hardly walks and Roseline, seeing him, asked, Are you sure you don't need my help? Julian replied, I'm sure I can still walk a bit. She thought, We should be getting to the exit soon. Was this forest always this huge? She steps forward and thought, Oh well, we'll get to an exit eventually if we keep walking. Suddenly she saw quicksand in their way and thought, Or not. Roseline said, I'm sorry, Julian. Let's take a break. He sits and said, I think that's a good idea too. Roseline said, This forest is rather large, even more so than what was on the map. Julian said, This is an undeveloped strip of land. She asked, HM? Undeveloped? Suddenly Julian sees someone at back. Roseline turns and sees. She asked, What is it, Julian? Meanwhile, someone suspicious comes out from the bushes. A ghost comes from bushes and said, I am lost. Would you take me with you? Seeing him, Roseline gets shocked and thought, What is it? Julian said, I'm sorry, Roseline. I think this is my fault. She asked, What do you mean? Julian turns and said, We're headed in different directions. We don't know where you are going. The ghost stares them and said, I see. He asked them, I am lost? Would you take me with you? Roseline gets confused and thought, I can't tell whether his voice is high or low. He's stuttering even more now, but somehow his voice is clearer. Julian holds her hand, squeeze her hand. He said, It's all right, Roseline. He's not dangerous. She gets confused and said, Huh? Julian said to the ghost, We're headed in different directions. We don't know where you are going. The ghost steps back saying, I see. I see. Julian tries to move back, but the piece of wood with his leg makes a noise. The ghost turns back to them and said, Th then, W where am I ss? Where am I, s supposed to g go? Roseline said to Julian, Get behind me, Julian. Julian said, It's really all right? Roseline, he's not dangerous. Roseline asked him, Julian, what is he? Julian replied, "We don't know." The ghost said, "I don't remember. Where am I supposed to go, and what I am supposed to do? I have been wandering aimlessly for so long. Please take pity on me and take me with you." Julian said him, "As you can see, I am just a young boy. I can hardly take care of myself. I do not believe I can take responsibility for another person." The ghost standing there asked, "Do you not pity me?" Julian said, "Just because I feel sorry for you doesn't mean I should take you on. Without considering my own situation, it would end badly for both of us." He said, "Things would never go back to the way they were. Taking in a living being would be irresponsible of me." The ghost starts disappearing while saying, "Wah, wah." The ghost disappears and Roseline said, "Goodness, Julian, did you just exorcise a ghost?" Julian replied, "No. All I did was displace it. Once someone with the ability of exorcism comes here, it will be taken care of." Roseline thought, "Is this what they call spiritual powers? My ex-fiancé mentioned such things. But I never believed him. I had no idea ghosts actually existed." Julian's eyes starts glowing. He covers his eyes with his hand and said, "I'm sorry, Roseline. Please don't look at my eyes for a moment." Roseline, seeing him, thought, "Do his eyes just start to glow? Or am I seeing things?" She asked Julian. His eyes gets back normal, and he said, "I'm fine now." Thankfully, it didn't last long. Julian said, "I thought it might just reemerge if I made it sink into the ground. So I took enough of its soul for it to be unable to keep its form. My eyes always glow strangely after I do that. And when people see my eyes like that, they're always shocked and disgusted." She gets confused and thought, "A strange glow. Come to think of it, Melchior's eye glow like that sometimes too. When I first met eyes with him, I thought my heart would freeze over. I wondered how a human being could have such cold eyes. But maybe Melchior has the same ability as Julian?" Roseline asked him while walking through the forest, "Are you really okay, Julian?" Julian replied, "I am. My leg is fine now too. Thanks to you." She gets confused and thought, He's right. It's not as swollen as it was when I was attaching the splint." She thought, "I wonder if absorbing part of a ghost soul heals him." Roseline, holding his hand, said, "Thank you for your help today, Julian. If it hadn't been for you, I might have told that person that I would take him with me." Julian gets shocked and nervous hearing this. He said, "Not at all. It's my fault that you got involved." Roseline thought, "He reminds me of myself when I was his age. I never sought to be praised, and didn't want to be thanked either." She, holding his hand, thought, "I don't remember what it's like to try and handle everything on your own." Roseline noticed the exits and said, "The forest seems to end here." Julian said, "Thank you for helping me, Roseline. I'll be heading back to the dorms now." She replied, "All right, be safe." Julian mumbled and asked her, "Roseline, do you think we could meet again?" Hearing this, she gets confused and asked, Julian starts blushing and said, "Never mind, what am I saying? I'll get going now." Roseline tries to say, "Hold on, July," but he runs away quickly. Roseline smiled and thought, "He's acting more like a boy his age now. Maybe he was being shy. I wish he would have waited for my reply though." Roseline steps forward and suddenly she found herself in the garden again. The servants, seeing her, gets shocked and shouts, "Your Grace." One of them said to her, "I was worried about you. They said you suddenly disappeared." Roseline replied, "I'm sorry for worrying you, Nicholas." He said, "Please don't apologize. I'm just glad we found you right away." Hearing this, she gets shocked and thought, "Right away? I was in that forest for quite a while." She turns back to see and thought, walking back with Julian must have taken at least. Suddenly she gets shocked and thought, "Wait. Didn't I just emerge from a dense forest?" Nicholas gets confused seeing her and asked, "Your Grace? Is something wrong?" She said, "No, never mind." She thought, was I seeing things? Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, a man in green dress said, "We sent them wedding presents, so I'm sure they won't just hold their wedding in private. Could they have been through our plan, Wilhelmine? Marquis Oberbeckman said, if they hold their wedding privately, we won't be able to sneak in as wedding guests. The Empress sighed hearing them and asked, is there no way for us to bring her to my palace before they move to the east? I need to make sure that she inherited that power from Count Crimson Rose. Marquis Oberbeckman said, I have a plan. The Empress asked, oh? What is it? He whispers in Empress's ear, well. The Empress smirks and said, all right, Marquis Oberbeckman. Go ahead with your plan. Meanwhile, Roseline comes back to the manor, and the servants bowed and welcome her, saying, welcome back, Your Grace. She, seeing servants, gets confused and thought, something feels off. There are several unfamiliar faces. Did they bring in more servants from the main manor in the east? Hugo comes and said to her, something terrible has happened, Your Grace. Hugo tells Roseline that one of the buildings caught fire. Roseline asked him, a fire? Where is it? Hugo said, it's one of the buildings on the outskirts of the estate. It hasn't been in use for a while, so we've been waiting to demolish and rebuild it, but... Roseline steps forward and Hugo said, it wasn't a very large fire. But we couldn't do anything before reporting to you, so... Roseline stepping forward said, what does it matter how big the fire is? What do you mean you couldn't do anything yet? Hugo said, I decided that reporting it to you takes priority. She stops hearing this. She thought, wait, why is everyone so calm about this? It doesn't make sense for them to wait for me in the first place. Don't tell me he's offering to me, telling him not to make decisions on his own. Or maybe just like Alphonse said. She thought, they're testing me? Meanwhile, Eric towards Melchior's room. He opens the door and shouts, Your Grace, there's been an urgent message from Postemeyer Manor. Melchior asked, an urgent message? Eric shouts, one of the building has caught on fire. Melchior gets shocked hearing this and asked while rising from his chair, what? Melchior said, I will need to assess things. Let us go. Eric said, oh, wait, Your Grace. Heinz grabs his hand and said, hold on, Eric. He asked, there's been a fire? Are there any causal ties? Eric said, no one has been hurt. It's one of the outer building of the western side of the estate that's on fire. Heinz sighed and said, I see. That means it's nothing. Eric asked confusingly, pardon? What do you mean? Heinz said, waving his hands, they did it to me, too, when I first joined the Night Order. Eric asked, did what? Heinz said, the initiation ritual. In the next moment we saw Roseline standing in front of buildings that caught fires. Roseline, noticing servants' behavior, thought, they're being too far calm given the circumstances, they must be underestimating me. But if I chide them, now, I miss the opportunity to put out the fire. I have tend to what's important first. She, going inside, said to Hugo, did you contact the firefighter? I did, but I worry that the fire will spread before they get here. She steps in and said, then we'll have to put it out ourselves. Hugo shouts, Your Grace, that's Dangerous Dash. She kicks the door and breaks it. She enters and thought, so it started in the kitchen. The question is how to put it out. If this is a grease fire, we can't just use water. In that case, she comes out and shout, everyone bring in sacks of flour. The servants brings the sacks of flour and they pouring it on fire, shouts, pour the flour. Hurry! Roseline said to Hugo, make sure there are not any embers left and move all the furniture outside to break it down. He said, as you wish, Your Grace. Meanwhile, Hugo thought, seeing her, what a surprise. It's quite impressive for an 18-year lady to stay calm and come up with a quick solution when it's clear that the servants are sitting here. On top of that, she took into consideration the fact that the food storage is nearby and came up with best the solution. She's quick at assessing situation and a strong leader. She glanced at them and turns toward them. Seeing them, she thought, everyone is completely unfazed. It's looked like they're simply impressed. So they really were trying to test me. There is no explanation for any of this. She clenched her hand and thought, the issue is that I don't have any proof. The fact that I chided the butler about making decisions without me will be his excuse for not doing anything, and he did contact the firefighter, so even if the fire had spread, it would have been under control. Above all, there's no clear evidence that they dared to test the lady of the house. If I raise my voice at them right now, they all just call me hysterical. Not only is this incredibly underhanded, there's method also too extreme. If I had the wrong call, I might have them pour water on grease fire and cause the huge accident. Roseline thought, I can't believe they're trying to avoid all responsibility for this. Regardless of the outcome, which might have been disastrous, all they care about is their own pride. How could they just neglect their own duties and avoid all blame like this? The way the servants here do things felt strange from the start. Like the way that maid demanded that I, her mistress, leave my bedroom so she could clean. Sure, they might be efficient and good at what they do, but there's a clear issue. She thought, they're not mindful at all of their employer. She asked Hugo, how did this fire start? Hugo replied, one of the servants snuck into the kitchen to make a snack and caused the fire by knocking over a barrel of oil. Roseline said they were using this kitchen? I thought you said that this building is no longer in use because it will be torn down this winter. She asked, who was it that set the kitchen on fire? Hugo replied, well. The servants turns towards a young servant who was standing behind. They point their finger at her and said, I saw her coming out of the kitchen. She gets shocked and said, huh? She drops the sack of flour and said in shock, what? It wasn't me. One of them said, Deborah, you were gone during lunch, wasn't you? The manservant said, that's right. And I saw you snooping around this building before. You should have altered the butler to the fire right away. You trying to avoid blame made it much worse. She starts crying and said, it wasn't me. I didn't even come anywhere near this building today. One of the servants grabs her hand and said in anger, how dare you lie to us? She starts trembling and Roseline said, stop. You're saying she did this? The servant holding her wrist said, yes. She tells holding Deborah's hand, Deborah was hired just 4 days ago. She drags her. Roseline thought she must be one of the servants I hired as replacements a few days ago. Hugo said, you hired her, Your Grace, but who could have known this would happen? Roseline thought, he's acting like he feels BD for her. But really, he's blaming me for hiring someone incompetent, implying that I am bad judge of character. I don't like it. Engineering this whole situation just to attack me is one thing, but blaming a powerless young girl for all of it is the worst part. They're trying to get out of being held responsible by making me punish or fire this innocent girl who can't possibly stand up for herself. A servant holding Deborah said, what shall we do, Your Grace? Should we reduce her wages or get rid of her? Roseline said, I won't hold Deborah responsible for any of this. Hugo asked, Your Grace? Roseline said, she hasn't even worked here for very long, so if she were to get kicked out for this, no one else will hire her. Hugo said, I see. That is very gracious of you, Your Roseline interrupts him saying, but Hugo, I cannot possibly ignore your part in this. He gets shocked hearing this. Hugo asked her, pardon? Roseline said, I may be the lady of the house, but I cannot command all of the Archduchy's servants on my own. That is why I left the training and supervision of the new recruits to you, the head butler. Isn't that right, Hugo? Hugo gets nervous and replied, yes, that is true. Roseline said, that means keeping an eye on Deborah was your duty as the Archduchy's head butler. And Toady, you have failed in that duty. She said, while I can forgive Deborah, a maid in training, for making a mistake, I cannot possibly let someone with decades of experience at this manor get away with a mistake like this. She said to Hugo, quite frankly, this makes me doubt your ability to serve as head butler to the Postenmeier family. Hugo gets shocked hearing this. Roseline said, I will be cutting your wages for failing to train and supervise the new recruits. After all, as head butler, your responsibilities are much greater than those of a common maid. Roseline said, if you have a legitimate reason for failing to prevent this accident from happening, please tell me and I will reconsider my decision. Hugo bowed and said, I am to blame for this. I accept your decision, Your Grace. I am overjoyed that our mistress is so wise. Roseline gets confused and asked, what? She thought, he's overjoyed at having his wages cut? Hugo bowed until the late Archduchess said the same thing. The higher you rank, the greater the responsibility. Proper authority does not push blame onto those below them, but takes on the responsibility of their subordinates' mistakes. Hugo smiled and said, for us employees, our greatest joy is served under employers we can respect. Roseline turns back and said to Hugo, I'll be going back to my room then. Call for me if you need me to make any decisions. Meanwhile, Deborah stops her saying, Your Grace? Roseline turns towards her and asked, what is it, Deborah? She said, Thank you so much for saving me. Roseline held her shoulder and said, you don't need to thank me for doing the right thing. Deborah starts crying and said, Thank you. Roseline said, I would have felt terrible if I had let you get kicked out. I did this for myself, really. Without any authority of your own, it's common to become a scapegoat. You were just unlucky today. Deborah said, actually, I don't think that's why. They tried to blame me for all of this. Roseline gets confused and asked, HM? Deborah hesitates while saying, well, you see. I heard that Katrina said you weren't a bad person, so I told the other maids that I agreed. But then they all started bullying me for taking you aside. That's probably why. Roseline holds her shoulders and said, I see. Roseline thought, punishing the head butler won't be enough. I'll have to change everything. The way they do things here struck me as odd from the start. After hours, Roseline said to Hugo, please get me the servants' work schedules, Hugo. Hugo, standing in front of her, said, Your Grace, servants of the Postenmeier family do not have separate schedules. Roseline asked, oh? Then how does work get done around here? Hugo replied, everyone has the same routine. During the time that our master is away from the manor, we tend to the laundry and any other duties related to the upkeep of the estate, and finish everything by the time His Grace returns. Hearing this, Roseline thought, so they focus on getting work done while their master is away. That's why the maid sent me to my office so she could clean my room. Roseline sighed and said, that's not a very good system. Hugo gets confused and asked, pardon? Roseline said, the schedule is based entirely on the employee's convenience. Melchior goes to work at dawn and returns late at night, so no one has had to be mindful of their employer all that time. She said, but things are different now, aren't they? She starts writing something on a paper and said, the lunch break in particular. An hour for eating followed by a 30-minute break. That's mean no one works for an hour and a half. Hugo gets nervous and said, Your Grace, in order for the servants to work effectively, they need a proper break. Roseline said, I'm not criticizing the length. I'm referring to the fact that because everyone takes their lunch break at the same time, the whole manor comes to a halt. Hugo said, I understand your concern. However, we take care of any urgent duties in the morning before we eat. The probability of anything going wrong in just 90 minutes is. Roseline interrupts him saying, there was a fire. She said, I doubt you will be able to act in a timely manner in the event of another emergency. Hearing this, Hugo starts sweating. Hugo said, then how about having the servants take turns staying on duty during lunch breaks? Roseline said, no. Making some people stay on duty while everyone else gets to rest will make those people dread work and be less efficient. She draws something on paper and Hugo asked, do you have an alternative, Your Grace? Roseline said, we'll introduce a shift system. Meanwhile, after some time, Melchior comes and shouts, Roseline. Seeing him, Roseline said, you're home early, Melchior. How have you been? He grabs her shoulder and interrupts her saying, I heard there was a fire. He said, it was just one of the outer buildings, so the fire didn't spread. It did completely burn up the inside though. Is everything all right? Roseline said, well, no. The building is so damaged that we won't be able to use it. I had the servants remove all the burned furniture since I heard the building would be torn down anyway. Should I have them clean the inside? He holds her shoulder and said, That's not what I meant. He said, I was asking if you are all right. Roseline said, I'm fine. Melchior said, I heard that you went inside the binding kitchen. Don't be so reckless. He said, What if you had ruined everything? Don't you dare do something like that ever again. Hearing this, she thought some. I thought he would praise me. She said, If I hadn't gone inside to check, I wouldn't have been able to find out the cause of the fire. She bowed and said, I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to behave that way. Melchior gets confused and said nervously, Roseline. Roseline turns her face towards other side and asked, Is there anything else you need? Melchior thoughts, I wanted to know if he was injured, how she feels. I want to talk to her about something other than work, but I don't know what to say. Melchior asked her, What did you do today, Roseline? She gets confused and asked, Didn't Hugo report everything already? Melchior sighed and said, No, that's not. What did you have for lunch? Roseline replied, A tomato salad, mashed potatoes, sausages, and a lamb cutlet. He asked, How did it taste? She replied, How did it taste? The way it usually does. He said, No, I mean, there must be something you want to eat, right? Roseline said, I have to get used to Eastern cuisine. That's why you brought in your chef from the East, right? Melchior said, Roseline asked me too. She gets confused and asked, Pardon? Roseline asked him, What did you do today, Melchior? He said, He thinks about the works he did, paperwork, audience with His Majesty. He said, I worked all day. Roseline said, I see. He said, I'll have to work again tomorrow. Roseline turns back and said, Sure. Good luck with that. Melchior grabs her arm and said, Hold on, Roseline. Is there nothing you want from me? Roseline paused hearing this and asked, Pardon? Melchior said, I would like to do something for you. She gets confused and said, In that case, could I appoint a maid named Deborah as my personal maid? Melchior replied her, giving her the permission, As you wish. She gets happy and said, Thank you, Melchior. Melchior called Hugo and asked him, Hugo, who is Deborah? He bowed and said, A young maid who applied to work here when we were hiring 4 days ago. She only started working 2 days ago because she came in as a replacement. Hearing this, Melchior thoughts, This is it. This is an opportunity to learn more about Roseline. He said to Hugo, Call for her immediately, Hugo. Melchior said, seeing Deborah, So this is Deborah? Hugo replied, Yes, Your Grace. Melchior said, I see. Is something wrong with her? Hugo replied, She may be a bit thin, but the doctor assured us that she was perfectly healthy before we hired her. Seeing her trembling, Melchior asked, Then why is she trembling like that? Is she cold? Melchior said, Deborah. She starts sweating and replied, Eep. Yes. Melchior said, Roseline wants you to be her personal maid. Do you know why? She gets shocked hearing this and said, Pardon? I'm not sure. Melchior said, You're not sure? What does that mean? Do you have any idea why she might ask for you? Deborah said, I'm sorry, Your Grace. I have no idea why she would. Melchior interrupts her saying, So you're saying that Roseline went through the trouble of asking me to make you her personal maid, and you have no idea why she would do this? She gets shocked and scared and shouts, Eek! Deborah starts crying and said, I'm sorry, Your Grace. Please don't kill me. Melchior gets confused and asked Hugo, Hugo, have I ever killed any of our staff members? Hugo replied, You haven't, Your Grace. Melchior thinks, I won't get anywhere if she's this scared of me. Melchior said, How much do you pay her every month? Hugo replied, Deborah makes 15 gold a month, Your Grace. Melchior said, I see. Raise her pay by 20 times then. Hearing this, Hugo gets shocked and said, Pardon? You'd have to be at least a manager at the Imperial Palace to earn that much. Melchior said, Deborah, I have a very important mission for you. Consider this raise to be compensation for that. He said, find out what Roseline likes and report it to me. Find out everything you can. Everything. After a few hours, Roseline was sleeping in her room. Some men comes to the manor and one said, It's quiet here, boss. Their boss said, I guess they really don't patrol this part of the estate. He said, all right, let's take this opportunity to start a fire and take the Archduchess to our employer. They comes inside of a abandoned place to set it on fire, but they couldn't find anything. A man said, there aren't any oil barrels anywhere, boss. Could they have fed us false information? Hearing this, their boss starts trembling. The man said, there is nothing else we can set fire to either. Their boss gets in anger and kicking a wall shouts, damn it. The wall gets cracked because of his kick. They all get shocked and one of them said, the wall is collapsing, boss. The wall collapsed and they shouts, arg. The Empress, after hearing about them, said, what? The plan failed? A man said, we shouldn't have left it up to a group of useless mercenaries. The security has become stricter because those diets ruined everything. We won't be able to send anyone to sneak in anymore. The Empress asked, is there nothing we can do, Marquis Oberbakeman? Marquis said, there is another way. The Empress said, what is it? Tell us. Marquis said, the Archduke's wedding will be held outdoors. With so many people watching, we won't be able to have anyone sneak up on them. Which means that it would be best to plant someone who can freely enter the manor. The Empress asked, who might that be? Marquis said, in order to make the bride's wedding dress and bouquet, they'll be hiring a designer, so if we bribed skilled designers from the capital, they would be able to get close to the bride without suspicion. The Empress said, I see. I didn't consider that. Go ahead and recruit all of the most prominent designers in the capital. Next day, Marquis comes and tells the Empress about the condition. She shouts, they're not hiring a dress designer? The Empress asked, what do you mean, Marquis Oberbakeman? Marquis replied, just as I said, Your Majesty. The bride is the child of a criminal, so instead of having a new dress made, they have decided to just alter the late Archduchess' wedding dress. The Empress thinks, how is it that every single plan of ours fails? Could there be a spy among us? She sighed and said, I suppose we'll have to change our approach. Changing scenes, we saw Julian in a garden full of roses. Seeing them, he thinks, the pleasant scent of roses. He saw his hand and thinks, this must be a dream about her. Roseline comes and said, come here, Julian. Julian said, Roseline, I'm afraid of stepping on these roses that remind me of you. She said, I'll be fine. Come here, Julian. He said, when I was younger, I wasn't strong enough to protect you. He said, but now that I can, you've disappeared. She said, it's all right, Julian. I'm still here with you. Suddenly Julian gets younger and said, that can't be. She interrupts him saying, don't you trust me? Julian replied, of course I do. Julian squeezes her arm and thinks, even if it's just a dream, I want to stay. Just a little longer. I don't want to wake up. Roseline said, Julian, I'm so proud of you. Hearing this, he gets shocked. Roseline starts disappearing and Julian shouts, Roseline. She said, my dear Julian, I believe in you. Melchior, then we saw it was really a dream of Melchior. He wakes up. Melchior clenches his hand and thinks, it's been so long since I've dreamed of Roseline, no, of Roseline. I haven't dreamed about her ever since I met Roseline. I can't believe I'm dreaming about Roseline again. Melchior thinks, how pathetic. They may look alike, but they are different people. How could I let myself get swept up by a dream about a woman who isn't my wife? He recalls the moment when Roseline said him, wasn't she your first love? He replied to her, no, that person was my teacher. Melchior thinks, I have to apologize to her. In the next scene, a servant goes to Roseline and said to her that Melchior is asking for her. Roseline asked her, Melchior asked for me? The servant replied, yes, your grace. Roseline thinks, shouldn't he be at work by now? Did something happen? Melchior was waiting for her standing outside. She comes and said, Melchior, why are you waiting out here? I heard you have something to say to me. Melchior said, Roseline, He said, I'm here to apologize to you. Hearing this, she gets shocked and asked, Pardon? Roseline thinks, what would Melchior have to apologize to me for? I suppose he did have to go back on his word about keeping the wedding simple, but it's not like that was his fault. Roseline said, I'm fine, Melchior. Melchior said, You are? Roseline said, It's not like you did it on purpose. There was no helping it, right? He thinks, I haven't even told her about my dream yet. How does she know? Melchior gets chilled and thinks, could this be woman's intuition? Melchior clenched his hand and said, I'm sorry, Roseline. I told you I would take good care of you, and yet I. Roseline interrupts him saying, It's fine. I don't really care about those kind of things anyway. Melchior asked, You don't care? Roseline said, It's not like I can do anything about it. I decided that it's easier for me to just let it go. Hearing this, he gets shocked. Melchior said, Don't say that. He thinks, why am I getting upset when I'm the one at fault? I have no right to be angry with Roseline for not getting jealous when I'm the one having dreams about embracing another woman. Melchior said, Don't think that way. You have the right to be angry with me. Roseline asked, What? She gets confused and asked, It's not that serious, is it? She thinks, it's not like our wedding will be completely open to the public. Roseline said, I expected as much, so I'm fine with it. And if anything does happen, I'll be prepared. Hearing this, Melchior thinks, prepared? Does that mean that Roseline sees me as a man capable of cheating on his wife? He thinks, unbelievable. Is that's really how I come off? Melchior steps towards her and said, Roseline, I'm not that kind of man. Roseline said, Melchior, you don't have to push yourself to. Melchior gets her in his arms and said, I'm not. I'm your husband. And I promised that I would fulfill my duties to you. Roseline said, Yes, you did, but. Melchior interrupts her saying, I won't go back on my word, I swear. Roseline thinks, oh no. What do I do? I can't think of anything else Melchior could do for me as my husband. The only thing left is. Roseline said, Melchior? When will you be fulfilling your duties? Melchior replied, starting this very moment. Hearing this, Roseline gets shocked and asked, What? She faltered and asked, Don't you have to go to work, Melchior? Roseline thinks, I don't feel as unprepared now after what happened the other night, but isn't this too soon? The wedding hasn't even happened yet. Melchior said, I'll wait for your answer. Hearing this, she gets some relief. She thinks, thank goodness, so he doesn't intend on doing it right now. He seems to be waiting for my consent. She thinks, I feel like it's still too early. But I do have to do all that's expected of me as a wife, even if this is just a contract marriage. Besides, look how fired up he is about this. Roseline had a firm clasp on his hand. Melchior gets confused and said, Oh. Holding his hand, she thinks, his hand is so warm. Holding hands is actually kind of comforting. I'm not confident that I can do it, but I can't just keep avoiding this. I'm sure it will be fine. Roseline said, All right then, come see me tonight. Melchior asked, Tonight? She said, Oh, will you be home late again? Melchior said, I should be done around dawn. No, I'll be home as soon as possible. Melchior kissed her hand and said, This is my Roseline. He thinks, Roseline is my first love. I won't deny it any longer. It's not like I can change the past. But I married this Roseline. I will devote myself to her from this moment onward. I was taught to do the right thing and take responsibility. Melchior said to her, Roseline, I will come and see you tonight no matter what. So rest easy. Roseline, sitting in her room seeing her fingers, thinks, the tips of my fingers are still tingling. Are Melchior and I really going to? Meanwhile, the servant asked, interrupting her, Does the tea not suit your taste, your grace? Roseline, seeing the cup of tea, said, I was distracted. I'll drink it now. The servant said, I'll go and get you a fresh cup since it's gotten cold, Your Grace. Roseline said, It's fine. The servant asked her, Are you feeling all right, Your Grace? She asked, HM? The servant hesitated and said, You seem out of sorts today. Roseline placed the cup on table and said, Well, I suppose I am a bit uneasy. The servant asked, Should I postpone the appointment if you aren't feeling well? Roseline asked, The appointment? The servant said, You were supposed to meet with a designer and take measurements for your wedding dress. Roseline said, Oh, right. That. She thinks, I can't believe the Empress sent over the Empire's most famous designer as a wedding present. What is she up to? The servant said, We should really postpone it if you don't feel. Roseline stands from her chair and interrupts her, saying, No, I'm fine. All we have to do is take measurements, so there is no need to postpone. Roseline asked, Are we doing that here, Deborah? We should tidy up some of this paperwork then. The servant said, No, everything has been prepared in the changing room downstairs. Johanna said to ring that bell twice, once you are ready. Roseline picks and ring the bell and said, This one you mean? The servant replied, Yes, exactly. Suddenly Roseline gets shocked and asked, Wait, if everything is prepared then? She said, Deborah, don't tell me. The designer is here already? Deborah smiled and said, Yes. Meanwhile the designer comes in and said, Good day, Your Grace. My name is Gertrude Bart, the best designer in the capital. The designer said, I'm sorry for making you wait, Miss Bart. Goodness, please call me Gertrude, Your Grace. Roseline, seeing her, thinks, I'm surprised she isn't annoyed at having waited for so long. She doesn't look like it at all, but maybe she's actually quite easygoing? I heard that Gertrude Bart takes so much pride in her work that she even refused to work exclusively for the princess. She thinks, it's not like I can just ask her why she would set aside her pride to be nice to me. Gertrude gives her some designs and said, Let's start with these 5 dresses. Please tell me which design you like best. Once you decide on a silhouette, please choose the fabric and decorative elements from the catalog. Roseline thinks she wants me to choose from a few basic shapes. I guess I could just pick whatever will make me look good enough. But the decorative elements don't matter right now. This is... Gertrude thinks, seeing her, I knew it. She doesn't know a thing about fashion. It's not surprising that the daughter of some unimportant family has no sense of style. Why do I, the Empire's greatest designer, have to waste my time making a dress by the daughter of a criminal anyway? Meanwhile Roseline said, Miss Gertrude. Gertrude said, Yes, Your Grace. Roseline asked her, Did they tell you that the wedding will be held outdoors? Gertrude gets confused and asked, Pardon? Roseline said, Originally we planned to hold our simple ceremony in the manor's chapel. What the wedding suddenly got so much bigger, so we rented an outdoor space in a park. Gertrude said, I see. Roseline, pointing her finger towards a dress, said, These dresses are all slightly blue to accommodate indoor lighting, so don't you think they'll look a bit dark out in the sun? Hearing this, Gertrude thinks, so. She's right. Even if we choose to add sparkles, these dresses won't shine outdoors. Roseline said, Instead of this bluish fabric, let's go with something completely white or with hint of silver. And I would prefer a sturdier fabric rather than anything flowy. If the dress is too light, the wind might cause the skirt to move around. Since their majesties will be in attendance, the dress can't be too simple or flashy. Gertrude said, That's a bit vague, Your Grace. She said, If you cannot express exactly what you would like, the dress will end up being my interpretation of your wishes. You may not be fully satisfied with the end result. Roseline said, When I wear heels, I'm about this tall. And the groom is about this tall. She raised her hand and said, Weddings are not just about the bride, but about the grooms too. We have to consider our difference in height, since we'll be standing next to each other. Hearing this, Gertrude gets confused and asked, Pardon? Roseline said, Melchior is quite tall, which means that my dress shouldn't be top-heavy. So, let's do a slim bodice with a ball-gown skirt. with less volume on the front and sides and a long train in the back. Similar to this design. Gertrude said, but Your Grace, that would make the front of the dress look boring. If we're considering the wind, we can't even use a chiffon fabric. Roseline interrupts her saying, is it not your job as the designer to come up with a solution, Miss Gertrude? She gets shocked and asked, pardon? Roseline said, adding lace to the whole dress is the most expensive choice, isn't it? Gertrude replied, yes, that would take the most work, so. Roseline said, then I'll choose this design for one of the dresses. Hearing this, Gertrude gets confused and asked, for one? Roseline said, the second dress will have piles and white roses stitched along the bottom of the skirt. And the last dress will have a layer of tulle with the silver beads lining the bottom, with silver embroidery decorating the bodice from the collar down to the waist. Gertrude asked, Your Grace, are you saying that you will be ordering 3 dresses? Roseline replied, no. Like I said, a wedding isn't just about the bride. She said, show these 3 designs to Melchior, we'll go with whatever he chooses. Melchior said, so these are the 3 designs that Roseline picked. Gertrude replied, yes, Your Grace. Meanwhile she thinks, he really is scary in person. Gertrude said, Her Grace has said that she will go with what you choose. Melchior asked, it's up to me? Melchior, seeing the designs, thinks, dress designs. I have no idea what looks good. If she likes these 3, she should just get all of them. Everything would look fantastic on her, anyway. Melchior said her, I'll go with all 3. Hearing this, Gertrude gets confused and asked, pardon? Melchior said, you said that Roseline choose these designs, correct? Then I'll order all 3, each with different kinds of lace. Gertrude said, oh. But Your Grace, Her Grace won't be able to wear 3 wedding dresses at the same time. Please choose one for her to wear during the ceremony. Melchior thinks, oh, now I understand. I nearly made another mistake by misunderstanding Roseline's intentions. But it is true that any dress would suit her wonderfully. Whether it's her clothes for horseback riding, a fancy dress for outings, or simpler indoor outfits, they all look great on her. Roseline herself seems to prefer comfortable clothes. But since this is an occasion to dress up, I'm sure she won't mind. That means the only choice I can make is. Melchior said, Gertrude, which dress do you think would suit me best? Hearing this, she gets confused and asked, pardon. She thinks, wait, what? I thought this was about a wedding dress for Her Grace. Why is he asking which dress will suit him? This catalog only contains designs for women. Hold on. The Archduke originally wanted to hold a private ceremony, which is very unusual. Most nobles would jump at the chance to hold an extravagant wedding, if only to show off their wealth. The fact that they wanted to hold a simple ceremony in the Manor's chapel and then run off to the east means. Don't tell me. His Grace wanted to wear a wedding dress? Melchior asked her, what is it? Do none of them suit me? Gertrude bowed and said, no, not at all. She thinks, the cold-hearted Archduke, wearing a dress? This will challenge my creative limits. She thinks, having reached the pinnacle of the world of fashion design, earning great renown and wealth, I no longer had anything to aspire to and was left with a sense of ennui. I thought my heart would never beat from excitement ever again. Everyone has desires that they cannot share with others. The Archduke may have decided to be brave and finally showed the world his true self. She thinks, out of respect for his bravery, I will make the most beautiful dress that suits His Grace's prestige. Gertrude, showing him a dress, said, Your Grace, this dress with the most glamorous lace pattern would suit you best. Melchior said, then we'll go with that one. Gertrude said, yes, Your Grace. Melchior said, all right, then you may go. Gertrude paused and asked, pardon? She said, hold on, Your Grace. What about your choice for Her Grace's dress? Melchior said, HM? Pointing his finger towards the design book, he said, I just told you my choice. Hearing this, she gets confused and thinks, matching wedding dresses? A representation of the Archduke's profound love for his wife, symbolizing their union. I am humbled once again. Gertrude said, Leave it to me, Your Grace. I, Gertrude Bart, will not shy away from the amount of work it will take to create the perfect dress. Heinz comes to Melchior and said, I heard the dress designer came to see you, Your Grace. He asked, How was the design? Did you like it? Melchior replied, I have no interest in dresses. He thinks, unless Roseline is wearing it, I suppose. Heinz shocked and shouts. What? Melchior said, quite down. Heinz thinks, huh? I thought the two of them were getting along well. Why is he so disinterested? Don't tell me he's going to make me work late again. Heinz said, if Her Grace asked for your opinion, even though she could have picked anything, doesn't that mean she was having a hard time choosing, or wanted to discuss the designs with you? Why don't you send her a card? Hearing this, Melchior stops reading and thinks, maybe he's right. If Roseline was asking for my opinion, I can't just ignore her. I should give her some kind of a response. Melchior starts leaving and Heinz asked her, How do you get over there so fast? Heinz said, he could just write the card here. He scratched his head and thinks, His Grace would usually have one of his subordinates pen a reply for him. What secretive thing is he going to write that he even moved to another room to do it? He said anyway. It looks like His Grace doesn't actually realize how much he really likes Lady Roseline. Meanwhile, Melchior starts reading a letter. I saw the dress you will be wearing. It was beautiful. I'm looking forward to the wedding. He thinks, no, I can't lie to her. I'm looking forward to seeing Roseline in the dress, not the wedding. Besides, I don't actually know what she looks like in it. He writes, I look forward to seeing you in the dress. I'm sure you will look beautiful. Melchior thinks, wait, does that sound like I'm saying she needs to wear a nice dress to look beautiful? He writes, I look forward to our married life. He thinks again, the wedding hasn't even happened yet. Am I going too fast? Melchior sighed and think, why is it so hard to write a single card? He thinks, alright, I'll just be as sincere as possible. I'll tell her exactly how I feel. No flowery language, just facts. He writes, Roseline, I eagerly awaits becoming one with you. I'll be home early tonight. Meanwhile, reading it, Roseline gets shocked. She thinks he's implying what I think he is, right? That especially given what he told me this morning. She sighed and said to Deborah, Please change the sheets, Deborah. Melchior will visit me tonight. Deborah asked, Pardon? His Grace will be here? Roseline replied, Yes, he'll sleep. No, I guess he didn't say he'd be staying. She thinks, what am I supposed to wear? Roseline said, Oh. Deborah, could you get me some painkillers? Deborah asked, Are you in any pain in Your Grace? Roseline said, I will be later. Pardon? Roseline thinks, I only know the basics about that. Am I supposed to take off my underwear myself, or will Melchior be doing that? I wish I knew more so I could be prepared. Meanwhile, a servant comes and shouts, Your Grace, you are needed downstairs immediately. Roseline asked, What happened? The servant said, Well, Her Highness the Princess is here. She gets shocked and thinks, What? Why would the princess be here? After a few moments she comes downstairs and the princess said, Nice to meet you, Archduchess Postenmeier, I'm Anastrat. Roseline said, Greetings, Your Highness. My name is Roseline Postenmeier. Seeing her, Roseline thinks she's the daughter of the late emperor. I heard that she proposed marriage to Melchior several times, but he always rejected her. Rumor has it that she's not in love with him and is just after his power and riches. But this must be irritating for her nevertheless. Roseline saw some boxes and asked, By the way, what's all this? The princess replied, I heard that you went through something troubling lately, so these are consolation gifts from the imperial family. Roseline thinks, oh, she must be referring to that fire. The princess said, I'm here to represent the imperial family. She said, You are such a beauty. You weren't a part of the capital's high society, were you? She said, I'm sure if you had been, everyone would have been talking about your looks. Roseline replied, thank you. The princess grabs her hand and said, I'd love to talk to you, Roseline. Would you make some time for me right now? Roseline thinks, does she just have no respect for me, or does she always forego all etiquette? What on earth does she want to talk to me about? The princess and Roseline comes inside the manor, and the princess said, wow, so this is what it looks like. I've never been inside the Postenmeier Manor in the capital. I kept asking him to invite me here, but he never listened. Roseline said, I apologize for not hosting you properly. I didn't expect such a sudden visit. I hope you understand. The princess smiled and said, there is no need for formality, Roseline. I don't care about things like that anyway. The princess said, we have some woman things to discuss. So would you send away your butler? Roseline said to Hugo, you may leave, Hugo. She said, first, let me thank you for all the gifts. I didn't expect you to send so many. The princess said, I was supposed to bring you more. She said, I was in a hurry to see you, Roseline, so I left before everything was ready. She said, as you probably know, 4 years ago I proposed to Melchior and was rejected. Hearing this, Roseline thinks, there it is. The princess said, so I was curious to see who he had finally decided to marry. Roseline said, I am from the Crimson Rose family from the West. Meanwhile, she thinks, this should be an adequate answer. The princess said, I know your family is pretty famous. The princess said, it's not every day you hear about a nobleman committing a crime and then getting murdered, right? And this is the first time a noble family was reinstated after being stripped of its title. Hearing her, Roseline thinks, how could she be so blunt? I can't just respond in anger. Because now that Hugo has left the room, there are no witnesses. Besides, my reputation is already at rock bottom among the servants, so if I angrily send the fences away, it will only result in stranger rumors about me. In that case, Roseline said, I wanted to meet you too, Your Highness. Hearing this, the princess gets shocked and asked, oh? Really? Roseline replied, yes. While I was at the academy, I read about your graduation thesis, you see. You wrote that balance is the most important thing in the world, and so to balance out all the hard workers, some people must be lazy. If all rulers as role models to their subjects were to be diligent, it would be like renouncing the life choices of those who are lazy. And so, but truly benevolent ruler must be indolent, so that his subjects may feel a sense of kinship and hope. The princess, hearing this, shouts, stop. The princess gets shocked and asked her, where do you have all that memorized? Roseline said, that excerpt left such a strong impression that I still remember it. The princess gets confused. Roseline said, it's such an honor to meet the author of that brilliant thesis. Who knew that rulers have to be slothful for the greater good? Roseline thinks, was there too harsh? Though I am sure she understood my intent. The princess said, if I take the throne, I'll close down every single academy. She said, anyway, I'm sorry for suddenly behaving so rudely. I wanted to see if I could make you mad. Roseline asked, you wanted to anger me on purpose? But why? The princess said, you have to admit that because of our status, it's really hard to get to know each other right away because everyone's too busy probing each other and being polite, right? The princess said, so this is what I do when I want to get to know someone quickly. Meanwhile, Roseline thinks, but it sounds like she'd make enemies that way. Roseline said, it was really rude of you. No one has ever spoken to me so impolitely on our first meeting before. The princess said, to be honest, I kind of wanted to pick a fight with you. I'm a bit jealous, you know. Roseline asked, you are jealous? She replied, like I said, Melchior rejected me. Roseline thinks, oh, could it be that the princess actually liked Melchior? Then she must have had her heart broken over and over again. Roseline said, it must have been hard for you. The princess replied, it was. I had a hard time accepting that my dreams of slacking off forever would never come true. Hearing this, Roseline gets shocked. The princess said, Melchior is capable enough to rule over the empire, just like he is rolling over his own territory. And I could have spent the rest of my days doing whatever I wanted. She said, anyway, I'm relieved to discover that you are a much more amazing person than I expected. She said, it would have been annoying if Melchior had married someone boring. Roseline said, I wouldn't call myself amazing. The princess stands and said, you are though. Most people immediately get angry when I rile them up like this. Only a few restrain themselves or just ignore me. But no one's ever fought back like you just did. The princess comes close to her and said, I was serious when I said there were more gifts for you. The rest will arrive later today. Roseline asked, there's more? The princess said, they are my gifts to you, Roseline, so put them to good use. I think you'll be good at that kind of thing. Roseline thinks seeing her when she was leaving, Princess Anastrad is a bit overwhelming, but doesn't seem like a bad person. But she waves her hand to say bye and thinks, I really don't want to spend a lot of time with her. After a few hours, Melchior comes and opens the door saying, I'm coming in, Roseline. Roseline, sitting on bed, said, you are here. Roseline said nervously, welcome home. He asked her, were you getting ready for bed? Roseline said, for bed. I suppose. He asked her, are you having a hard time sleeping? She asked, pardon? He said, you should wait until after your coming of age ceremony to drink. You shouldn't have wine when you're still underage. Roseline said, that rule shouldn't apply to me since we've handed in our marriage papers, right? He said, still. Your body doesn't know that. If you need it in order to fall asleep, I suggest finding a better way. Alcohol is not good for you. Roseline said, it's not here because I like it. He asked, if you don't like it, why is it here? Roseline replied, in case you want it. Meanwhile, she thinks, it might be hard for you to do this while you're sober, after all. He gets confused and asked, me? He thinks, why would I want wine? Did I say something that made her think I was a drunkard? He asked her, why would I want alcohol? Roseline asked him, do you not drink at all? He replied, I do if I have to, but I have no reason to today. She thinks, I feel like our conversation keeps going in circles. Could it be that Melchior is testing me? Roseline asked him, is there something else you need to prepare? He asked HM. Roseline said, Deborah is a bit young, so I had Johanna help me decorate the room. Melchior replied, I see. Good job. She thinks, why does it sound like he's judging me? I didn't do any of this to get his approval. I just did it because I thought it was my duty to decorate the bridal chamber. She squeezed her cloths and said, all right, let's go to bed then. Melchior turns back and said, very well. Good night. Roseline asked him, are you just going to leave? Hearing this, he stops and said, what is it? Is there anything you need from me? Roseline said, I thought you needed something from me. Melchior gets shocked and asked, me? He thinks, what is she talking about? Did I miss something in our conversation? Or did I make another mistake? He asked, what made you think that? Roseline asked, excuse me. He asked, there must be a reason for you to think that, right? Roseline gets confused and thinks, what is he saying? Is he telling me that I've misunderstood everything? Today was so stressful, and yet all day long I tried so hard to be a good wife to you. Roseline said, I don't want to say. He asked, you don't want to say? Roseline said, I have no reason to explain myself. He said, Roseline, have I done something wrong to you? Roseline said, you're right, it's not really your fault. He gets confused and said, I don't know why you're mad at me, Roseline. Roseline said, I'm not mad. We're married, so it's a perfectly normal demand. He gets confused and said, what? He asked her, what demand did I make of you, Roseline? Roseline said, I told you I don't want to say. He grabs her and said, then please just listen to me. I've never made any requests of you. I don't understand what you're angry about. No, I don't understand what's causing you to make this upset face. And I don't know what I said that made you think I was demanding something. I can't even begin to imagine what it is I did wrong. and I won't be able to fix it if you don't tell me their reason. Roseline clenched her hand and think, so he wasn't testing me? Does that mean that card? Roseline asked him, so you really had no ulterior motive for sending that? He asked, sending what? Roseline replied, the card. Hearing this, he gets shocked and asked, the card? Ha! He asked her, what did you think I was saying with that card, Roseline? Roseline replied, well, I didn't really. I was just a bit surprised and exasperated. I felt like you were rushing things. You have every right to it, of course, and it's my duty, so it's not wrong for you to ask. Hearing this, he gets shocked and thinks, I was rushing things? He thinks, I thought I was being careful, but maybe I thought about it too much and ended up writing something bizarre? He clenched his hand and said, Roseline, that card was a mistake. Roseline said, judging by what you are saying, that seems likely. Roseline turns her head and said, I misjudged you. He asked, misjudged? Roseline said, I'm not that great with words either, but I feel like you and I really don't understand each other. It's hard for me to comprehend your intent right away. Maybe it's because we're from different regions? He thinks, there's no way the problem lies with Roseline. That means I'm the problem. He said, please don't misunderstand. If your feelings are ever hurt again, my abnormality is to blame for it, so. Roseline gets shocked and asked, his abnormality? What on earth? On the next day, she comes outside and gardens and thinks, I was up all night because I couldn't stop thinking about it. I thought taking a walk might clear my head, but suddenly she noticed something and thinks, I've never seen this path before. I wonder where it leads. She thinks, I don't think there are any other buildings or gardens in that direction. Suddenly she turns and found Julian. Seeing him, she said, oh, Julian. Julian becomes happy seeing her and he said, with a smile on his face, you came. She gets confused, Julian said, hello? He bowed and said, I didn't think I would run into you again here. It's been a while. Hearing this, she gets confused and thinks, has it been a while? Didn't we meet a few days ago? Roseline asked him, Julian, have you been bullied again at all? Julian asked, pardon? Roseline, picking a tree leaf from his shoulder, said, did they chase you all the way out here? Or maybe you fled and this is where you ended up? Julian replied, no, I didn't run here, nor did I get chased. He said, I was actually waiting here because I thought I might be able to see you again. Roseline asked, you were waiting for me? For how long? Julian replied, not that long. Every time I took a walk, I would just linger for a little while, that's all. Don't worry about it. Roseline gets embarrassed and thinks, don't tell me. He was waiting at the spot we first met because he wanted to see me again. She thinks, not even my own family has ever treated me like this. It's kind of sweet. Julian said, in any case, I wanted to thank you. Thanks to meeting you, Roseline, an issue I had resolved itself. And the method you told me about was also really effective. She said, oh. Meanwhile, she thinks, that's right. Julian was such a good student that the others were jealous of him, and were trying to make him steal the answer to an exam. Roseline asked him, so you followed the tip I gave you? Julian replied, yes, my professor was very pleased as well. He said, how did you come up with the idea of writing down everything you learned during the semester on your exam paper? She thinks, well, there's a reason for that. I was always diligent with my studies, but I wasn't a genius. So I often had a hard time applying the things I had studied to difficult exam questions. But instead leaving the answer blank, I wrote down every formula I learned in class and showed how I would apply them to the question. Rosaline's professor said to her, Roseline, I've decided to give you a perfect score. She said, but sir, I wasn't able to solve the last question. Her professor replied, yes, but you clearly showed me that you understood everything I've taught you in class. And exams are a chance for students to prove that. You deserve a perfect score. She thinks, it turned out that the question I couldn't answer was actually too hard for students to solve, so I was lucky. Roseline said, I'm glad to hear that, Julian. Julian said, thanks to you, I was able to get a perfect score and stay at the top of my class. It's all because of your help, Roseline. She gets confused and thinks HM? But I only told him about that tip a few days ago. She thinks he actually took his exam and got the results that quickly? Then again, it does look like he's grown a bit. I feel like he was much shorter when we first met, or am I imagining things? She said, I'm glad it all worked out for you. Julian replied, me too. That's why I wanted to thank you the next time I saw you. He asked also, could we meet again? She asked, HM? Julian asked, oh, are you too busy? Roseline said, I wouldn't say that, but she thinks I'm not close with my family, and I can't figure out my future husband, but it feels like I've actually made a friend. We've only met 3 times now, but talking to him feels like a breath of fresh air. She asked him, how about I teach you some basic defensive sword fighting techniques in the meantime? Julian gets confused and asked, defensive sword fighting? Roseline asked him, is that a no? Julian replied, not at all. It's just so unexpected. I would be very grateful. Julian said, I'm really happy. Roseline, seeing his eyes, thinks, no matter how many times I see them, I can't help but notice how unique Julian's eyes are. They're pretty, and yet there's a strange power in them that's unnerving. Roseline picks a branch and said, I say sword fighting, but we'll be using branches instead. It's not like you'll be using real swords at school. Julian asked, that branch looks really thin though. Shouldn't we look for sturdier one? Roseline asked, you think so? Julian said, it looks like it would break easily. Roseline said, you're right, if I were to stab someone with this, it would snap before it does any damage. Which is why an opponent would let their guard down. Julian asked, pardon? She said, for example, if I were to aim for your face with this, what would you do? Julian replied, I'd use my hand to block it. She asked, what if this was a real fight? He said, then I'd probably grab the branch and try to break it. She said, go ahead and try that. Roseline dashed towards him and tries to hit him. But Julian grabs the branch and tries to break it. Suddenly she pulls him towards her and leaves the branch. She hugs him and said, gotcha? She said, haha, you nearly fell over. Julian gets confused and said, I apologize. Roseline said, don't. This is exactly what I wanted to teach you. Rather than being a weapon, the branch is bait. The aim is to get your opponent to focus on grabbing onto this. This is the kind of thing I'll be teaching you. This will be more helpful to you than swinging around a real sword. She asked him, how about it? Would you like me to teach you? Julian nods his head. Roseline said, all right then. Get ready. Let's try something else this time. 30 minutes later. Julian said, this isn't as simple as it looks. Roseline said, right? Julian said, thank you for teaching me so much today. Please get home safe. Roseline, waving her hand, said, all right. You too, Julian. Julian bowed and she thinks he could just wave goodbye. He keeps calling me his savior too. He's such an earnest boy. Anyway, I need to check where the paths connect. If the manor gardens are connected to this forest, we'll need to take security precautions. Also, how is the sun so bright when the canopy is so dense? The sunlight is so warm, it's like I'm dreaming. Suddenly she stops and thinks, HM? She gets shocked seeing Nicholas and he shouts, Your Grace. Roseline said, oh, Nicholas. What is it? He replied, I heard that you left to go on a walk without a guard, so I rushed to be at your side, Your Grace. He said, I saw you walk down that path just now, but you turned back right away. Hearing this, she gets shocked and asked, pardon? Roseline said, did you just say that I turned back right away, Nicholas? He replied, I saw you heading into the thickets, so I meant to follow, but you came back immediately, so... He asked, what is it, Your Grace? Roseline gets shocked. Roseline thinks, was I just mistaken? She turns and think, but I swear I. She said, Nicholas, what's in that direction? He replied, the manor here in the capital is not very large. The gardens are still being tended to. So as you walk about 20 steps in that direction, you would reach a wall. Hearing this, she gets shocked. Roseline starts sweating and thinks, that means there's no way the gardens are connected to the forest. So how did I end up there? She thinks, I didn't just travel across space. I know I was in there for at least half an hour, but Nicholas says that I turned around right away. Nicholas said, what's wrong, Your Grace? Roseline said, nothing. Then is the academy quite far from the park? Nicholas asked, the academy? She said, I thought I saw an academy through the forest we went to the other day. Nicholas said, past the forest. He said, oh. Yes, there was a school. I heard that noble children outside of their direct family lines went there. Children who are out of the running to become successors would be safer in the capital than in that territories, after all. I heard that 5 years ago, when they built this park, that campus was shut down, and the academy was moved to the outskirts of the capital. Hearing this, she gets shocked and thinks, don't tell me. Nicholas said, you look pale, Your Grace. Roseline steps forward and said, I'm all right. I'm going to go back to my room and rest. She thinks, somewhere safe. I have to get somewhere safe right now. After some time, she found herself in a room. Melchior was sitting there doing some paperwork. He asked her, are you awake? She said, Melchior. She thinks, when did I doze off? Wait, that's paperwork that I was supposed to do. He said, you can rest more if you're tired. There's no reason to overwork yourself. Roseline said, I know. I just don't feel like sleeping anymore. Melchior said, this tea will help with your fatigue. Drink it. She said, thank you, and drinks the tea. She thinks, how thoughtful of him too. She suddenly thinks, it's so bitter. I knew it. She thinks, I wonder if Julian got back safely. I still don't know what's happening, but if Julian has spiritual powers, I'm sure he must have experienced things like this before. Roseline said, Julian. Melchior said, what is it? She gets shocked. She thinks, oh no. It's been a long day, but still. I can't believe I said another man's name in front of my husband. She said, oh sorry, Melchior. Melchior said, don't apologize, you can call me Julian. She gets confused and said, no, that's not it, and Julian isn't even your first name. It's your middle name, isn't it? He replied, no, it's my name. She gets confused and thinks, HM? He said, before His Majesty gave me the names Melchior and Eckhart, I went by Julian. His Majesty, if the Emperor gives you new names, they would be written before your own name to denote their importance. Roseline asked, so Melchior isn't your real name? He replied, people usually don't give their children such unusual names. Roseline thinks, just isn't an uncommon name, but it sounds a bit delicate for a man his size. Roseline said, oh, you said you went by Julian, but I've never heard anyone call you that. Melchior raised his head and said, I suppose there's no one left to call me that. He said, I lost contact with my classmates from the academy after the old campus was shut down. And ever since His Majesty gave me those new names, everyone has called me by them. Roseline asked, did you attend an academy too? He replied, yes, I went to the one here in the capital, not one in the east. She thinks, oh, the place Nicholas told me about. He said, it used to be past the centennial forest, but I heard it was moved outside of the city. Roseline thinks, I thought he would have been trained at home to become the family heir from an early age. Wait, wasn't that school mostly for children of noble families who weren't going to be successors? Roseline asked, so you didn't start out with the right to this position? How did you end up gaining that right? Melchior replied, a lot happened, though I don't remember much. Roseline asked, you don't remember? He replied, it's nothing serious. My memories from before I turned 18 are hazy, but there are records back at the family manor, so I have a vague idea of what happened during those years. She thinks he can't remember his entire childhood? She said, but you said you met Roseline 10 years ago. He said, I do remember her, although I can't recall the last time I saw her. She thinks so that's why he's so obsessed with her. He can't remember his childhood, except for this one person. She thinks, no wonder he can't forget her, especially since she helped him out, too. Suddenly she thinks, Wait. He also attended the old academy that was next to the park, and he says he can't remember much about his childhood besides his memories of Roseline. She thinks, don't tell me. Could that Roseline actually be me? That I met a student from an academy that shut down 5 years ago already doesn't make any sense. And the fact that I apparently magically teleported somewhere is strange enough, but time flows differently whenever I meet Julian too. What if for some reason I jumped across time and space and met someone from the past? But could Julian and Melchior really be? They're just too different. Julian is a polite and thoughtful boy, even if he did lose his memory. Could he really have turned into someone this dense? Calm down. I can't be certain about anything. Melchior asked her, what is it, Roseline? She replied, nothing, He asked, all right then. Could I ask you something? Roseline replied, of course, go ahead. He asked her, did you have lunch? She gets confused and asked, pardon? She thinks, how sudden. He asked her, what did you eat? She replied, lamb stew. He asked, how did you eat it? She asked, pardon? She said, well, it was a stew, so I ate it with a spoon. He asked, how did you swallow it? She gets confused and thinks, what's with these questions? A few hours ago, Melchior asked Heinz, do you have a hard time understanding me? He replied, I'm working really hard now. Why are you criticizing me again? Melchior said, it's a question, not a criticism. He asked, have you ever found me difficult to understand? Heinz smiled and said, you're always straightforward, Your Grace. He said, am I? So it's not hard to understand me. He asked, is it my tone then? Or are my mannerisms offensive in some way? Heinz asked, pardon? Heinz stares at him and thinks, wow, I've never seen His Grace look like such a sad puppy in the rain. Heinz said, I take it that Her Grace is unhappy with your attitude, Your Grace? Heinz said, I'm used to it now. But that's not the case for Her Grace. I can understand why she might have been offended. Heinz replied, you always get straight to the point, so the conversation ends too quickly. People tend to get to know each other through small talk. So you being this brusque makes it hard for anyone to get to know you. You never talk about your own life, and you have practically no interest in anyone else's. If you don't know anything about someone, how could you get close to them? You'd just be awkward around each other forever. For example, Your Grace, you had nothing but coffee for breakfast again, didn't you? That's not good for you. It might not affect you much since you're so strong, but it would be better for you to have breakfast. Melchior asked, what nonsense are you suddenly talking about? He replied that I'd like for you to live a happy, healthy and long life. Melchior said, stop it and get back to work. Heinz raised from his chair and shouts, that's exactly what I mean. The way you dismiss my worries as nonsense is really hurtful. He clenched his hand and said, I'm strong enough to now no longer be hurt by this injustice though. Melchior asked, is that so? Heinz replied, that's it. I'll teach you how to be a great conversationalist. I'm not doing this to avoid work. Melchior thinks, to sum up what Heinz told me, one must seem interested in other person and ask inconsequential questions. Instead of cutting off the conversation too quickly, keep asking for details so that it can continue. Perfect. That's exactly what I did. Roseline asked, how? I put it in my mouth and swallowed. He said, it's a stew so unlike soup, it should have had other things in it, no? Roseline replied, well, yes, I chewed. He asked, and? She replied, chewed. And swallowed. He asked, what did it feel like? Roseline asked, what? She thinks, why on earth is he asking me all these weird questions? He said, please answer me, Roseline, I want to hear it. Roseline asked, why do you want to hear about that? He said, we're married. Is that not enough of a reason? He thinks, normally I wouldn't ask such questions. But with Roseline it's different. When it comes to her, I want to hear about every single detail of her day. But what if I'm making her uncomfortable again? Roseline replied, eating the stew felt warm. He asked, and? She replied, and soft. No, maybe it was a bit sticky? He asked, and what about after that? She replied, I used my tongue to taste the last bits of it in my mouth. She stops and asked in anger, why? Are you making me say things like this? He replied, I'm not making you say anything. I just want to hear about it. He said, if you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to tell me. She thinks, I don't think he's lying, but... Suddenly she thinks, Hold on. I'm abnormal. That's what he told me that night. Oh, I think I get it now. Melchior is a pervert. That's what it is. The head of the greatest noble family in the empire is a pervert. So that's why he refused to marry the princess? But if this is his preference, well, I guess it could be a lot worse. It does make me a bit uncomfortable, but if I just have to use my word, I do owe Melchior a lot, and it does make me feel better that he has a flaw like this. Otherwise he'd be too perfect, and it would be too strange for him to help me for no reason. She said, I guess I could tell you, if you like. He gets surprised and asked, really? Roseline said, but I think I need some time. Doing something like this is so suddenly is a bit much for me. He asked, a bit too much? She said, well, it's a bit sudden. But I'm not saying I don't want to. It's my duty after all. I'll do some research about this, so why don't we start with short conversations and go from there? Hearing this he thinks, Heinz was right. Small talk was the answer, after all. Seeing him happy she thinks, look how happy he is. What a pervert. In the next scene Hugo asked Melchior, what about breakfast, Your Grace? He replied, just the mandchling**, as usual. Is Roseline still asleep? Hugo replied, yes. The sun has yet to rise, so would you like her to see you off? Melchior said, no, it's fine. Let her get enough sleep. He said, get everything ready so she can eat as soon as she gets up. And don't forget about Countess Crimsoneros and Alphonse. Hugo bowed and said, of course, Your Grace. Melchior leaves the manor, and while leaving he smiled and thinks, see you later, Roseline. Meanwhile Roseline wakes up and thinks, now that I've slept on it, I'm more certain than ever. First, I'm able to travel to and from 10 years in the past. And second, Julien and Melchior are the same person. She opens the window and thinks, but I still don't know how I'm able to travel to the past. And it's concerning that the flow of time seems to be different. It definitely seemed like a few weeks had passed on Julien's end, when only a few days had gone by here. She thinks, in other words, even if I go and see Julien every day, for him, it'll be as I only come once a week. On top of that, time seems to flow differently depending on whether or not I'm with Julien. But even that isn't consistent either. Instead of time passing concurrently on each side, it almost seems like it adjusts whenever I see Julien. It's like magic. She thinks, there are barely any records left on ancient magic, but maybe I should look for them anyway. After a few hours Roseline was ready to sit in her carriage to leave while Gertrude comes and shouts, Your Grace. Roseline turns and asks, Gertrude? What is it? She replied, could you come to my dress shop for a dress fitting? The wedding is just around the corner, but it's so hard to meet with you. Roseline thinks, I wanted to go to the library though. She said, I'm busy right now. Please just make it the way you want to, Gertrude. Gertrude gets confused and asked, pardon? Roseline said, you took my measurements, didn't you? I know you can finish the dress without me trying it on. Gertrude replied, but Your Grace, that won't work. Roseline asked, why not? She replied, well, meanwhile she thinks, because Her Majesty the Empress ordered me to get you out of the manor at all costs. But I actually have a much more important reason. She thinks I can make Her Grace's dress based on my prior experience. That's doable. But that's not the case for the Archduke's. She clenched her hands and think, the two dresses need to look good together, but I can't even get glimpse of His Grace. He must be really busy these days, because ever since he chose the dress design, His Grace has refused to see me. She thinks, does he not realize just how soon the wedding is? Gertrude said, it will only take a moment. Please. Roseline grasped her hand and said, I'm sorry, Gertrude. Roseline, while leaving, said to her, I barely have time myself, you see. Let's talk later. Roseline sits inside and Gertrude starts shouting, Your Grace? Your Grace. Please don't go. Meanwhile in the library a girl said, currently, there are no books on that subject in our archives. Roseline said, could you find out which library would have those books? I'd like to request access to them. The girl said, in that case, please give me a moment. Roseline thinks, I expected them to be hard to find, but to think that there isn't a single book here. Once magic faded away, and science and technology took its place, magic tomes were considered oddities. There might not even be any resources left except records preserved for research. The girl said, you were looking for books on magic, yes? All books related to magic were being kept in a regional library in the Northeast. She said, but there are none left now. Roseline gets shocked and asked, pardon? Why is that? The girl said, that library was buried in a landslide 6 years ago, and those books were lost in the process. Roseline thinks, there are some records left for research purposes, but they're lists rather than summaries, so they don't help. The only thing I've found out is that magic abilities are innate, and that they are influenced by your family heritage. Family lineages. If my family had any predisposition to magic, it would have been recorded somewhere. She thinks so. Maybe it's not something passed down to descendants, but it's more like a mutation. She's seeing her hands, thinks, every generation, my family has only had a single descendant. But for some reason, my parents had both me and Alphonse. Besides, the Crimsoneros family has only ever had sons, so maybe Alphonse is the actual successor, and I'm an outlier. It's normal for married couples to have more than one child if they are able, right? So why was my family only ever had one son for generations? The mothers were from a different family, so how did the Crimson Roses consistently have only one son for hundreds of years? She thinks, I should look for other noble families with similar stories. Then I might be able to find some sort of clue. Roseline asked the girl, where are the noble family records? The girl said, oh, this way. Seeing the record she thinks, I can't believe this. Penbrat, Bloodheim, Redleaf. All these families only ever had one son per generation, and ended up dying out because the last head of their house died without a successor. Roseline said, died in a carriage accident around the age of 20. Died from an illness. She thinks, there are more families than I expected. It's enough to make me wonder how it's not known as some sort of curse. But seeing as I've never heard of these families, it makes sense that no one knows about this. She closed the record and thinks, how ironic. In the end, the reason these families weren't very powerful wasn't due to poor management, but because they didn't have more children. With only one child to succeed the family, they would have done everything they could to keep him safe. Instead of sending him to an academy, he would have had tutors. And I'm sure those children never got to see much of their own territories either. The Crimson Rose family wasn't much different. The heads of house always lacked the skills to manage the territory because they spent half their lives inside of a manor. She thinks, my father even became a criminal for breaking imperial law, and if it hadn't been for Melchior, I might have died in jail by now. I really do owe him a lot. In any case, this trip wasn't a total waste. I found out that there were other families like mine. She clenched her hand and think, There must be a scholar who has studied the commonalities of noble families that have ceased to exist. I'll start by looking up academic research on the rise and decline of noble families. The next day, Gertrude again said to her while she was leaving, Your Grace, please come in for your fitting today. Roseline replied, I'm sorry. I have to get to the library. The next day, Gertrude running behind her shouts, Your Grace. Roseline said, Sorry, Gertrude. I need to get to the library. The next day, Gertrude again come and shouts, Please, Your Grace. Gertrude comes behind her carriage shouting, Your Grace. She starts crying and said, If you believe in me, please come with me. It'll take only 5 minutes. Roseline went to her shop and thinks, I've been defeated. I cut down on sleep so I could go to the library more often, but I wasn't able to find anything useful. A few days later, a lady in a blue dress said, It still doesn't feel real. The lady in purple dress said, Haha, that cold Archduke? Getting married? The lady in blue dress smiled and said, We'll finally get to see her today. The amazing young lady who was able to capture the heart of the Archduke. Roseline comes and seeing her Deborah said, You look amazing, Your Grace. Roseline replied, Thank you. Deborah said, Thank goodness the weather is nice. Such a good sign, isn't it? Deborah said, Having a great start to your marriage is important, and it looks like it'll be perfect. Roseline thinks, technically, the start of our marriage was anything but perfect, but, oh well. In any case, Gertrude really is talented. I kept rejecting her pleas for a fitting, but she managed to finish my dress with just a last-minute fitting at the manor. Gertrude said, Since His Grace refuses to make time for me, I have no choice but to adjust his outfit to yours, my lady. Roseline thinks, though I still don't understand what Melchior has to do with my dress. In any case, she really is amazing. I barely recognize myself in the mirror. I should make sure to thank her. But where did she go? Roseline asked Deborah, Deborah, has Gertrude not yet arrived for the wedding? Deborah replied, according to the butler, she arrived at dawn with a huge package in tow. Roseline asked, a package? But didn't her assistant deliver my dress? Deborah said, Oh, you are right, but what has Miss Gertrude brought then? Please welcome the groom and bride. People strats whispering seeing Roseline, so that's the new Archduchess. Now I see why Archduke Postebner asked her to marry him before she even came of age. She's such a beauty. No wonder he pinned after her for years. Some people said he became the head of his house just for her. The princess shouts, Roseline, you look gorgeous. As expected from the woman who confused me. Roseline thinks, I'm glad the delegations from the imperial palace made it. Since the emperor has albinism, I made sure he had a place to take shelter from the sun in. I hope it's satisfactory. The Empress hasn't said anything after sending all those presents. Maybe I can take that to mean things are going well? Seeing Roseline and Melchior, the Empress said, I knew it. She did take it. I'm sure of it. There's no need to see her up close. The Empress thinks, I planned on kidnapping her the moment she set foot in Gertrude's dress shop for a fitting. If only Gertrude had done her job properly. She should have forced the girl to come along, no matter how much she refused to. The Empress said, Nothing seems to be going my way. Also, His Majesty left to get some fresh air, but why isn't he back yet? Meanwhile, Gertrude was sleeping and suddenly she wakes up. She looks where she was and thinks, where am I? Oh right. I came here with His Grace's dress. I couldn't trust anyone else with it, so I made it without any help and even carried it here on my own. I had such a hard time. But why hasn't His Grace come by yet? Wait, what time is it? She said, Don't tell me he left because I fell asleep. Suddenly the Emperor comes in and she asked, Who? He asked, Are you Gertrude? She replied, Yes, I am. He said, I see. Wilhelmine told me everything, you're a dress designer, yes? Seeing him, she gets shocked and said, I apologize for not greeting you properly, Your Majesty. He smiled and said, I don't believe that's what you should be apologizing for. I heard that you disappointed Wilhelmine. Gertrude said, I apologize, sire. He interrupts her saying, I'm not here to listen to your excuses. He snaps and Gertrude's head fell down. He said, something I planted disappeared. So I'll have to use your soul instead. And now, with everyone's blessing, the two of you will pledge to become one. Suddenly Roseline thinks, I feel nauseous. It's not like this dress includes a corset. Could it be because I'm not used to such high heels? Melchior whispers, Roseline. She thinks, so, that was fast. I hereby declare you man and wife. The crowd starts clapping. She thinks, it's finally over. I feel like my vision is getting blurry. Suddenly she felt and think, oh no. If I fall over in front of everyone, Melchior, reputation will. Meanwhile Melchior holds her in his arms and asked, Roseline, are you alright? The crowd seeing it said, oh my. How passionate. Roseline said to him, please put me down, Melchior. He asked, do you want everyone to see you collapse? Roseline replied, no, but. He said, then stay put. Everyone seeing them claps and cheers while Roseline whispers, I can walk on my own, Melchior. He said, no. They starts to leave and Roseline asked, what about our farewell? He replied, we said our farewells as we left. They sits in the carriage and he said to her while holding her, you're feeling sick. Stay still, we'll be back at the manor in no time. She replied, no, it's not that I'm ill. Roseline thinks, but my eyelids feel so heavy. After a few moments Roseline was sleeping on her bed. She wakes up and thinks, how long did I sleep? Did the wedding end well? Someone said, you should lie back down, your grace. Roseline thinks, who is that? She tries to see and think, I can't see very well. Silver hair. Is it Damien? A girl with a smile on her face said, it's a pleasure to meet you, your grace. My name is Carmen. My name is Carmen. I practice gynecology in the eastern region. Seeing her she thinks, she's a gynecologist. Why does she look so familiar? She thinks, oh, Damien. Roseline asked, could you be Damien's? Carmen interrupts her saying, we happen to have the same parents. I am an older blood relative of his. Roseline said, haha, so you're his sister. She replied, I suppose you could also call me that. Roseline thinks, I guess they don't get along. She asked Carmen, so what brings you here, Carmen? Carmen replied, Damien contacted me after you fainted yesterday afternoon. I had to take an evening train, so I only just arrived this morning. Roseline said, I see, yesterday afternoon. Suddenly Roseline gets confused and asked, wait, yesterday afternoon? Carmen replied, you've been asleep for a whole day. Roseline asked her, is something wrong with my health? Carmen replied, I wouldn't put it like that, but you do need rest. It seems that you've been pushing yourself very hard lately. Roseline said, I did sleep less these past few days because I was going to the library, but I didn't think I was that frail. Carmen said, the people who are perfectly healthy are the ones who die unexpectedly. She thinks, yikes. Carmen, giving her some medicine, said, please take some medicine and go back to sleep. You need more rest, your grace. Roseline thinks, but we left as soon as the wedding was over. I didn't even properly greet the guests. Roseline drinks the medicine and thinks, oh. I suddenly can't keep my eyes open. I see, so this is why she said I needed more rest. She fell asleep. After some time she wakes up and blinks her eyes. Deborah asked her, Your Grace. You're awake. How are you feeling? She replied, I must have slept enough. I feel fine now. Deborah said, the doctor said you should rest for a few more days. And His Grace asked me to tell you that you should listen to the doctor when it comes to your health. Seeing the flowers, she asked Deborah, who sent those flowers, Deborah? Deborah replied, oh, these? I'm not sure. The butler told me to place them here. Maybe His Grace sent these flowers to you as a gift. Roseline said, I see. I want to rest some more and don't need anything for now, so you can leave. Roseline thinks, come to think of it, I wasn't able to go see Julian. I hope he wasn't offended that I didn't show up. I can't imagine that utterly clueless man sending me flowers. It must have been from someone else congratulating us on our marriage. But if it is from Melchior? Roseline raised from her bed and picks the flower. As she starts smelling the flower, suddenly she found herself in the forest. She gets shocked, huh? Julian said, Roseline? She turns and seeing her said, Julian? Julian said, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have forced yourself. Roseline asked what do you mean? She thinks, so no, I'm still in my nightgown. He must think that I came to see him even though I'm bedridden. Julian said, I was really worried, Roseline. This was the longest I haven't seen you. It's been 2 months. She gets shocked and asked, 2 months? She thinks, the last time I saw Julian was just a few days ago. Roseline asked him, were you waiting for me the whole time, Julian? He replied, I was. He said, I knew you wouldn't just disappear without saying goodbye. And I had a feeling that if you knew I was waiting for you, you would definitely come to see me. She thinks, what baseless trust, it's closer to fervent prayer. The time we spent together was far too short for him to trust me so much. But he still showed this much faith in me. Someone he only knows by name. Roseline said, Julian, instead of training, why don't we just talk today? Julian asked, talk? She replied, I came here in a hurry, so I haven't prepared a lesson. You see, I'm sorry. Julian replied, you have nothing to apologize for, Roseline. He gives his coat to her and said, also, please wear this for now. Roseline said, thank you for being so thoughtful. Julian said, we should go and buy you some clothes. Let's go to the shops. She gets confused and asked, They went to the market, and she thinks, huh? While following Julian, she thinks, we were here before I knew it. I was only following Julian's lead. Julian said, there's a dress shop this way. Roseline said, wait, Julian. I came really suddenly, so I don't have any money. Julian replied, that's all right. I have enough. Roseline thinks, I can't just take money from a little boy. Julian even said that his family doesn't support him. She's seeing her ring that Melchior gives her, thinks, maybe I could sell my jewelry. But all I have on me right now is my wedding ring. Suddenly she noticed a man saying, step right up. Come on, come on. If you can beat this one-armed swordsman, you will win 20 times your wager. Roseline asked Julian, would you lend me 1 gold coin, Julian? He gets confused and asked, pardon? Roseline raised her hand and said, I would like to challenge him. Seeing this, the crowd starts whispering, whoa, it's a woman this time? Isn't she just a bit weird? She's obviously lost her mind. The man who was announcing said, excellent. What a brave young lady. What is your name? Miss? She thinks, nothing good will come of me revealing my real name. Someone here might remember me in the future. She said, my name? And she thinks, if no one has used this name yet, no one will be able to trace it back to my future self, right? Roseline replied, it's Melchior. The man said, all right then, Miss Melchior. Please come up on stage and choose your weapon. Julian said, Rose, no, Melchior. Please be careful. Roseline thinks, don't worry, Julian, I've no intention of getting hurt. Seeing the weapons, she thinks, let's see, the stage is too small to swing a long sword, and I'll only get a couple of chances to attack. She grasped a sword while thinking, in that case. Crowd, seeing her not picking a sword, said, hey miss, this is a sword fight, you know? The man said, no, it's fine. I'm sure those frail arms can't hold a proper sword anyway. The man with one arm said, hey little lady. Are you really going to challenge me with that thing? He said, don't tell me you're here to play games. Roseline thinks, he won't be able to both attack and defend at the same time with just one arm. But he must be good, seeing as they're taking bets to beat him. A long sword is definitely not suitable for fighting him on such a small stage. Besides, instead of holding his wooden sword by the hilt, he's holding it by the blade. That way, he can use the hilt to defend himself. In other words, I can't just aim for his left side. That leaves me with just one option. Seeing her, the crowd starts laughing and said, "What's she doing? Does she even know how to use a sword?" Julian gets nervous and said, "Roseline." The man said, "All right. Without further ado, let the battle begin." Roseline dashed towards him. He thinks, they're making me fight this madwoman? I should just knock her out and be done with it. Meanwhile, Roseline attacks and hits his face, and then kick his hand, causing the sword drop. He shouts in anger, "You!" Roseline said, "You dropped your sword. You must have underestimated me for not drawing my dagger. It looks like I beat you." She asked him, "Do you concede?" The man lifts his hand and the crowd starts yelling, "Wha?" Roseline said to the man, "You said you'd pay me 20 times my bet, right?" He replied, Yes." He said, "I'll give you 20 gold." Roseline bought a new dress and they starts walking. She thinks it's nice that 20 gold was enough for a dress, but the sleeves are too puffy. And the pattern on the fabric is so dark and old-fashioned. These were designs that were trendy 10 years ago. She thinks, then again, I suppose this is what's popular here now, even if it's gone out of fashion in my time. I can blend in much more easily now. Julian said to her, "You look beautiful, Roseline." She smiled and said, "Oh, thank you." She thinks, I'm really not used to receiving compliments. Come to think of it, I don't feel tired at all. I was meaning to walk around some more, so this is great. Even in my own time, I haven't had much of a chance to see the capital. I've been so busy working at the manor that I haven't been able to see the city. I feel like I finally have breathing room." While walking, Roseline noticed something and said, "Hm? What's that?" Julian replied, "That? It looks like a fortune teller's tent." Roseline thinks, a future teller, huh? I remember that my former fiancé was really interested in such things. Back then, I had no interest in superstition, so I just considered it a strange hobby. But now that all these strange things have been happening to me, maybe having my fortune told isn't a bad idea. They comes inside the tent and Julian said, "I didn't know you were interested in fortunes, Roseline." She replied, "I suppose I am, a little." The fortune teller, seeing them, smiled and said, "Oh, you two are lovers, I see." Hearing this, both of them get shocked and Julian asked, "Pardon?" And Roseline said, "We are not." The teller said, "Hm. I see. Which one of you wants their fortune told?" Roseline thinks, this all seems so suspicious. She said, "Me?" The teller asked her, "Please sit down. What would you like to know?" She thinks, is that really something he should be asking me? Shouldn't he know? What do I say? She thinks, I keep traveling through time and meeting my husband when he was just a boy. What does it mean? I can't say that. Roseline said, "Lately I've been experiencing some strange things." The teller asked, "For how long?" Roseline replied, "It's been about a month and a half. That's when they started happening. And for 2 weeks before that, I was having odd dreams." She thinks, those dreams really were strange. I kept dreaming about the same thing, but then it stopped, so I nearly forgot about it. The voice I kept hearing in that dream, it sounded a lot like Julian's voice. It was before I had ever met Julian. Is that even possible? Hearing the voice of someone you've never met in a dream. Julian said, "Roseline?" The teller asked, "What kind of strange things exactly?" Roseline replied, "I can't tell you that." She said, "I would like to know why this is happening, or when it will stop." The teller, holding a blue globe, said, "Very well. I'll get started then." The teller said, "Hm. You are in a very difficult situation, miss. And I can see your worries wearing you down. You cannot solve this problem on your own. And you feel powerless before this grand destiny." She stands from her chair and thinks, what a scam. She said, "I've heard enough. How much do I owe you?" While they were leaving, the teller said, "Oh, one more thing. It is up to this little gentleman, rather than you, miss, to put an end to your hardship." They both get shocked and turns back. Julian nervously asked, "What?" "It's up to me." The teller replied, "Yes, young men. The only person who can rescue this lady from her distress is you." Roseline said, "What happened to me has nothing to do with Julian." The teller said, "To be more precise, the young gentleman will help you in the future. And truth be told, the reason you problems arose in the first place is because of something this young gentleman did." Hearing this, Roseline thinks, "Wait, this is starting to get a little uncanny." Julian said, "Roseline will be in trouble. Because of me?" Roseline said, "No, Julian." The teller said, "Of course you did not intend to inconvenience the lady. All of this happened as a result of your kindness." Roseline recalls the moment when they first met. Julian said, "I would like to thank you face to face. If it's all right with you, would you please come out here?" She thinks so. The day we first met, Julian wanted to thank me face to face because he is so polite. But maybe that ended up twisting our fates. The teller said, "In the future, the young gentleman's desire which caused more trouble for you, miss." Roseline gives her the money and shouts, "I don't believe any of this. Don't listen to him, Julian. Let's go." Julian said, "Huh?" "But Roseline," she said, "it's fine. Come on." Roseline thinks, this was a mistake. I should have come in here alone. Roseline said to him, "Don't worry about what he said, Julian. You don't need to pay it any mind." Julian said, "But..." Roseline said, "It's all just superstition. Getting your fortune read is something you do for fun." She said, "Usually they tell you nice things, but that fortune teller was just rude." Julian asked, "Do you think so?" She thinks, "This polite and honest boy would never cause me any trouble. That's impossible." If the fortune teller was referring to Melchior, though, I guess it's not entirely untrue, but I don't want to blame any of this on Julian. Roseline said, "Julian? It's late, but let's keep walking around and have some fun." Julian asked her, "Are you sure? Shouldn't you be heading back?" Roseline smiled and said, "Yes, I'm sure. She thinks being with you is so relaxing. I treasure our time together. So I'd like to enjoy this moment a bit longer." She comes in her room back and thinks, "I spent more time in the past than I expected. I wonder how much time passed here. 20 minutes maybe?" Seeing that fortune teller didn't accomplish much. But I had fun. I've never just walked around the city without something planned. She noticed something and thinks, "HM? Is someone in the reception room? They didn't notice that I was gone. Did they?" She wears the nightdress and opens the door thinking, this should be enough to make it look like I just got up. Seeing Melchior, she gets surprised and thinks, "Huh?" She said, "Melchior?" Seeing her, he said, "There you are." Roseline said, "I was still asleep, so I didn't notice you arrive. You should have woken me up." She thinks, I can get away with this, right? I didn't notice any signs of anyone entering my bedroom. Melchior asked her, "Were you asleep?" Roseline replied, "Yes, I wasn't feeling well, so." Melchior asked her, "Where were you?" She gets nervous and thinks, don't tell me, Melchior came in and saw my empty bed while I was gone. She said, "My back hurt from lying in bed for so long. So I went for a short walk." Melchior steps towards her and asked, "Without Nicholas, your bodyguard?" She replied, "I wanted to be alone. I'm safe inside the manor after all." Melchior asked her, "Inside the manor?" He comes close to her, and she thinks, what do I do? He doesn't look very happy with me. But how do I explain this to Melchior? I went to the past and spent time with your younger self? Would anyone believe something like that? Suddenly Melchior dropped his head on her shoulder, and she gets shocked. He said, "Roseline, if you want to go outside, please call for me next time." Roseline said, "But you're busy." Melchior replied, "Nothing is more important than your safety." Roseline said, "Melchior, you knew I wasn't in my room. he replied. I did. Roseline clenched her hand and said, but then, why did you wait for me here? You didn't know when I would return. Melchior replied, I had a feeling that if I waited you would come back to me. Roseline thinks, oh I see. Even though they look so different, they really are the same person. She holds his hand and said, I'm sorry, Melchior. Roseline said, but just as you said, if you wait for me, I'll always come back. She thinks, he's not insisting on any answers anyway, but this is the most I can tell him right now. But if one day I'm able to talk Melchior about Julian, then. Melchior said, all right. I trust you. 2 weeks later. The princess said, Roseline, is it true you're moving to the east? Roseline thinks she really never announces when she'll visit. Roseline said, yes, it's true. Now that we had our wedding, it's time to go to the Postenmeier estate. The princess said, you could stay in the capital a little longer. Most of the nobles leave someone in charge of their estates and spend most of the year here anyway. She said that way, they have easier access to the imperial palace and get to see His Majesty and me. Hearing this, Roseline gets surprised. Roseline said, I thought you disliked me, Your Highness. The princess replied, I never said anything of the sort, Roseline. Roseline said, do you really want to spend time with someone who's read your graduation thesis? The princess replied, not really. She said, but it's not as if I can turn back time. You've already witnessed the most embarrassing moment in my life. I can't force you to forget it. She said, in that case, I might as well keep you close by. Roseline said, haha. The princess said, anyway, it's make me sad to hear you're living, Roseline. She said, let's stay in touch. The princess waves her hand to say goodbye to Roseline while she was leaving. Roseline waves her hand and thinks, she really is a strange person. But it seems like I've gotten on her good side. And so time passed. And the day of our departure to the east arrived. Bolton Station, the outskirts of the capital. Roseline thinks, trains are much bigger than I thought. I expected them to look like a large carriage, but this is far larger than that. A servant said, we will go and get your tickets, Your Grace. Nicholas said His Grace will leave on a later train after managing maintenance and handing things over to the staff. Roseline thinks, I thought we would travel together for my first ever train ride. It's a bit disappointing to hear Melchior won't be here. Carmen comes and seeing her, Roseline asked, HM? She asked, Carmen, you are joining us? Carmen replied, His Grace instructed me to take extra good care of you, since this trip will be quite long, Your Grace. Hearing this, Roseline thinks, Melchior. We barely got to see each other these first few days because we were so busy organizing the big move. It's sweet of him to think of me, even though he's been so busy. She thinks if I'd had a bit more time, I could have spent more time with Julian too. A few days ago. Julian shouts, Roseline. He said, I'm sorry, am I late? She replied, no, I just got here early. Julian said, I should have hurried to get here then. Roseline thinks, I wanted to test whether I can come to the past without being in the gardens or a park. Just going into the forest seems to work, too. So far I've been brought to the past randomly, but now I'm able to come and go as I please. I still have no idea how I'm able to travel to the past, but this is still a huge step forward. Seeing him, she thinks, regardless, this really is fascinating. How did a sweet boy like him turn into such an intimidating man? It's more like a total transformation rather than just puberty or gradual change. Julian said, Are you feeling all right today? You didn't force yourself to come here again, did you? Roseline thinks, oops, I must have been staring too long. She replied, I didn't force myself to do anything and I'm perfectly healthy. But I'm not here to teach you today. I'm here to say goodbye. Julian gets confused and asked, good. Bye. Roseline said, yes, I'll be moving away. So we won't be able to see each other for a while. He clenched his hand and said, I see. You're leaving. Roseline said, don't be too sad, I'm sure we'll meet again. She thinks Melchior said he met with Roseline until he turned 18, so that probably means I'll be able to meet with Julian when I come to the capital, right? Julian asked, could you at least tell me where you are moving to? Roseline replied, I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. Julian asked, so this is goodbye? Roseline thinks, what should I do? I did come here just to say my farewells, but now I feel bad. Seeing him so sad about me leaving makes me want to stay longer. She said, maybe I can stay for a bit. Hearing this, he gets happy. Julian said, then I'd like to take you somewhere, Roseline. Julian takes her to a tea shop. While walking, Julian said, this way, Roseline. They enters and a servant said, welcome. Seeing the shop, she thinks, what a nice little tea shop. They sits on a table and Julian said, I still have some of the prize money left from when you gave it to me last time. Roseline asked, really? He said, I saved it so I could spend it with you, Roseline. So please order whatever you'd like. Roseline asked, are you sure? He replied, of course. She thinks it's feel a bit strange to have a child cover the bill, but I guess I was the one who earned that money, and technically, my future husband is inviting me to tea, so it's fine, right? They were enjoying their time while someone said, flowers. Flowers for sale. Suddenly she gets back and see a boy selling flowers. Flowers for sale. Flowers. The boy coughed and sighed. He noticed Roseline. He comes to her and giving her a flower said, excuse me. Would you like to buy a flower? Roseline, seeing the flowers, thinks they are beautiful, but keeping them in a pile like that will squish the ones below. He won't be able to sell very many of them. Roseline said, how much are they? The boy tries to said for one flower, but she interrupts him saying, for the whole basket. Hearing this, the boy gets happy and asked, really? Roseline thinks he doesn't look much older than Alphonse, but he has to work already. Come to think of it, I wonder if Alphonse is alright. I couldn't keep him separated from mother for too long, so I had him stay with her in the capital manor, but when I think back to how my family treated me, I didn't exactly have fond memories, but that's not my little brother's fault. He even told me about what he overheard because he was worried about me. It must have been shocking for him, too. We did say our goodbyes before I left, but still. The boy said, it would be 1 gold coin for the whole basket. Carmen said, he's charging for too much, Your Grace. Carmen said, the average price of a single flower is 1 copper, even if you add together every flower in that basket. It would amount to no more than 3 silver. The only explanation is that this boy is abusing your kindness and raising his prices. Roseline said, there's not, it's all right. Don't be scared. Could I see your basket? The boy pulls his basket to show to her and said, huh? Oh. Roseline said, if you just pile them on top of each other, the flowers on the bottom will wilt faster. It's better to tie them off into small bunches and keep them upright. And the basket can be part of display, too. Like this? The boy, seeing it, said, wow. The boy gets amazed and she said, this way it's worth a gold coin. Try selling them like this from now on. Roseline, giving him a gold coin, said, you can sort them by color for today, but soon you'll figure out how to mix them up, too. The boy said, thank you. Roseline just picks 1 flower and the boy asked, huh? What about the rest? Roseline, putting it in her pocket, said, I just want this rose. The rest of the money is for listening to me talk. The boy bowed and said, thank you so much. Carmen said, Your Grace, you gave him money when really he should have paid you for the lecture. Roseline said, I wanted to make sure he could sell his flowers properly, that's all. Carmen said, but if you teach a skill for free, its value will decrease. Roseline said, that boy is selling flowers to earn a living, so he'll learn quickly. Children like him share tips with each other. So once he teaches them what he knows, the other children will come up with their own ideas. They'll end up creating much more valuable pieces and everyone will benefit from it. Carmen thinks, so she didn't just teach the boy out of pity. How surprising. She's such a unique person. When Damien told me about her, I thought of her as a reckless workaholic who never took care of her health. But I misjudged her. Her Grace is simply someone who firmly believes in her principles. Carmen said, I suppose that is the ideal outcome in theory. Roseline said, that's enough for me. Carmen thinks, people who stick to the rules are often called rigid and strict, but I don't believe Her Grace's methods are wrong. The world could use someone like her. No, maybe the world needs more people like her. In the next scene, Deborah, seeing through a window, said, wow. Roseline asked Carmen, how long will it take to get to the east? She replied, not very long. Carmen said, this is an express train, so it only stops at 2 stations into southeast. We should be there by evening. Roseline thinks, I suppose it is pretty far. Roseline asked Deborah, is this your first time on a train as well, Deborah? She replied, yes, it is. Roseline said, why don't you go ahead and take a look around the train then? Deborah gets confused and asked, pardon? She shakes her head and said, no, I mustn't leave your side. I'm your personal maid, Your Grace. Roseline stands from her seat and said, well, I was going to take a look myself. Will you come with me? Deborah asked, Your Grace? Nicholas said, Your Grace, if you plan on leaving the cabin, I will accompany you. Roseline replied, you should stay here, Nicholas. I'm sure a moving train is perfectly safe. Nicholas replied, it is my duty to protect you, Your Grace. Roseline said, it would be fine if it's just me and Deborah, but if you follow us around, it might unsettle the other passengers. You're a knight of Archduchy. You mustn't make others uncomfortable. Nicholas said, but Roseline interrupts him saying, we won't be gone for long. Nicholas said, if you insist, Your Grace. Roseline thinks, maybe it's because this is a new experience, but even the sky and the wind feel different. The wind is strong, but it's so refreshing. It's like the scenery is getting swept up by it as well. They comes back in and Deborah said, phew. It's really windy out there. Roseline replied, it is. But it made me feel much better. Seeing the crowd, she said, so this is the 3rd-class car. She said, it feels like we'd be getting in everyone's way here. Should we head back? Deborah said, I don't think there's much else to see past this point. Roseline said, then let's return. Deborah said, yes, my lady, I just need to adjust my skirt. Meanwhile, someone opens the door and comes in. He said, oh, pardon me. I apologize. I was in a hurry, so I failed to notice you standing by the door. Roseline said, are you all right, Deborah? She replied, ow. Yes, I'm fine. The man said, pardon me, but is it you, Lady Crimson Rose? Roseline gets shocked and asked, pardon? Do you know me? The man removes his hat and said, I thought it might be you. It's been a while, Lady Crimson Rose. Seeing him, she gets shocked and said, Lord Sirapierce? She thinks, Bernhard Oren Sirapierce, my ex-fiancé. She recalls the moment when her dad tells her about her fiancé and she asked, a fiancé? Her dad replied, yes, there are a few candidates, but the most promising is the son of Count Sirapierce. Roseline said, but father, I only just made my debut. And it was only a small banquet, so her father interrupts her asking, so what? She gets shocked and asked, pardon? Her dad said, House Sirapierce is the most highly regarded noble family in the south. It's not as though I'm selling you off to a rich merchant or making you some noble man's second wife, so what's the issue? I worked hard to make this happen. Do not mess it up. She squeezed her arm and said, yes, father. Lord Sirapierce said to her, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Crimson Rose. Roseline thinks, by no means was Bernhard a bad fiancé. In fact, he was a good man. At the time, I had just entered high society, and I had no idea that it was customary for a lady to ask to be called by her first name. And Bernhard couldn't possibly ask for permission to call me by my name, because it would have been rude to ask of a lady whom he was not close to. Lord Sirapierce said, would you like to go to see the opera next time? She asked, the opera? Lord Siripirce replied, family owns the best box in Apprentice Theater, you see. I would like to invite you to it. Roseline thinks if I wasn't so prone to suppressing my feelings and putting up walls, I might have gone to like him. He was interested in the mysteries of the soul as well as fortune-telling, so he and I were very different. Such things aren't very important when it comes to relationships. I recall enjoying our time together when we went out for an evening ride. Lord Siripirce said, look, Lady Crimson Rose. He, pointing towards a star, said, that white light up there is the North Star. Roseline said, actually, that's Venus, it's the star that lights up first in the evening. Lord Siripirce said, oh, I see. I apologize. I was mistaken. Roseline said, it's all right. It's an easy mistake to make. She thinks, perhaps, what I told him that night was the last straw. Lord Siripirce wrote a letter to her, my dearest Crimson Rose. As I feel the need to expand my studies, I have decided to study abroad in the Atheum Kingdom. After all, when it comes to astronomy, they are no better scholars than those of the Atheum Kingdom. I wish you good health until the day I return. She thinks Atheum. There's at the southernmost end of the continent. I must have hurt Bernhard's ego. I might have been used to being judged and criticized every moment of my life, but I suppose it must have been unusual for him. Instead of getting angry with me or making his discomfort clear, or even blaming me, he says he will study abroad. I suppose this is his way of breaking things off kindly. Roseline thinks I never thought I would see Bernhard up again after that. Coming back to present, Lord Siripirce said, I did not expect for us to meet again in such a way. Perhaps this, too, is destiny. Roseline asked, it's been a while, Lord Siripirce. Have you finished your studies? He replied, I have one more semester left. He said, I am currently on break, so I am here to visit my parents. She thinks HM? Doesn't his family live in the south? This train is headed east. Lord Siripirce said, are you traveling as well, Lady Crimson Rose? Perhaps you would like to sit with me. Deborah interrupts him, saying, Her Grace is no longer Lady Crimson Rose. Lord Siripirce asked her. Grace? Roseline replied, I recently got married. Lord Siripirce gets shocked and said, oh. I see. Please forgive me, Your Grace. He wears his hat again and said, I must get going as I have an urgent matter to tend to. Please forgive my rudeness. Roseline stops him, saying, One moment, Lord Siripirce. Roseline asked, May I ask what's wrong? If it's urgent, I may be able to help. Roseline thinks he's far too well-mannered to open the car door in such a hurry. That means there must be something wrong. Lord Siripirce said, to be honest, I'm looking for a child. Roseline asked, a child? Lord Siripirce replied, my niece? I am traveling with my brother and his family. My niece left our cabin saying that she wanted to explore the train, but that was a while ago. I was starting to get worried, so I am looking for her. Roseline thinks I knew it. Losing a child in a place like this might be dangerous. Roseline said, then I shall assist you. Please tell us what she looks like. Lord Siripirce asked, you, Your Grace? Roseline said, the more eyes the better, right? Would you help us find the child too, Deborah? She nods her head for a yes. Lord Siripirce bowed and said, in that case, I would be most grateful for your help. All the train cars are connected, and the ones at the front are reserved, so there are only so many places she could be. Roseline turns, saying, please search for her in the freight car, Deborah. And you should look in the dining car, Lord Siripirce. He asked, what about you, Your Grace? Roseline said, I will look for her in the engine car. It's right past the non-reserved seats, so it's not far. Roseline enters in and saw some men fighting. One said, hey, stop pushing. This is my spot. One said, there's no more space, it's too full. One said, why do you bring a chair in here? There's no space. It's not like you have broken legs. Move over. He replied, and what if I do, huh? Seeing them like this, she thinks, is this car really meant for people? She thinks, I have to get past all these peoples to reach the engine car? Is that even possible? I don't think being polite will help me get through this crowd. And if I wander around in here looking for a child, it would just be asking for trouble. What do I do? I don't think she would push her way through this many people to get to the engine car, but I can't just go back without checking. Roseline said, "Pardon me, please." Everyone turns to see her. The people start shouting, "What do you think you are doing? Hey, miss! Stop pushing! There's not enough food plus king room." Roseline, trying her best, thinks, "I have to check if a little girl is all by herself around here." Meanwhile, someone suddenly grabs her hand. It was Julian, and he said, "I'm sorry." Seeing him, she gets nervous and thinks, "HM?" Seeing her, Julian asked, "Roseline?" Julian said, "Criminals hiding their identity sometimes take the unreserved car, so I thought it might be risky for someone dressed so nicely to be here." He said, "I had no idea it would be you, Roseline. Why are you heading to the east?" She said, well, meanwhile she thinks, I can't say much without revealing that I'm a Postenmeyer. She asked him, "By the way, Julian, why were you in there? Don't you have a reserved seat?" Julian replied, "Well, I would need to reveal my full name if I wanted to reserve a seat." He said, "But you see, I can't ride in the third-class car. I am still a part of House Postenmeyer, and riding in anything other than first class would damage our reputation." Roseline thinks, "I see. A first-class ticket is too expensive. But he can't just get a third-class ticket either, in case people were to find out. His family still isn't supporting him financially." Roseline grabs his hand and said, "I hear that it takes at least 10 hours to get to the east. Isn't it too tiring for you in that car? Someone might pick a fight with you, too." Julian said, "But you were here, too, Roseline." She replied, "My actual seat is closer to the front of the train." Julian said, "Well, I actually don't stay in the unreserved car." Roseline gets confused and asked, "What?" She thinks, there aren't any other cars for passengers, are there? Julian said, "There's actually a hidden space." She asked, "A hidden space?" Julian said, "Promise me you won't tell the conductor, all right?" Roseline enters in and thinks, this car feels wider than the rest. What is it used for? Julian said, "This way. We have to climb up there." Roseline gets shocked and asked, "Onto the roof?" "That's dangerous." Julian said, "We are not going to the roof. It's like a second floor." She gets confused and asked, "A second floor? So that hatch isn't for the roof?" Julian asked her, "Would you like to take a look, Roseline?" Roseline asked, "Are you sure I can go up there?" Julian replied, "Of course." Julian and Roseline went up there. Roseline thinks, so there's a space between the top of the train and the ceiling of this car. It's roomier than I thought. She asked him, "How did you find out about this place, Julian?" "I found it while exploring the train when I was young." Roseline asked, "Younger than you are now, you mean?" Julian replied, "Yes, that's right." Julian said, "In any case, the unreserved car was too crowded for me to stay in, so I was pacing back and forth when I noticed ladder. I discovered that this space was large enough for me to be in, so I would come here quite often." Roseline said, "I see." Julian said, "Other kids must have had the same idea, because I would sometimes run into them. But the further you go in, the narrower it gets. If you get stuck, no one can hear your voice over the train noises, so you have to be careful." Hearing this, she gets shocked. Roseline thinks, "Don't tell me. That's where Bernhard's niece is. If she's stuck, she must be very frightened by now." Roseline said, "Julian, I'm sorry, but I have to get going." Julian said, "Oh? Right. I see. This place must be uncomfortable for you." Roseline replied, "That's not it. I'm happy to run into you, but I'm in a bit of a hurry." Julian said, "Oh. I hope I didn't take up too much of your time." Roseline smiled and said, "It's fine. And next time just get a first-class seat." Julian said, "Pardon?" But she interrupts saying, if you don't have the money, make it out to your family. No, even if you do have the money, make your family pay for it. Roseline said, demand that they pay for your train tickets. As a member of a noble family, you are entitled to their protection. She said, if your family has any sort of honor, they won't refuse you. Roseline said, keep your chin up. It's your family, isn't it? You have every right to your family's wealth. Julian said, Roseline. She thinks, if he only knew just how wealthy House Postenmeyer is, he would know that a few train tickets are nothing. Roseline comes down and said 1, 2, 3, she thinks, just like I've been practicing. If I think really hard about going back to the present. Then suddenly she gets back to the present. She again comes up there. She thinks the dust has been disturbed. A child has definitely been here. She shouts, Herta, are you there? She thinks, the train is so noisy that I can't hear anything. She thinks, in that case, and starts crawling. While crawling she thinks, has this space gotten smaller in the present? It's much harder to move in here and the train noises are deafening. It's too dark to see anything too, if a child got stuck here. Suddenly she hears a voice, hic, and she stops. She saw Herta and shouts, Herta. Herta asked, who is it? Roseline said, Herta. I'm here to rescue you. Can you move closer to me? Herta said, which way? It's too dark to see anything. Roseline said, stay right where you are. And she touches her foot. Roseline said, Herta. I think my hand just reached you. Herta said, yes. A finger poked me. Roseline said, would you come this way? I'll take you to your parents. Roseline grabs her and think, great. Now we just have to make our way back to the exit. Herta said, I'm scared, miss. Roseline said, it will be fine. I know where the exit. Suddenly the train stops, and they both fell down. Herta said, miss. Ugh. Miss? Are you okay? Please don't die. Miss. Roseline replied, I won't die, don't worry. She thinks, is Herta all right? She seeing the exit thinks, at least we ended up closer to the exit. She should be able to reach it. Meanwhile Roseline gets injured her arm and said, and NGH. Herta shouts, I'll get someone to help you. Roseline thinks, will Herta be alright on her own? The impact hurts so much that I can't move. I'll have to ask Carmen to take a look when I get back. Lord Sirapierce comes and take Roseline down. He said, thank you so much, Your Grace. I cannot thank you enough. He said, your clothes have gotten very worn out. Were you injured? Roseline thinks, if he finds out I'm hurt, he'll insist on repaying me somehow. Roseline replied, I'm fine. More importantly, is your niece all right? Herta shouts, I'm fine. But she was hurt. She shouts, there was a loud bang. And she yelled. I even saw her eyes tear up. Roseline said, Herta, please. Lord Sirapierce said, you should let a doctor take a look at you. My brother-in-law is a doctor by trade. I will bring him here right away. Roseline said, no, that's not necessary. I really am fine. Shouldn't you reunite your niece with her parents first? Lord Sirapierce replied, no, I cannot let you go like this when I am indebted to you. Please allow me to. Meanwhile Melchior comes and said, she said no. Seeing him Roseline gets surprised and said, Melchior? The Imperial Palace a few hours ago. The Emperor said, what a shame. I wish for you to stay by my side a while longer. Melchior said, it would be more helpful to your majesty for me to return to the east and rule my territory, than to remain in the capital. The Emperor said, you could leave that to your vassals. He said, by the way, Melchior, I have a question for you. Melchior replied, yes, sire. The Emperor asked, do you enjoy cross-dressing? Hearing this he gets confused and asked, pardon? The Emperor said, never mind, I was just curious. Ah, to be young again. Though some may wish for eternal life to avoid death. That is foolishness. If one cannot extend their youth, living a long life is meaningless. If one is riddled with sickness and infirmity, simply extending their meager existence is pointless. He said that is why you should take every chance you get to love someone. Love is what drives people, after all. Melchior thinks, if I had known, the Emperor would waste my time with such meaningless drivel, I could have left for the East without bidding him goodbye and sent him a letter instead. He clenched his hand and thinks, that child definitely said that Roseline was hurt. How could such a thing happen again in my absence? Lord Siripirce bent toward his niece and asked, "Pardon me, but who are you?" Melchior in a cold tone said, "If you do not recognize me, you should continue to stay ignorant. Do not concern yourself with Roseline either." Lord Siripirce bowed and asked, "Are you the ladies I mean, Her Grace's husband?" "I apologize for everything," he said. "Her Grace found my niece, so I was simply trying to repay her." Melchior said, "If you realize you have something to apologize for, I would rather you leave us be." Roseline said, "Melchior, you don't need to be so rude." Roseline said, "I'm sorry, Lord Siripirce. Since my husband is here, I should get going." Lord Siripirce said, "I understand, Your Grace. I wish you safe travels." Meanwhile, Melchior picks Roseline in his arms. Roseline gets confused and said, "Wait a minute, Melchior." Seeing them like this, Lord Siripirce and his niece both gets confused. Roseline said, "Please put me down now, Melchior." "I can walk," Melchior replied. "It's faster this way." She said, still, she thinks, "I didn't think I would run into Bernhard like this. Did Melchior board at station we just stopped at? It still doesn't make sense how he got here so quickly." Melchior squeezes her arm and she shouts with pain, "MMPH." He said, "You seem to be in a lot of pain, Roseline." Roseline replied, "No, it doesn't hurt that badly, but my clothes are dirty so." Melchior said, "You have spare things to change into, do you not? I'm glad I had a doctor accompany you." Carmen shouts, seeing Roseline, "Your Grace." Carmen moves towards them saying, "What on earth happened? You said you simply wanted to take a look around." Roseline replied, "I was looking for a child that went missing and, well, one thing led to another." She said, "I feel I will have to change out of these clothes." Carmen shouts, "Your clothes are not important right now. Lie down over here at once." Roseline lies on the bed and thinks she wants me to lie down. But my clothes are covered in dust. I hope this is okay. Carmen cuts Roseline's cloths from her arm. Roseline shouts, "Carmen, why are you cutting my sleeve open?" Carmen replied, "If your bones have been harmed, you may hurt yourself further by removing your clothes. It is much better to cut them off." Roseline thinks, but this outfit was brand new. Should I really be wasting money like this? Carmen said, "Your back muscles are just a bit tight from the shock. But your arm has been seriously injured. At the very least, there's some nerve damage, and there may be some fractures as well." Roseline tries to say, "I'm fine." But Carmen interrupts him saying, "Do not tell me you are fine." She said, "You have a tendency to neglect your health, Your Grace. If you are in pain or exhausted, you must let me know. Acknowledging how you feel is not whining. If you do not speak up for your body, who will?" Roseline thinks so. They really are brother and sister. She is much more outspoken, but she's saying exactly what Damien once told me. She's genuinely worried about me, even though we barely know each other. "But," Carmen said, "that is all I can do for you now, Your Grace. Please rest now." Roseline thinks she's making it sound like I'm gravely injured or something. This is a little embarrassing. Carmen said to Melchior, "You should stay by her side, Your Grace." He asked, "Is that all right?" Carmen said, "If you leave her alone, she will undoubtedly strain her injuries. Please keep an eye on her, Your Grace." Roseline thinks, I guess she has me figured out." Roseline asked him, "By the way, Melchior, how did you get here?" He replied, "What do you mean?" "By train, of course." Roseline asked, "Is there a direct line from Quern to Chalion?" "We set out to Firm Bolton Station." Melchior replied, "I made one just now." Roseline gets confused after hearing this and asked, "Pardon?" Melchior said, "If we went separately, I wouldn't have been able to see you until we got to the east." Roseline thinks, is he saying that he made a non-existent train route instantly appear just so that he could make it here? Why would he go that far? She thinks, it's not like there's anything for us to do in the train. Melchior said, in any case, stop putting yourself in danger. Roseline asked him, Melchior? Didn't you tell me that I can do whatever I want? He replied, I was referring to you freely making use of the family wealth or authority. I didn't mean that you should do things that may put you in danger. Roseline said, I agreed to help look for the child, so what else was I supposed to do? Besides, asking a train attendant to look for her instead would have taken so much more time. Melchior said, yeah, since you've brought it up. Why did you agree to help that man when he was the one who lost the child? Roseline said, she was missing. How could I ignore that? He asked, do you plan on assisting in every missing child case in the world? Roseline said, that's different. He replied, no it isn't. You shouldn't feel the need to help every stranger. Melchior gets shocked when she said, but we weren't strangers. Roseline said, I owe Lord Sirapirce a lot, so I wanted to repay my debts to him. Melchior asked her, your debts? Melchior gets shocked and freezed when she said, he is my ex-fiancé. He helped my family when we were struggling financially. We broke off our engagement almost right away, though. It was my fault. She said, I heard that he had gone to study abroad. He says he's back in the country because he's on break. Melchior stares and said, the Sirapirce estate is in the south. Why would he be on a train heading to the east? Roseline replied, he seemed to be on a family trip. Melchior said, well, it would be best for you not to associate with someone like him. Roseline asked, why? Melchior said, he made you uncomfortable. You kept saying that you were fine, but he was very insistent. Roseline said, you misunderstand, he's actually quite the gentleman. Melchior said, and I'm not? Roseline thinks, why is he being so childish? She asked, Melchior, why do you hate Lord Sirapirce so much? Melchior replied, you said he was your ex-fiancé. Meanwhile he thinks, there's no doubt about it, that bastard still has feelings for Roseline. If she decides to be with him instead, I am concerned that you may still. We have arrived in. Melchior said, get some rest. You should try to sleep even if you don't feel like it. Roseline thinks, there he goes again, breaking off the conversation whenever he feels like it. She sighed and thinks, oh whatever. She fell asleep and Melchior sitting next to her thinks, did the medicine take effect? She fell asleep right away. I have no idea how she knew about that passageway, but I can't believe she got hurt while trying to rescue a child. If I hadn't forced my way here, I wouldn't have been able to be by her side like this. He sighed and thinks, I'm glad I'm able to sit with her, but that bastard. He should have had his family members help him look for his niece. How dare he make Roseline go through so much and allow her to get injured? I should have carved his soul from his body. But that would have upset Roseline. She's still uncomfortable around me, so... He touches her and thinks, I don't want her to hate me. But just as Heinz said, nothing will be resolved if I keep avoiding her. If I just stay by her side like this, and we keep having conversations, I'm sure Roseline will open up to me someday. Train announcement. We have arrived at Bakwin Station, our final destination. We hope you had a pleasant journey. Roseline wakes up and Melchior said, you're awake. How are you feeling, Roseline? Roseline said, Melchior? She said, I just feel out of sorts. It's hard to move my arm. Melchior asked, how is your back? She replied, it's manageable. He picks Roseline in his arms and said, so you are saying it still hurts? Roseline said, hold on. Heinz, seeing them, said, your grace. Seeing Rosaline's arm, he said, oh no. Did you hurt your arm, your grace? She replied, it's nothing serious. Carmen said, it will be uncomfortable for her to ride in a carriage due to her back injury. Please prepare a larger carriage for her to lie down in. Heinz said, Oh, understood. Roseline thinks, Melchior is so dense, he probably doesn't even realize how embarrassing this is for me. She hears his heartbeat and thinks, HM? Is that his heartbeat? I guess this statue of a man also has a heart that beats widely. He seemed as cold as ice when I first saw him, but up close, he's more like a blue flame. A few days later, the main post in Meyer Manor. Deborah said, I brought you your morning medicine, Your Grace. Roseline replied, Thank you, Deborah. She thinks, come to think of it, besides Deborah, I haven't seen any of the servants from the capital around here. It is because this manor is so big? I guess it could also be because I haven't really left my room. After I injured my arm, Carmen has been really strict with me. If things had gone according to plan, I would have checked on the condition of the castle as soon as I arrived, and invited the heads of our vassal families in order to greet them. I have to start working if I ever plan to repay my debt to Melchior. I've recovered now, so why does everything keep getting pushed back? Hugo comes and knocked the door. He enters in and said, Your Grace, I have something to report to you about the servants' work schedules. Roseline asked, Their work schedules? Roseline thinks, we've hired more people due to our arrival, so I suppose we need to readjust everyone's work schedules. Is that what he's here to discuss? Hugo said, Well, you see, the servants who have always worked here are accustomed to a schedule where everyone works at the same time. She thinks that makes sense. The servants at the capital manor were against my new schedule, too. Roseline asked, Are they refusing to work in shifts? Hugo bowed and replied, We wouldn't dare say such a thing. Roseline said, Our location may have changed from the capital to the countryside. But I still believe it to be inappropriate for there to be times when no one is on watch. She said, If we want there to be someone constantly on duty, we need to implement the new schedule. Hugo said, Understood, Your Grace. I will let them know. Roseline stops Hugo, saying, Hold on, Hugo. She said, Would you bring me a map of the castle? And please note how many of the castle servants are on duty in each location. She thinks, I'm the lady of the house, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to pull rank and make the servants listen to me. Hugo gets confused and asked, Pardon? She thinks, however, giving them orders is easy, but convincing them of why this is necessary may be difficult. She said, I'll be readjusting everything. Roseline said, I'll try to convince everyone. Roseline gathers all the servants in the hall. They starts whispering, What's going on? Apparently she ordered all the servants who have complaints to gather here. Roseline said, I don't recognize any of them. They're all servants who have been working here at the main estate, correct? Hugo bowed and replied, Yes, they are, Your Grace. Hugo thinks, only around 20 people. The number has shrunk. I suppose most of them didn't want to oppose the new lady of the house in person. 1 hour ago, Roseline said to Hugo, Now that you've told me about this, Hugo, I've noticed something that I overlooked. Hugo asked, Something you overlooked? Roseline said, The trust of the servants. If I come up with a new schedule without ever meeting any of them in person, it may be hard for them to accept it. She said, You said there were servants who were opposed to working in shifts. Please gather all of them. Coming back to present, Roseline said while grabbing cloth from a board, Let's get started. She said, I'm going to explain the details of the shift schedule as well as its efficiency. She said, You are all employees of the House Postenmeier, and have been working in a way you believe to be most efficient. She said, In order to change that, you will need enough time and a thorough explanation. Roseline said, And so, it is my job as your employer to continue explaining this to you until all of you are convinced. Roseline said, In conclusion, this is the order of the 3 shifts and the locations you will be working in. Everyone gets confused when she said, Go ahead and tell me your opinions. One of them raised his hand and said, Excuse me, Your Grace. Realistically, the schedule you propose doesn't look effective. Roseline said, All right then, please suggest a better alternative. He gets shocked and said, Pardon? Roseline said, Effective and ineffective are very relative terms. Aren't you saying that you can think of a better way? He thinks, darn it. I was just going to pick something and start dragging it out. He said we would prefer our old schedule. Roseline interrupts him saying, does that mean you have a solution for the 90 minutes of the day during which no one is on duty? He tries to said, well, no, I. She interrupts him again saying, you haven't thought of a solution, and yet you insist on keeping things the way they are? Roseline said, can I take that to mean that you will be volunteering your time to fill in for the other servants while they are on break for 90 minutes? He gets shocked and shouts, what? No. Roseline said, if there is a better alternative, I will incorporate it without hesitation. If anyone here is fine with the new schedule, you may leave. A lady servant raised her hand and said, Your Grace, don't tell me, you really intend to repeat this process over and over until all of us are convinced? Roseline said, of course. I have to persuade every last one of you. That's why policy. They starts thinking, don't you think she's a bit scary? I'm going to go along with anything she says from now on. Roseline was walking while Carmen said, Your Grace, and she turns back. She saw Carmen and said, Oh, Carmen. Roseline said, I'm sorry, Carmen. You told me to rest. Carmen interrupts saying, there might still be a few servants at the end of the hall. Stop apologizing, Your Grace. Carmen said, if you keep talking, they may overhear you. Roseline gets surprised and thinks, oh, she doesn't want to nag me in front of the servants because she's concerned for my reputation. Roseline said, you're worried about my image. Thank you. Carmen replied, it's not for you. It's for my own sake. Roseline said, even if you put it like that, I know. Roseline stopped seeing Melchior and asked, Melchior? He said, you were gone for a long time. Roseline replied, I was explaining something to the servants in the reception room. She said, I changed their work schedule. The servants who have only ever worked here needed to understand why. Melchior said, you mean your shift system? I think it's good. Roseline asked, you know about it? Melchior replied, why did you think I wouldn't? Roseline thinks, stay calm, this is just how he talks. And I know he's not doing it on purpose. But the way he says it is really annoying. Roseline replied, because you never mentioned it. That's why I thought you didn't know. Melchior replied, I told you to do whatever you liked. You don't need my opinion. Roseline thinks, I thought he was ignoring what I did because he wasn't interested. This is unexpected. Carmen said, you may talk all you want, but you must take your medicine first. Roseline gets shocked by her sudden appearance and said, yikes. I really think I'm fine now. Carmen said, you're not? You still have to take your medicine. Shall I feed it to you? Melchior grabs the medicine and said, I'll do it. He said, should I use a spoon to feed it to her? She thinks, what? Why? Why would he do that? Roseline said, I can take it myself, Melchior. He replied, no, you're unwell. Roseline thinks, no. She thinks, I'm not a child. I don't want anyone spoon-feeding me, and I definitely don't want anyone to see it. Melchior said, open wide, Roseline. She opens her mouth and said, ah. She clenched her hand and thinks, I can't even tell what it tastes like. He's just so stubborn. Why would he do this? Melchior said, one more time. There's still a lot left. Roseline said, excuse me, I'd like for everyone else to leave. Deborah, holding Carmen's hand, runs outside while shouting, of course, Your Grace. Understood. Roseline said, what were they thinking? He replied, they want you to take your medicine and recover. She thinks, I think you're the only one thinking about that right now. Melchior said, Roseline, the medicine? Roseline said, I'll take it myself now, Melchior. He said I would feed it to you. Roseline said, don't be so stubborn about something so silly. He said, aren't you the one being stubborn? She thinks, that's right, this is the issue. He keeps treating me like a petulant little girl. Even though he's the one always being pig-headed. Roseline said, do you want to feed me that badly? Melchior said, I want to see you take it. Roseline thinks, oh right. She thinks, he's a pervert. Roseline drinks the whole medicine and thinks, I ended up taking all of the medicine. The piece of candy helps, but... She asked, by the way, our meeting with the vassal families was postponed because of me, wasn't it? Melchior asked, when will it take place? He said, I'll decide on that once you've recovered. Roseline said, I'm fine now. I could attend the meeting right away. He said, no. Right now, doctor's orders take priority over what you want to do. Roseline said, I know they call it a meeting, but isn't it just greeting everyone and having a meal with them? It's not like I'm going up against them in a duel. He said, it isn't as simple as it seems. Unless you want to leave it all to me, which would be fine. Roseline asked, do the heads of the vassal families hate me? He replied, why would you think that? Roseline said, the Crimson Rose family has very little influence, and we couldn't hold the funeral for my father because he was accused of being a criminal, so... He said, you don't have to worry about that. I'll take care of anyone who thinks that. Roseline shouts, hold on, you'll take care of them? He replied, cutting of those patriarchs' heads would be easy for me. Roseline said, no, you can't do that. Please don't say something so scary. You can't just get rid of your allies like that. It will get you in trouble. Roseline thinks, then the Postenmeier family chooses its successors. The 7 vassal families come up with the test together, and make sure no record of it is left. Whoever supervises the test is also sworn to secrecy. She thinks Melchior managed to pass this rigorous test and earn the fealty of the vassal families. She thinks, but unlike Melchior, who earned his position, I didn't do anything to become his wife. Besides that, there's also the fact that the heads of the vassal families have been introducing Melchior to many qualified women. They must be dismayed with me. Roseline asked, Melchior? What can I do to earn the respect of the heads of the vassal families? He asked, is it really necessary for you to earn the respect of those people? Roseline thinks, maybe there is something as difficult or dangerous as the successor test that I could do. She asked, Melchior? He replied, intimidate them? She thinks, he really didn't need to pause for such a silly answer. What a strange man. He raised from her chair saying, in any case, there's no need to rush into the meeting. You can take your time to think about what to do. Roseline said, all right. He asked, is there anything else you'd like to do? Roseline thinks, something I'd like to do? I'm not allowed outside yet, so I guess the most I can do is read. She asked, why did you come to see me anyway, Melchior? He asked, am I not allowed to? Roseline replied, no, of course you are, but you are so busy. Since you're back at the main estate, I'm sure you have a lot of things to take care of that you couldn't do in the capital. He leans and asked, what use is all that work when my wife is bedridden? Roseline blushed and thinks, my wife, he says, she said, but still, it'll be harder for you if work piles up. He said, it's fine. Roseline thinks, I guess even he knows how to use phrases like that. It's embarrassing to see him say it with a straight face. Roseline asked him, Melchior? What kind of test did you have to go through to become the successor? There are no records left about it. He replied, I'm not sure, my memory of that time is hazy. Roseline asked, wait. Did you start working as the head of the family without your memory? He replied, I suppose so, yes. She asked, what happened to you when you were 18, Melchior? He replied, that's what I don't know. He said, I wasn't injured or anything like that, but when I came to, several years had passed, and I only had bits of my memory left. Seeing his hand, he said, thankfully, I still remembered everything I learned at the academy, and any information I needed to work as the head of the family. My body remembered any physical training I went through, too. Roseline asked, did you ever try to recover your memory? By asking anyone who knew you back then, for example. He clenched his hand and replied, I had just become the head of the family, and they would have taken advantage of me if they had known about my memory. Roseline asked, that was your first thought even without your memories? He replied, That's why I was even more desperate to keep it quiet. It would be over for me if I were to lose what I have. She said that must have been hard for you. She thinks, I'm sure he didn't have any relatives who supported him. It's obvious that no one helped him. By the way, he couldn't get a first-class ticket on the train. Roseline asked, You said you only have memories of Roseline until you were 18, right? He replied, Yes. Roseline said, I'm sorry. He asked, Why are you apologizing? She replied, Because Roseline was the only person you remembered. But you had no idea where she had gone. It must have been hard for you. She said, You must have needed her the most during that difficult time. She thinks, if I had only stayed at Julian's side a bit longer. Melchior said, Don't bring up Roseline anymore. Roseline saw him and asked, Pardon? He replied, I no longer wish to speak about her when I'm with you. He turns and said, Rest well, Roseline. I have to get back to work. He starts leaving and she asked, Melchior? After some time, Carmen, holding a file, said to Roseline, Congratulations, you may now go outside. Deborah said, You should have someone escort you, Your Grace. Roseline replied, It's fine. I'll stay inside the castle walls anyway. She thinks the whole castle is filled with people hired by the Postenmeyers, so I won't even need Nicholas to guard me. How long has it been since I was so free? She thinks, I haven't been able to catch a glimpse of Melchior ever since that day. If I had, I would feel so much better now. She comes outside and said, At least the sunlight is amazing. She thinks, this place really is like a fortress. I heard that some of the vassal families stay outside of the castle walls, too. And between the outside and the castle proper is where the collateral line of the family lives. She thinks, So, does that mean this is where Julian used to live? She thinks, he was on the train heading to the east when I saw him last, so I hope he arrived safely. Although I wonder if his relatives treated him well. Roseline thinks, I should have asked Melchior if he remembers anything else. While walking, she thinks, I'll go see him after I take a walk around the gardens, I suppose. She noticed something and think, She saw a blurry image of someone and said, Could it be Julian? Julian, seeing her, gets shocked and asked, Huh? He turns and asked her, What brings you here? Roseline replied, I have things to do here. She said, Were you taking a walk? It's been a while. Julian replied, Yes, it has. She thinks, Why does it feel like he's avoiding me? Oh, and the way he's standing is off, too. Roseline asked, Julian? He turns back saying, I'm sorry, Roseline. I have somewhere else to be. I have to get going. Roseline grabs his wrist and shouts, Wait. She said, Julian, please look at me. Julian turns towards her. His face was injured. Roseline said, Who hit you, Julian? He replied, Nobody. I just tripped and fell. Roseline thinks, if he's lying even though it's this obvious someone hit him, it must be one of two things. Either he doesn't want me to worry, or he's too proud to admit it. If this was the Julian I knew, I would think it was the former, but he seems different today. Roseline said, Julian, please look at me. She said, There's a large handprint on your cheek. Which means it must have been an adult, not someone your age. She said, If you're here, did you come through the outer passageway? There should be guards posted there. Julian interrupts her saying, Roseline, wait. He said, I'm staying at the manor of the Santre family. I came here because I found a secret passage. I come here when I want to be alone. Roseline thinks he's right, there's a path over there. The Santre family? Hold on. She thinks, I heard they were the last of the 7 vassal families to join the Postenmeyers, but they steadily grew their influence by supporting members of the collateral Postenmeyer line. Does that mean Julian attends the academy with their support? Roseline said, Did someone from that family hurt you? Julian replied, No, that was my brother. Roseline said, Your brother? Roseline thinks, Melchior doesn't have any siblings, does he? Julian said, Well, he's technically my cousin. He's the one who will be in high-ranking position, so I can't make him look bad. Roseline thinks, someone who will be in a high-ranking position? That must be the Santre family's candidate for the next head of House Postenmeier. Julian said, I was just punished for not helping the family because I've been staying at the academy dorms without doing anything. Roseline said, what is that supposed to mean? He said, I was supposed to make all of my successes at the academy look like they were my cousins, but I failed to do so and am being punished for it. He said, I was being arrogant. I should have remembered that they are the reason I could even attend the academy. Roseline interrupts saying, hold on, that's nonsense. Going to the academy is your right. They can't hold that over you. She thinks they neglect him when he needs them, and use him like a tool whenever they please, even making him feel responsible? That's how my life has been, too. When I was no longer learning how to be the successor and was sent to the academy, when my father died, and even when my engagement was broken off, I was told the same thing. If only you'd done better. I didn't want to live with the burden of responsibility for all of that. She said, Julian, you're being treated unfairly. You don't realize it yet. I didn't either. But if you think about it, you will. It isn't normal for you to have no one who will listen to what you think. She said, any member of the family has the right to be protected by it. That's a principle of the Postenmeier family. Julian gets shocked and asks, did I tell you about my family? Roseline thinks, oops. Oh right, Julian never told me he was a Postenmeier. Roseline starts sweating and said, well, the Santre estate is quite far from here. If you were just a student they were funding, you wouldn't have been invited here, so I thought, since you came here to cry, you must be a Postenmeier. Someone who's familiar with this place. Julian replied, I didn't cry. Julian said, I was trying to hide it, but you always seem to realize what's going on, Roseline. Roseline gets shocked when he asked, but why are you here? She replied, me? I came here with my husband. We'll be staying here for a while. She thinks that's not a complete lie. Julian said, your husband, I see. Roseline thinks, oh right. It might look strange for a married woman to walk around without anyone guarding her. She said, my husband, well, he doesn't mind me walking around like this. Julian clenched his hand and said, so that's how he treats you. He's not a very good man. Roseline gets confused. HM? Julian said, I should head back. He said, I shouldn't be out here for too long. I need to be ready to greet my cousin before he gets back. Roseline thinks, they're not even siblings, and yet they're making Julian bow down to this cousin of his just because he's a successor candidate. So the Santre family's candidate is a young man who uses violence to subdue his little cousin, who poses no threat to him. Roseline said, Julian, next time, don't just take it. Fight back. Julian asked, fight back? I don't have the right to. She interrupts him saying, why not? You're a member of House Postenmeier, too. She said, you have the right to be a successor candidate as well. Julian said, no way. It's not that easy to become the next head of the family. You need to pass a test just to prove your competence to become a candidate. Roseline grabs his hand saying, so? Take that test then. You are more than capable, Julian. Julian asked, I am? Do you really think I could become the head of the family? Roseline replied, of course I do. She said, Julian, you can become the head of the Postenmeier family. You have to. Roseline said, I'll make it happen. Meanwhile, Heinz said to Melchior, of course she's jealous. Melchior gets confused and asked, jealous? Heinz said, think about it. How would Her Grace feel about you continuing to look for a woman you met as a child and could never forget? Melchior replied, not once have I tried to look for Roseline after Roseline arrived. And it's been a long time since I put an end to the search. Heinz asked, well, did you ever tell Her Grace what you just told me? He thinks of course he didn't. Heinz said, Your Grace, at times you make things worse by saying something unnecessary, but sometimes you cause misunderstandings because you failed to say something. He said, I do admire you for standing by your principles and all, but it's at times like these that I feel bad for Her Grace. Melchior thinks, I did tell her that I would focus on her rather than Roseline from now on, so why is she still worried about Roseline? If Roseline asked me to only look at her for the rest of my life, I would gladly do so. I will do whatever it takes, however long it takes, to prove my loyalty to her. He thinks, but what do I do if she has already lost her trust in me? He thinks, I don't remember every moment I shared with Roseline. Parts of my memory are gone, and I only remember glimpses of some of the other moments. He thinks, I don't even remember how we parted ways. Should I get some sort of hypnosis treatment to completely forget about her? Meanwhile, Roseline comes and opens the door shouting, Melchior! Seeing him, he gets confused and asked, Roseline? He asked, what is it? She steps forwards and replied, did the Santre family sponsor you in the past? He replied, HM? They did. She asked, is he dead yet? Hearing this, they both get shocked. He asked, dead? Who? She replied, the other successor candidate from the Santre family. He replied, he should be alive. I read somewhere that he left the castle and sought asylum somewhere abroad. Melchior, seeing her, gets confused and asked, Roseline? She asked, if you read it somewhere, that mean you don't remember what happened, right? He replied, that's right. He thinks, why is she looking for that man? Did he do something to her? Or maybe he interfered with her business dealings. Roseline touches his face and asked, why did you let him hurt you? You poor thing. Roseline said, I'm sorry for barging in like this, but I had something I needed to tell you as soon as possible. She said, Melchior, please set a date for our meeting with the vassal families. We should hold it in about 3 weeks. Roseline turns and said, I know this interrupts your work, but I had to tell you as soon as possible. I'll be going now. Good luck with your work. Melchior was completely shocked and starts blushing. She leaves the room and Heinz asked Melchior, are you all right, Your Grace? Meanwhile, Roseline said to servant, please send for a few dress designers from this region. The servant replied, is there a certain designer or boutique you have in mind, Your Grace? Roseline replied, no. That's why I would like to see a few and take my pick. The servant said, understood. I shall send for some designers who specialize in dresses. How many should I request? Roseline replied, all of them. Hearing this, the servant gets shocked and confused. Roseline said they don't need to be professional dress designers either. If they have the skills, it doesn't matter what their field is. Send for all of them. The next day, the designers comes to the manor. The servant asked Roseline, do any of these dresses catch your eye? Roseline, pointing her finger towards a lady, said, this one. Roseline thinks her dress isn't particularly unique, but her embroidery is outstanding. The lady gets happy and the other lady behind her said, what a great opportunity for you. Congratulations, Natalie. Natalie bowed and said to Roseline, thank you for choosing me, Your Grace. Which dress from the catalog would you like to order? Roseline said, I don't need a design from you right now. It's not a dress I'm looking for. Natalie gets shocked hearing this and asked, what do you mean, Your Grace? Roseline said, I intend to purchase you. Natalie asked, pardon? Roseline said, you work for a boutique, do you not? Natalie said, yes, Your Grace. I have a mandatory IOU contract. If you would like to hire me, you would have to pay a penalty. Roseline interrupts her saying, that won't be necessary. I'll buy it all. Roseline said, the boutique you work for, and all of its other employees too. Roseline gives a paper to Natalie and she asked, do you mean that you have a design in mind already? Roseline said, I've drawn up this emblem. I have a specific concept in mind. Seeing the designs, Natalie thinks she drew these herself? This just needs a few finishing touches. I guess this is why she chose me for my embroidery. But this is so different from the elegant image everyone strives for in the East. Will this be suitable? Natalie asked, May I make a comment, Your Grace? Roseline replied, Of course. Natalie said this kind of dress would be so eye-catching that it would be hard to make it look elegant no matter how intricate the embroidery. Hearing this, Roseline smiled and said, Actually, that's exactly what I want. She thinks, I don't want to come across as an elegant noblewoman. What I want is, at this banquet, I want to come across as the most powerful person in the room. 3 weeks later, the vassal families comes to the manor. The Santer family patriarch said, the new archduchess must be frail, judging by the way she postponed this meeting. If traveling east by train was so difficult for her, I wonder if she will be able to bear offspring. They comes inside and Roseline said to them, Thank you for attending this meeting, leaders of the 7 vassal families. She said while standing next to Melchior, I am Roseline Postenmeier. Melchior noticed the man. He asked, The family heads don't appear to be greeting the Archduchess. The lady replied, Glory be to House Postenmeier. I am Ursula, head of House Yuthron of Courage. The other 2 guests said, I am Lambert, head of House Laban of Intellect. House Mitchelk of Benevolence. Seeing them, Roseline thinks, so these are all the people I need to convince at today's meeting. The information on them included far too many fabrications. She said, Thank you for coming. Please take a seat. Roseline tells them, We have prepared a meal for you so that you can eat while we have this meeting. The half-bald man raised her hand saying, Yes, I thought the refreshments were very extravagant. Meanwhile, Roseline interrupts saying, I couldn't let you wait until the banquet, since this meeting will take a long time. They all get shocked and confused and thinks, I thought she had prepared this sumptuous spread by mistake. Seeing each other, they thinks, we all thought she would be naive, but she considered the fact that we would have many questions for her. A man with mustaches said, To be frank with you, we had a lot of doubts before coming here. Roseline asked, Doubts? He asked, We heard about how you were bedridden as soon as you arrived, Your Grace. We were worried that you were too frail, but seeing you in person has soothed our worries. Roseline thinks, Ha! They're already trying to intimidate me. She smiled and said, I had no idea you were so concerned for my well-being. As I did not receive a single care package, I was under the impression that I should be hiding the state of my health, so I didn't think to contact any of you. She said, Next time, I will make sure to let you know when I get sick, so that you don't have to worry. Seeing them, she thinks, they're all underestimating me. I'll take this opportunity to pay them back for what they did to Julian. Noticing her, the bald man starts sweating and thinks, Why is she suddenly glaring at me? He said, House Santer has been wholeheartedly supporting His Grace ever since he was just a successor candidate. Roseline thinks, they stuck him in boarding school, neglected him, and didn't even pay for his train tickets. Wholehearted support? Really? She said, Yes. I heard a bit about that from my husband. Hearing this, he thinks a bit. Is she trying to make my support seem trivial? He, rubbing his chin, said, Since His Grace went to war as soon as he became the patriarch, it was my family that actually managed the Postenmeier Archduchy. Melchior said, Yes, during those 2 years, all of the businesses managed by House Postenmeier were taken over by House Santer. Roseline thinks, HM? I thought he didn't know about that. Melchior said, You managed those businesses fairly well. You even raised profits. The man flinched and said, Ha ha. Yes, that's right. House Santer did its best. He smirks and said, Back then, you won many battles in war, and the Emperor rewarded you with a name. Your renown was astounding. He said, It was enough for there to be talks of marriage between you and Princess Anastrat. Hearing this, he whirled and said, Santer, you agreed never to bring that up again. Roseline said, Yes, Her Highness told me about it herself, but unlike the imperial family, who respected my husband's wishes, I hear that House Santer would not stop pushing potential brides at him, making things difficult. Santer said, Please think of it as the worries of an old man. He said, House Santer has supported His Grace ever since he was successor candidate. I think of him as my own son, so I couldn't help but be more attentive. He said, I am sure His Grace is aware that this was nothing but an expression of loyalty to the Archduchy. Roseline said, I heard House Santer supported a different candidate. He said, it is Postenmeier law to give the role of patriarch to whoever is most suitable for it. He said, as soon as we recognized how capable Lord Melchior was, we deemed him to be most suited for the role. I still remember the moment His Grace became the patriarch like it was yesterday. The fact that House Santer was supported such a great man from the time he was a candidate is our house's greatest pride. He sneered and said, and so, I was extremely curious about the woman His Grace had chosen to be his bride. He raised his hand saying, it usually falls on the lady of the house to rule over the vassal families. Naturally, I believe that you will be leading us, Your Grace. He said, however, as House Santer has been managing the Postenmeier businesses, we already have a good system in place. How do you propose to handle this matter, Your Grace? Hearing his words, Roseline replied, good question. She ordering the servants continue her words, I would like to warn you ahead of time. They pulled the cloth from a board and Roseline said, from this moment onward, until we have settled this matter. Giving a cold look, she said, no one will be able to leave this room. Seeing the papers, they shouts, what is this? What do you mean, Your Grace? Roseline replied, I mean exactly what I told you. Push. Seeing that I have missed quite a few of these sessions, I decided that this urgent matter could no longer be delayed. She said, this is the new business proposal I have prepared for today's meeting. She said, I heard that each vassal family took over parts of the Postenmeier business when my husband was still unmarried because there was no lady of the house. I was impressed by your business prowess. Not a single business had suffered any losses or become difficult to maintain. She said, however, there was one thing that could be improved on. And that is the fact that there has not been much growth. Santer said, it is only natural for long-established businesses to plateau. He said, in fact, all of us here believe that the growth period of these businesses is over, and that sustaining them is the best we can do now. Roseline smiled hearing this and asked, is that so? She thinks, it may sound reasonable at first. But the patriarchs and matriarchs gathered here know all too well that the profits they gain from the Postenmeier businesses are enormous. She thinks, with the development of the railroad, there has been rapid growth in both commerce and tourism centered around the cities where the trains stop. Among them, the Santer territory is especially well situated. As a reward for supporting the current Postenmeier patriarch, House Santer was able to obtain priority in the railroad business, and over the past 6 years, they opened 2 stations in the Santer territory. In other words, it is inevitable for the Santer region to develop the fastest. Not only do they draw in profits through lodging, distribution, and tourism, with the increase in jobs, a large number of people have also moved there from other regions. An increase in population eventually leads to more tax revenue. Encouraged by this success, House Santer seems to be planning to build another station in its territory soon. She thinks, I'll never let them get away with trying to milk Julian for all he's worth after completely neglecting him all those years. Roseline said, as my husband has been busy with other work, both the railroad and tourism industry has been run by House Santer. But now that I am here, there is no need to make the vassal families do our work for us. Please leave it all to me from now on. Santer raised his hand saying, but Your Grace, we are planning to build another train station in our territory. His Grace has already given his approval. The other man said, also, as most of the train connections in the east already pass through the Santer territory, it would impede the business if you take away their right to. Roseline interrupts him saying, I see you are well informed. She said, that is why I have decided to go with charging royalties instead of withdrawing their business rights. Hearing this, they all get shocked. The lady asked with a confusion, royalties? Roseline replied, yes. After all, the right to the production and operation of the railway and trains exclusively belongs to House Postenmeier. Roseline said, in exchange for sharing that right with you, we will be demanding a fee. Hearing this, they all get silenced. Roseline thinks they're already getting so much profit from the railway industry that they would never risk the chance of starting over from scratch. Moreover, if I were to suggest taking over the railway entirely right now, the vassal families would all definitely object, which is why I came up with a plan they cannot help but agree to. The Santer starts trembling. Roseline stands from her seat and said, also, because the current railway lines are centered around House Santer's territory, I intend to expand its reach. They asked, expansion, Your Grace? Roseline, showing them a map, replied, yes. Please take a look at this map. She points her finger towards a point and said, we are going to build a central line that allows you to cross the whole eastern region without ever having to transfer. And that line will then be connected to the capital. Oh, the man asked, capital, you say? Roseline said, some time ago, my husband opened a temporary line from Quern Station to Kilian Station. We intend to make this into the new line that will go all the way to the east. Hearing this, Melchior thinks, a line between Quern and Kilian Station. Does she mean that temporary one I ordered so that I could see Roseline sooner? He thinks, it was really just an act of rebellion on my part, but she managed to turn it into a planned safety inspection of the new line. Roseline said, in exchange for retrieving the right to the tourism industries each vassal family has been running, I plan on combining them into one new business. Santer starts shaking and trembling and thinks, damn it! At this rate, my family will lose out. I have to put a stop to this before the other families that haven't benefited as much agree with the Archduchess. He thinks, I have to get out of here and make deals with the other vassal families immediately. He said, this is a very important decision, Your Grace. I don't believe we should come to a conclusion here. He said, we should talk about this amongst ourselves first, and Roseline interrupts him, saying, where on earth would we discuss this important matter if not at a meeting with the 7 vassal families and the Postenmeyers? He said, as I said, the vassal families should discuss our opinion on the matter ourselves and come up with. She interrupts him again, saying, there's no need for that. You may share your opinions with me freely. She taps on the table, saying, I will now explain to you how I have come up with the rates I have proposed. You may ask me questions at any point if you are not yet convinced. She said, I will endeavor to explain everything to you, no matter how long it may take. After some time, a man thinks, seeing them, I had no idea they would be done before dinner. They ended up agreeing with everything Her Grace proposed. I suppose they were defenseless because they all underestimated her. House Santer may be taking a loss, but I heard House Youthorn will have to come up with a new plan for the year as well. That sounds difficult. Holding a glass of juice, he thinks, I ended up tagging along because my sister-in-law is the niece of the current head of House Youthorn. But if I had known things would turn out like this, I should have lied about needing to attend an academic conference instead. I planned on going back to Roseline after making a name for myself as an astronomer, but Salvera, I never expected her to marry Archduke Postenmeyer while I was gone. Once a young lady's engagement is broken, it is hard for her to find another suitor, and she was never really interested in marriage, so I thought my plan would work out well. Would things have been different if I had asked her to wait for me? Meanwhile, someone announced, His Grace, Archduke Postenmeyer, and Her Grace, Archduchess Postenmeyer. Roseline, wearing a beautiful dress, comes with Melchior holding each other's arms. Seeing them, he thinks, that's the Archduchess? Goodness. She's as beautiful as they say. She's so charismatic. And her dress looks amazing. It's as if a legendary divine animal has come down to grace the earth. Roseline bowed and said, Thank you for coming to our banquet, everyone. I am Roseline Postenmeyer. Roseline said, I made the preparations for this occasion in place of my husband, but I hope you find nothing lacking. Meanwhile, Melchior glares at someone. The man suddenly turns his face, thinking, a monster. He's a monster. If looks could kill. And yet, despite His Grace's intimidating presence, the Archduchess caught everyone's attention first. A lady wearing a dress with flowers printed on it comes and said, It is an honor to meet you, Your Grace. My name is Malvita Constans Uthorn Sirapierce. A man bowed and said, I am Winfried Arno Sirapierce. Greetings, Your Grace. Roseline thinks, Sirapierce? Oh, so they must be Bernhard's. Roseline said, It's nice to meet you, Sir Sirapierce. The man in green dress tries to say, We meet again, Your Gra, but Melchior interrupts him saying, Though we would like to greet every person, we cannot let all of you stand and wait when you have come such a long way. Melchior said, Please go ahead and enjoy the banquet. Bernhard turns and Roseline thinks, Melchior won't even let Bernhard greet me. She glanced at Melchior thinking, This is a different side to him than I'm used to. She thinks, I heard he was gruff, never attends social events, and only shows his face briefly at official banquets. Considering all that, he's hosting this banquet so well. He even knows how to speak formally. Then again, of course he does. He has to use formal language when he has audiences with the Emperor. Maybe I don't give him enough credit. She smiled while thinking, come to think of it, ever since we met, Julian has always been such a polite boy. Smile. They don't seem like the same person at first glance, so it's fascinating to find similarities. Roseline said to him, You're good at that, Melchior. He gets confused and asked, HM? Roseline with a smile said, using formal language. Hearing this, he gets nervous and starts sweating. Roseline said, Melchior? And he turns his face. She thinks, what a strange expression. Maybe he's annoyed because I complimented him on something so basic when he's much older and more familiar with high society than I am. Oh no. I can't apologize to him when there are so many people who might overhear. I must have picked up this habit because I always compliment Julian. I should be more careful from now on. After the banquet, they comes to their room and Roseline thinks, today was a long day. But at least the banquet went well. She thinks, I expected our guests to at least try and subtly insult me by bringing up my background or my family's financial situation. Distracting everyone with such an eye-catching dress really was a good idea. I was worried about the Eastern nobles not reacting well to it, since they value elegance above all, so I'm glad it worked out. She fell on the bed saying, now that I finally get to relax, I'm exhausted. She said, even with the banquet over, the nobles who traveled here will be staying up to a month. I hope everything goes smoother starting tomorrow. She thinks, come to think of it, I wonder if Bernhard will stay that long too. It's best not to run into him if I want to avoid any unnecessary rumors. But it feels wrong to completely avoid him like tonight. Meanwhile, Melchior knocks the door and asked, Are you asleep, Roseline? He comes inside and Roseline asked, Melchior? He said, I'm sorry, Roseline. Were you sleeping? Roseline replied, Not yet. I was just getting ready to. Come in. He said, All right. He thinks, I haven't been able to think about anything else. He recalls Roseline's words, You're good at formal language. He thinks, why did Roseline say that? Being able to use formal language isn't anything worth complimenting, is it? Could it be that she has been unhappy about the fact that I addressed her informally the moment we met? And if seeing me address the nobles formally caused her to explode? It's all my fault. Roseline, opening the window, said, Oh, one moment. I'll open the window. She said, the summer in the east is cooler, but it's still quite warm, isn't it? She sits on a sofa saying, So, what is it you wanted to tell me? Melchior also sits on the sofa next to her. He said, I'm sorry, Roseline. Roseline gets confused and asked, HM? About what? He replied, for not following etiquette. Roseline thinks, etiquette? What is he talking about? Oh, does he mean the way he's dressed? Touching his shirt, she said, It's fine. You must be warm. She said, But you really should button up your shirt. It may be too warm for you, but please bear with it while we talk. She thinks, oh no, I was so distracted while getting changed. I can't believe I overlooked this. Melchior grabs her hand saying, You may be too late, but from now on, "ISH shall treat you with love and respect, my lady." Roseline gets chilled and asked, "Pardon? What's gotten into you?" He said, "I've wronged your ladyship." Roseline interrupts him saying, "Please stop. I hate it." Roseline asked, "Who are you? Are you possessed or something?" Melchior replied, "I just..." He thinks, "What did I do wrong? I was just trying to apologize. Is it because I said I'd treat her with love and respect? Did she hate that I said love?" Melchior says, "My lady." Roseline sigh and interrupts him again saying, "Please don't talk like that. Speak normally." He asked, "Normally?" Roseline replied, "Using that formal tone with me makes my skin crawl." "Lower. You can talk like you usually do. Actually, please do. This doesn't suit you." Roseline said, "Why are you suddenly trying to address me formally? In the middle of the night, too?" Hearing this, he gets confused. Melchior said, "No." Roseline asked, "Pardon? What are you talking about?" He clenched his hand and thinks, if there is something about me that Roseline dislikes, I just have to apologize and try to fix it. He thinks, but if she intends to cut ties with me completely? Melchior said, "Roseline?" He said to her, "I need you. I would like you to help me." Roseline asked him, "You came to see me this late because you need my help? Wait, is that why you had your shirt unbuttoned?" She asked, "When you said you were warm, you..." Melchior said, "It's not because of the heat. I was just too distracted by you." She starts trembling and Melchior thinks, "Wait, why is she acting like this? Did I say something wrong again?" She stands and shouts, "Why you? Can't you warn me ahead of time? You're always surprising me with things like this." Melchior gets shocked and confused and asked her, "I warn you?" Roseline turns and said, "One moment. I need to think about this." Melchior suddenly recalls Hein's words. "You should take another step, Your Grace. I promise you, a lot will change." When it comes to most interpersonal relationships, it would be polite to take a step back when they push you away. But you two are married. You don't want to live like that forever, do you? He thinks, another step. I have to take another step. Melchior said to her, "Stay there, Roseline." She gets confused and asked, "Pardon?" Melchior stands and steps towards her, and she asked him, "Melchior, I just told you I need a moment to think." Meanwhile, Melchior reached to her and gets close to her. Melchior gets close to her. They starts blushing and sweating. Roseline thinks he's too close. I always thought Melchior's body would feel solid and firm, but it feels more like a tight rubber ball. And he's warmer than expected. It seems like he's fired up. Don't tell me, the help he said he needed from me was this. I suppose we are married, so. Him, right? I didn't think we would be having our first night together today, but it had to happen sooner or later. He poked her and she shouts, "Eek!" Roseline shouts, "Why did you touch me?" Melchior steps back saying, "To touch you? I didn't." Roseline asked, "Then what was that just now?" Suddenly she glanced at him. She starts flushing and Melchior asked, "Roseline?" Roseline said, "We may be married now, but you can't just touch me like that without warning." He gets confused and asked, "Warning?" Roseline hesitates while saying, "We should do this another day. I'm not ready tonight." Melchior thinks, I was being inconsiderate. It's much too late to be having a serious conversation. He said, "I apologize for not being more considerate toward you. All I could think about was myself. I'm sorry for being so hasty, Roseline." Roseline asked him, "Are you that impatient?" Melchior thinks, I really wanted to know why she said that. And why was it that my patience ran thin whenever it came to something related to Roseline? Only with you. He clenched his hand saying, "Please don't worry. I will take care not to repeat tonight's mistake and endeavor to be more patient." Roseline said, "If it's too hard for you to hold back, please let me know." Roseline said, I know this is part of my duty as your wife. I won't keep avoiding it. Hearing this, he thinks, does that mean I can talk to her whenever I want to? He said, there's no need to exert yourself, Roseline. It can wait. For much longer, if necessary. He touched her hand, saying, please let me know when you're ready. I can wait for as long as you need me to. Roseline asked, won't it be too hard for you to hold back? Melchior replied, your condition is more important. Suddenly Roseline turns, saying, hold on. He gets confused. Roseline pulls her underwear from her drawer, saying, tonight may be too soon, but I can at least give you this. Melchior, seeing it, gets shocked and asked, what is this, Roseline? She asked him, do you not want it? Melchior gets confused and thinks, why is she giving me a handkerchief? Melchior said, I will gladly accept whatever you give me. Roseline said, I'm happy to hear that. Underwear would be, well, a bit too much for now. Hearing this, Melchior thinks, is she saying she wants to gift me underwear? Come to think of it, I heard that there is a custom abroad where children use their first paychecks to gift their parents with undergarments. He, taking her piece of cloth, thinks, her father has passed away, and she isn't close to her mother, so perhaps she wants to give it to me instead. He squeezed it, saying, I prefer this. Meanwhile, he thinks, it actually feels more special because her perfume is on it. Roseline said, oh, really? She thinks, phew. Thank goodness. Melchior said, of course, if you choose to give me undergarments, I will gladly wear those too. Hearing this, she gets shocked and thinks, wait, wear them? She asked him, you're going to wear them? Melchior, smelling it, replied, of course. Malvida Constance Uthorn Sirapierce, the head of House Uthorn's niece and Benhard's sister-in-law, asked, so this is the herb that only grows in the Postenmeyer territory? She said, I can't thank you enough for inviting me and my husband along with my aunt and treating us so well. Roseline, sitting in front of her, replied, you are very welcome. Meanwhile, Roseline thinks, I didn't expect that many nobles to show up to afternoon tea, but I didn't think it would only be 4 people. And of course it had to be Lord Winfried Sirapierce, who brought along his family, which included Bernhard. Malvida said, due to her old age, my aunt tends to need rest the day after a big event. She asked me to send you her deepest regrets for not being able to join us today. Roseline said, it's all right. I understand completely. Meanwhile, she thinks, ugh. This is stressing me out. Roseline asked the baby, were you able to sleep well last night, Herta? Herta replied, I saw a ghost. Hearing this, Roseline gets surprised. Malvida said to her, Herta, I told you I was just a lantern. Herta replied, I'm not dumb. I swear I saw a purple light going past the window like whoosh. Roseline started sweating and said, House Postenmeyer has a long history. It wouldn't be strange for there to be a ghost or 2 in this big castle. Herta asked Roseline, have you seen a ghost as well, miss? Roseline replied, well, it wasn't purple, but... Roseline said, oh, I just thought that maybe ghosts all have different colors, just like how the rainbow is made up of different colors. Sir Winfried said, a purple will owe the wisp warns of a grudge. Hearing this, Roseline gets shocked. She asked, a grudge? He replied, yes. They say that a soul that has just died and is unable to move on takes on a particular color as it wanders the earth. He said, at first it is blue, then it turns purple, before it slowly loses color and becomes a ghostly white. He said, vengeful ghosts who intend to harm are said to be green, and those who remain because they are worried about someone they left behind are a light orange or beige. Hearing this, she gets stunned. He said, black ghosts are the most dangerous and should be avoided because they attack anyone on sight, not just those who harmed them in life. Herta asked him, wow, is that all true, uncle? He said, it is. Those who are alive change their odor and such things according to their emotional state, and since souls have no physical bodies, they can be differentiated by the color they emit. Hearing this, all Roseline thinks, I wonder if there is any real proof of those claims. Roseline said, "You seem to be an expert on the matter, Lord Bernhard." He replied, "It is my expertise, yes." Roseline asked him, "Didn't you say you had studied astronomy in Atheum?" He replied, "Astronomy has always shared a link with astrology and history. In order to study such mysteries, we need magic. And in order to study magic, we cannot avoid learning about space, time, and the laws of nature." He said, "All of this then relates back to astronomy. Academic subjects tend to converge in such a way." Hearing this, she thinks, "Hold on, magic?" Roseline asked him, "Lord Bernhard, do you happen to know anything about time-traveling magic?" He gets confused and asked, "Pardon?" He replied, "I had no idea you were interested in magic, Your Grace." Roseline replied, "Pardon?" "Oh no, I'm just a bit curious. That's all." He said, "It always starts with a little bit of curiosity. Even in Ainem, where the study of magic is highly developed, magic related to time is a forbidden subject. In our empire, only magic wielded through magic stones is considered an ancient kind, but in the Atheum kingdom, there is more. The magic studied there is concerned with life." Roseline asked him, "With life?" He replied, "They say that traveling through time comes at the cost of a person's life energy. Magic stones are not strong enough to wield it, and only the magic caster himself is able to control it." Roseline asked him, "Does that mean only mages are able to travel to the past?" He replied, "Not necessarily." He said, "What I meant by saying that only the spell caster can control it is that such magic, once completed, can even send someone else into the past. In other words, a completed spell can be passed on to someone else. But because the recipient of such a spell cannot alter magic that has already been cast, it is impossible for them to control or change it." Hearing this, she gets chilled and thinks, "Hold on, does that mean the power that I wield is a magic spell that was created by taking someone else's life?" He said, "Oh, I apologize for rambling," Herta said, "such sinister talk should." Meanwhile, Melchior interrupts him saying, "Not be continued." He gets confused seeing Melchior, and Melchior sighed, "What a good idea." Seeing him, Roseline asked, "Melchior?" Melchior glares and said, "As Patriarch of House Postenmeyer, I couldn't possibly miss tea time with our guests." He steps forward saying, "Which is why I wrapped up any urgent business and came here as soon as I could. However, it appears I am a bit late." Melchior comes near to Roseline and leaned towards her. Roseline asked him, "Melchior? Why aren't you sitting down?" He replied, "The seats are all taken." Malvita and her family stand saying, "Oh, look at the time. My aunt will be waking up soon. We should get going." "Absolutely. We were so busy talking that we forgot about the time." Bernhard said, "If you have anything else you would like to ask me, Your Grace, please do let me know." Seeing him, Roseline thinks, Bernhard seems to be in good spirits. I thought he would be bothered by practically getting kicked out. Did he enjoy talking about magic that much? Meanwhile, Bernhard gives a smile. They leave and Roseline asked Melchior, "Did something happen, Melchior?" He replied, "Something seems to have happened to you." Roseline gets confused and asked him, "To me?" Melchior said, "You were having tea with our guests." Roseline replied, "They will be staying here for at least a week, and as the lady of the house, I couldn't just sit around and do nothing." Melchior said, "I know. I was the one who told you to do whatever you wanted." Roseline thinks, "Is this him being grumpy? Don't tell me it's because we didn't end up doing anything last night." Roseline starts blushing while asking Melchior, "Could you be here too? Do that with me? It's the middle of the day." Melchior asked her, "Is there something you wanted to do with me, Roseline?" She replied, "No, I just thought you wanted to, Melchior." Melchior said, "Something I want to do with you. I suppose that would be another sparring match." Roseline asked, "A sparring match?" Melchior said, "You haven't picked up a blade since we got here. We have a training hall, so go ahead and use it all you want if you would like to practice." Roseline said, "It's fine. I never really liked sparring with people. I mostly just enjoyed swinging around a sword." Melchior asked her, "So you're more interested in swords?" She replied, "Well, a sword does whatever I want it to. I felt free whenever I wielded one." Melchior said, "Right now, you have the power to make anyone do as you like." Roseline replied, "But that's thanks to you and your influence, Melchior. I didn't achieve that power on my own." He said, "If you put it like that, technically I only inherited this power from the efforts of the previous patriarchs, so I can't call it my own either." He said, "If you consider that power as my own, then you are free to consider it yours as well." Roseline said, "But..." He said, "A man and his wife are together are one. That was part of our wedding vows, wasn't it?" She asked him, "Are you really all right with that, Melchior?" She squeezed her hand, saying, "Doesn't it feel a bit impudent of me to use whatever you have as if it were my own?" Melchior said, "Why would that be impudent of you? It's only natural." He said, "I told you, everything I own is also yours. There's no need for you to be wary of me or ask for my permission to use what's yours. I was the one who decided to rescue you without your consent. You can do whatever you want. I would like you to refrain from doing anything that puts you in danger, though." Hearing this, she thinks, "So he's not just saying that to be kind? When I first met him, I thought he was a stubborn man with no regard for anyone else. He asks very strange questions at times and even swept me off my feet at our wedding and at a train station. He comes to see me in the middle of the night and tells me he needs me. So he has definitely made things difficult for me at times, but he's never forced me into anything or tried to control me." She thinks, Melchior doesn't even know that I'm Roseline. So why? She blushed while thinking it's as if Melchior actually likes me or something. I am Roseline as well, after all, so it's true that Melchior is interested in me, but this feels a bit different. If I were to tell him who I truly am, would he believe me? And if he did? She said to him, "Melchior?" She raised from her chair and comes close to him, saying his name again, Melchior. She touched his face, saying, "If I happen to be your Rose." Meanwhile, Carmen comes and opens the door, shouting, "Lady Roseline, I have something to tell." She, noticing Melchior, said, "I see, His Grace is here too. I must have interrupted your precious time together." Roseline said, "Carmen, what is it?" Carmen tells, "I was just on my way back from examining the head of House Uthorn, and I received a report from one of House Lochball's servants that their patriarch is not feeling very well either." Roseline said, "We can't just stand by when so many family heads are bedridden. I will go and check on them in person." Roseline, holding a light in her hand, walking through the hall, thinks Carmen was right. The older family heads are falling ill one by one. Carmen isn't able to see them all on her own, so Damien and a few other doctors are helping as well. But this is not good. No matter how well House Postemeyer treats the family heads. Meanwhile, she thinks people whispering, "Did you hear about how everything that happened is a bad omen because of the new Archduchess?" She thinks, this is going to be great gossip for those who dislike me. And on top of that, Carmen said, the servants all reported similarly strange stories. All of the patients claimed to have seen a purple ghost. The first witness of this supposed ghost was Herta, so it's hard to say that this was all a scheme the heads concocted to make me look bad. I had so much to think about that I sent Melchior away, and now he's acting like a child. Patriarch of House Uthran said, "I suddenly feel so cold." Melchior said, "There is no such thing as ghosts. You must have been hallucinating because you are so frail." Roseline thinks, "I told Melchior not to join me in visiting the family heads because they seem to feel worse whenever he's around, but..." Meanwhile, she sighed and thinks, did he really think I wouldn't notice him following me? She turns and said, "Melchior, I thought I told you not to follow." It was Sir Pierce, not Melchior, and he said, "Do you have some time to spare, Your Grace?" He smiled, and seeing him, Roseline asked, Sir Pierce?" He asked her, "Your Grace, why are you out by yourself at this time of night?" Roseline replied, "It's safe here, so I don't need to be accompanied by anyone." She asked, Has something happened to the matriarch of House Yuthorn? Is that why you're here to see me? He replied, that's not it, no. Meanwhile she thinks, hold on, maybe Bernhard knows something about this ghost. Roseline said, by the way, Sir appears, about what you said earlier. He replied, yes? Roseline said, the color of a soul with a grudge. The heads of the houses claim to have seen a purple-hued ghost. Is there anything that comes to mind? He replied, I am not sure, but there is always a reason for a ghost to stay in one place. The fact that one with a grudge has appeared here means. Roseline said, could it mean that the grudge the ghost has is against House Postenmeyer? He replied, not at all, Your Grace. The behavior of ghosts is not that simple. He said, just as a child runs to its parents when they are wronged somehow, if a soul is unable to move on because of its grudge, it tries to find someone who is able to help it. Roseline asked, so it isn't just out for revenge? He said, vengeful ghosts are green or black in color. If it is purple, it is most likely here to seek help from House Postenmeyer. Roseline said, I see. He said, but weren't you on your way somewhere, Your Grace? If it has anything to do with the matriarch of House Yuthorn, may I lend you a hand? Roseline said, all right. I was just on my way to see her, so please join me. He said, thank you, Your Grace. Roseline glanced at him thinking, he's doing this for the matriarch's sake, so it's fine, right? Meanwhile they saw Melchior standing in their way. He said to them, what a coincidence. If I had known you would be coming as well, Sir appears, I would have joined you both. Roseline pressed her head thinking, so this is why he didn't come. He was already here. Melchior said, oh, Roseline, I meant to visit the matriarch. That is my duty as head of House Postenmeyer, after all. She sighed and said, I see. Malvita said, thank you all for coming. Please forgive me for not getting up to greet you. Roseline said, that's all right. How are you feeling? She replied, I feel much better. I am simply honored that His Grace has taken the time to look in on me. Meanwhile Melchior stands next to Sir Sirapierce glaring him. Roseline said, I am glad to hear you are better. Malvita replied, all this rain as of late was probably. Meanwhile someone shouts, eek. Herta starts crying and shouts, wah. They get shocked and nervous and Sirapierce said, that voice. Herta? They dashed outside. Sirapierce hugged Herta and Roseline asked, Sir Sirapierce, what happened? He said, the ghost appeared. His Grace has gone after it. Meanwhile Melchior thinks, I cannot allow Roseline to be in danger. I have to take care of this quickly. He thinks, I don't see it, but I can feel its presence. Over there. He opens the door with full force. He thinks, the presence disappeared. Damn it. Did it get away? He thinks, no, I definitely felt it going this way. It must be hiding in this room somewhere. Seeing the mirror he notices his eyes and thinks, were my eyes always this cold? Meanwhile a purple light comes near to him from his back. It hits him making a sound. Roseline hears it, and comes towards the room. She opens the door and gets shocked seeing him and shouts, Melchior. She lifts him shouting, is anyone out there? Somebody, please help. The next day Carmen, Damien and Roseline were sitting beside Melchior's bed. Damien said, there still isn't anything wrong with him. Both his pulse and breathing are regular as well. Roseline thinks, it's just like the others who became bedridden. But why won't he wake up? Carmen said, the other heads of houses have all recovered, and there have been no new reports of anyone seeing the ghost. Roseline said, it cannot have simply disappeared after roaming the castle this whole time. And Melchior wouldn't have just collapsed like this either. Meanwhile she thinks, could that mean? Just like when I saw Julian absorb that ghost soul, if Melchior has the same ability. She thinks, could the ghost have gone inside of Melchior's eyes? Meanwhile people in Manor starts gossiping and two-man whispers, this is all because of the Archduchess's immoral behavior, is it not? Whisper. Why else would so many terrible things happen in a row? Sirapierce seeing them thinks, I don't know what she did during the meeting between the family heads, but she seems to have earned their ire. He thinks she hasn't changed at all, though she's a wonderful person once you get used to it. Didn't ask her to wait for me, but I thought she would, because no one else suited her as well as I do. If only the Count hadn't started gambling, then I would have been able to return after my studies and enjoy a tearful reunion with Roseline. But things aren't hopeless yet, because there are more than enough people who are making Roseline uncomfortable. He smirks while thinking, this may be the perfect opportunity for me to win back her heart. Roseline, still sitting beside Melchior's bed, thinks, he won't respond to my voice either. How on earth can I call out the ghost inside of him? Meanwhile, the door knocked, and she opens it. Roseline, seeing Sir Pierce, asked, Sir Pierce? What is it? He replied, I have something to tell you, Your Grace. He said, I believe I can be of help to you. Roseline asked him, how do you mean? He replied, I would like to try an exorcism. I have come across a similar case during my studies abroad. Hearing this, she thinks, an exorcism? But the East is already so biased against such superstitious ceremonies. She said, I don't believe that to be an appropriate solution. Sir Pierce asked, but you have no other option, do you? If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. She thinks this isn't right. I have to dissuade him somehow. She said, you must be aware of everyone's low opinion of me. I don't understand why you would want to help me so much. Sir Pierce said, I believe it is only natural to want to help the person you love. Hearing this, Roseline gets shocked. Roseline said, Sir Pierce, did you forget that I am married? Sir Pierce replied, of course not. Roseline said, yet you thought it would be alright to tell me that you love me despite being fully aware that I am married to the Archduke? Meanwhile, she thinks, never mind that he apparently still likes me, this is the worst way to tell me. Sir Pierce said, I thought you didn't love your husband. Roseline said, Sir Pierce, you are being incredibly rude. Sir Pierce said, if my love for you is too much to bear. Meanwhile, she interrupts him, shouting, the only thing more impolite than pining after me is revealing your feelings. The issue isn't that you love me, but that you thought it would be alright to tell me that. Sir Pierce said, Your Grace, I just... She interrupts him again, saying, I don't want your help. I would also appreciate it if you never showed your face before me again. Roseline closed the door and stands beside it. She thinks, I thought he respected me. I thought he was different from my parents. Bernhard never pressured me into doing anything, and he never scolded me or looked down on me. But if he had really been a kind and considerate person, he never would have broken off our engagement without warning and run away to study abroad. I know now. There was no way Bernhard didn't know how the daughter of a powerless noble would be treated by her family after being abandoned by her fiancé. She mumbled, I guess. I really am a poor judge of character. Meanwhile, she hears Melchior's voice. She rushed towards him and asked him, Are you awake, Melchior? She thinks, it doesn't seem like he's awake. Oh, but his expression has changed a bit. What if he never wakes up? Maybe I should have accepted Bernhard's help after all. Or, hold on, there's someone other than Bernhard who can help me in this situation. Roseline, tousing his hair, said, Look at this mess we're in because you lost your memory. What would you do without me? She ties her hat, thinking, going through the rose garden would probably be the fastest way. There's no time to waste. She thinks, I'll bring Melchior back to normal no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Julian, sitting under a tree, thinks, she isn't here today either. They said no one visited the castle. And there aren't any records of Roseline's visit. Was there some reason for her to stop by Postenmeier Castle in secret? He sighed and said, Whatever it is, I wish I could help Roseline. Meanwhile, Roseline said, Would you like to help me then? Julian gets surprised seeing Roseline. He saw her and shouts her name, Roseline. Julian said, It's been a while? Oh, what do you mean? She asked him, How do you deal with spirits, Julian? He gets confused and asked, Pardon? Seeing her, Julian thinks, hold on. Roseline seems different today. Sit. It looks like she hasn't slept much, and her eyes are red. Don't tell me. Roseline asked him, the ghost we saw in the woods that one time. You said you absorbed it into your eyes, didn't you, Julian? He replied, pardon? Oh, yes. She asked him, if you can absorb it into your eyes, can you extract it too? Julian replied, of course I can. There's no need to hold on to the spirit for long, anyway. Roseline said, you weren't absorbing it? You were just holding on to it? He said, if I left it where I found it, someone else might come along and trip over it or slip and fall. So I tend to take those spirits and release them somewhere else. Roseline said, I see. Could you tell me how to extract a spirit from your eyes? Meanwhile, Julian thinks, Roseline is exhausted. I'm sure of it. Could it be that she's being harassed by someone close to her? He asked her, why do you want to know? Roseline replied, I suppose you could say a ghost has caused some problems for me. My husband is holding on to a spirit in his eyes. He has the same ability as you see. Julian gets shocked and asked, you mean the ability to absorb ghosts into his eyes? Julian thinks, that makes no sense. That ability shouldn't be present in any other family. He thinks, if that really is true, why did Roseline come to ask me about it instead of asking her husband? Come to think of it, her husband didn't seem like a good man. Could it be that he is making Roseline take responsibility for something that happened because of him? I hate him, but I don't want Roseline to keep suffering. Roseline asked Julian. He said, if you came to me to ask about this, I guess it means your husband isn't able to help you. I'll tell you how to force the spirit out of his eyes. Roseline said, thank you so much, Julian. Julian said, first you have to. Meanwhile, after Julian tells him everything, she comes back and thinks about what Julian said. Standing next to Melchior's bed, the easiest way to extract the spirit is to draw blood near it. Ghosts are drawn to humid spaces. If the ghost has been absorbed into his eyes, it means it's in a weakened state. The best thing would be to draw blood as close as possible, like on your husband's face. She thinks, I can't just hurt someone who is unconscious. Definitely not. Making a cut on her hand, she thinks, I really don't want to do this, but... Ouch. She touches his head saying, this will be the last time I help you this way, Melchior. She recalls the moment when Melchior said to her, do as you wish. She thinks, I wanted to tell you that I would protect you. She said, I owe you so much. This is the least I can do. She thinks, no, you don't owe me anything. Nothing in life goes my way, but a sword always does what I want to. Just use me like a sword. I'll do anything you want. I would like you to rely on me. Don't you understand that you are making me uncomfortable? No, I just wanted to grow closer to you. I can, help you. I believe, only natural, the person you love. No. Look at this mess we're in because you lost your memory. Don't leave me, Roseline. Meanwhile, Melchior wakes up. Roseline shouts, Melchior! Are you all right? Melchior said, I smell blood. Seeing the knife, he said, Roseline, what on earth? Roseline said, oh, I'm sorry. The smell. There's a reason for this. He said, do you hate being here so much that you had to harm yourself? She said, Melchior, I swear there's a good reason for. Meanwhile, he interrupts her saying, is it because of him? Your ex-fiancé. Roseline asked, were you awake for that, Melchior? Melchior said, enough to overhear some of what was said. So, were you planning on leaving once I woke up? Roseline said, I'll leave the room after the doctor tells us your diagnosis. But first. Melchior said, I told you I would try. Why did you change your mind? Am I dirty to you? He thinks, because I liked another woman? Because my heart isn't pure? He asked her, do you find me repulsive? Hearing this, she gets confused and thinks, why is he asking me such a thing right when he woke up? I don't think he means that in a physical sense either. Could he be asking whether I find him repulsive for being a pervert? She said, well, the thought did occur to me before, but that's all in the past. I don't think of you that way anymore. She thinks, it was a bit shocking at first, but it's not as if he can control himself. And nobody's perfect. I may not feel the same, but I can try to understand him. Melchior said, then please give me another chance. Why do you push me away? She said, it's not that I hate you, I was just a little overwhelmed. Melchior gets shocked and asked, overwhelmed? Roseline replied, yes. I was. In what regard? She said, like when you said you'd wear the underwear I gave you, that really caught me off guard. He asked, do you not want me to use the gifts you give me? Hearing this, she gets shocked and said, that's not the issue. You said you'd wear it. He asked, so what? She gets chilled and asked, what do you mean, so what? If I gave you underwear as a gift, would you not wear it? Roseline shouts, why would I? I don't even want a gift like that. Melchior asked her, why do you hate my gifts so much? She replied, why wouldn't I hate that? Melchior said, what did I do wrong? Roseline asked him, do you like underwear to that extent? He replied, it doesn't matter what it is. The important thing is that you are giving it to me. She said, but that means, in the end, your intent is to humiliate me. He said, it's not like it's used underwear. Roseline shouts, yes. He asked, what are you saying? Roseline asked him, didn't you mean that you wanted to wear my underwear? He replied, how could I do that? It would be much too small. She gets confused and asked then, what did you think I was saying? He said, I've heard that people give each other underwear as a gift in other countries. Isn't that something the West has also adopted? She asked, then why did you come to my room in the middle of the night? He replied, because I wanted to see you after our first banquet together. She asked, and what did you intend to do? He replied, I wanted to apologize for addressing you informally without asking, and I was trying to be more formal with you. But you didn't want that. She gets stunned hearing this and asked, that's all? Melchior said, I suddenly wanted to see you and hear your voice. Is it so bad for me to want those things? Meanwhile, Roseline thinks, this is unbelievable. That night, he looked like he was there for something more. Roseline said, I was sure you had come to sleep with me. He said, why would I sleep in your room when I have my own? Your bed wouldn't be big enough. She starts blushing and said, no, I mean, by sleeping with me, I mean, you know. We're married, after all. She said, we're husband and wife. If we ever wanted to have a child, we'd have to have marital relations, right? He starts trembling and asked, WW, what are you saying? She turns saying, the head of the Postenmeyer family may not be a position that's passed down from father to son, but we can't not have any children. Have you thought about when it would be best to have them? He replied, no. She asked, are you saying that you don't intend to sleep with me? He replied, that's not it. He said, it's not. In truth, I've never done it before. Roseline gets shocked and asked, what? He asked, Roseline? Do you want me to? I mean, do you, want to touch me? Seeing him, she thinks, I've never seen Melchior be so shy before. I thought he was a terrible pervert who forced his kinks onto his wife, but I completely misjudged him. She touches his arm thinking, if we want to get to know Melchior better, we'll have to try doing things differently. With actions, not words. Roseline said, well, Melchior, may I touch you right now then? She touches his chest and he said, if you would like to. She said, thank you. Suddenly Melchior holds her hands shouting, wait, Roseline. Your hand. Next day Carmen said, I've finished treating the wound. Be careful not to get any water on it for a while. Roseline said, thank you. Carmen said, don't ever do that again. Nothing is more miserable for a doctor to be thanked by a patient that harmed themselves. Hearing this, she starts sweating and smiled. Damien said, there is nothing wrong with you taking some time to rest as well, Your Grace. Melchior said, of course there is. What do you think the other family heads will say if I keep staying in bed? Roseline said, Oh, about that, Melchior. Melchior said I should just cut them all off. We don't need any vassal families. Roseline said, Hold on, please calm down. She said, You shouldn't just get rid of the people under you without a good reason. He said, But I can't let things stay the way they are either. She said, About that, I have a favor to ask of you. He gets surprised and asked, A favor? Roseline smiled while thinking, I need someone with no ill will toward us who has so much intense energy that they can make everyone forget all about this. That person could definitely do it. Roseline said, What I'd like you to do. They arranged one more banquet and all the families gathered there. Two men starts whispering, This last banquet is not as grand as the first. The other man said, I agree. But I'm glad we'll all be going back home soon. That ghost incident and His Grace's health. Meanwhile the lights cut off and a spotlight fell on Roseline and Melchior, and everyone gets shocked seeing it. Seeing them they starts whispering, What's that? A golden carriage? How did they get that inside of the banquet hall? Is it a prop for some sort of performance? Roseline said, I am aware of all the inconveniences you have suffered during your stay. In order to make it up to you, we have prepared a special meeting for you tonight. She raised her hand saying, My family is from the West, and I am still unfamiliar with many of the customs here. That's why I thought I should prioritize adjusting to Eastern culture, but meeting all of you has changed my mind. She said, Just like I've done before, I will not be pursuing anything on my own. I should provide you with the knowledge I am familiar with. Melchior said, And when we told the imperial family about our plan, His Majesty the Emperor readily gave his permission. He said, And so, Princess Anastrad herself is here tonight as the face of our cultural exchange project between the capital and the East. They all get shocked and surprised hearing this. The princess comes outside of the carriage and shouts, Go ahead. Praise me. Seeing the princess, the members of families get shocked and thinks, That's the princess? The princess said, Was that too flashy for you? Then let me greet you more normally. When I heard all of you had gathered here just to meet me, I, Princess Anastrad, was overjoyed. A man said, For many years, the Archduchy and the imperial family did not get involved in each other's territories. Princess replied, We believe this to be for the good of the empire. She raised her hand in air saying, However, times change, and the relations between people also change. I believe that it is time to tear down the wall between the capital and the East. She said, In other words, you will not have to go through House Postenmeier to converse with me. You will be able to do so yourselves in person. Now then, shall we greet each other first? The man starts trembling and thinks, Please don't come this way, please don't, please. The princess said, You're the head of House Laban. It's nice to meet you. She asked, Do you not shake hands in the East? He replied, And not when it's our first time meeting. The princess replied, We can get to know our customs together. You'll get used to it soon enough. She grabs him from his shoulder and said in a cold tone, Are you the head of House Soldai? I heard you were better than until just a few days ago. Seeing her they thinks she's like an elephant. Avoid her at all costs. Roseline said the heads of the vassal houses must be nervous because they've never met you before, Your Highness. May I introduce them to you? The princess said, Of course, Roseline. Though I don't mind continuing this way there. Roseline said, It is an honor to be of assistance. The man seeing Roseline thinks, Thank goodness. She's just like a savior, a benevolent savior. Princess asked Roseline, What do you think, Roseline? Did I do well? Roseline replied, I don't know what you mean, Your Highness. Princess said, You can't fool me. You were always so overwhelmed by my presence. But then you suddenly sent me an invitation to a banquet? And by express delivery at that? What else could it mean except that you had need of me? She said, You wanted me to plow through all these Eastern nobles like a herd of helpless cattle, right? Are you satisfied? Roseline bowed and replied, I must have been very rude to you in the past, Your Highness. I apologize. The princess said, don't be so formal about it. I told you. I don't care about things like that. She said, what happened anyway? Those 7 vassal families didn't seem like much at all. Roseline said there was a bad rumor that spread because of my lack of experience. They were saying that uncanny things were happening to the Archduchy because I am a disgraceful Archduchess. I wasn't able to lay rest to those rumors on my own. The princess said, you could have just ignored them, you know. Roseline gets confused and asked, pardon? The princess replied, when your reputation sours, it's much easier to make use of that than to try and rectify it. If you had continued to do everything perfectly, those family heads would have united against you. But that rumor about you made you less perfect. They never would have dreamed to ally with you if you had kept being so upright, but now, some of them will want to join your side. Roseline asked, my side? The princess replied, yes, because they are now in need of your help. Roseline thinks, the conversation I had with the princess after the ball gave me a completely different perspective on the matter, which was very helpful. But what am I supposed to think about what she said after that? Roseline recalls the moment when Princess said to her, if I become Empress, I would like you to be by my side, Roseline. She asked, is it because I'm Archduchess Postenmeier? The princess turns and asked, are you curious as to why I have taken an interest in you? She said, it's because you are the crimson rose that survived. Hearing this, she gets confused and asked, pardon? The princess said, if someone survives when they should have died, it means they were chosen to by the time period they live in. Since you have cheated death, you should use your ability to its full potential. Coming back to present, Melchior asked her, Roseline? What are you thinking about? She replied, oh, nothing, really. She glanced at him while saying, by the way, Melchior. Seeing the flowers in room, she asked, what is all this? Melchior said, I had it prepared because you said you wished to talk to me. Is it perhaps lacking? Roseline said, no. This is more than enough. Melchior said, I see. Roseline said, the preparations must have taken a long time. Melchior said, not at all. Melchior, this is nothing. He asked, so, why did you want to see me? Very eager. Roseline said, there's something I would like to discuss with you. He asked, what might that be? Roseline said, House Lochbaz and House Santre invited us to come visit. I wanted to discuss where we should go. She said, one of us could go to Lochbaz and the other to Santre. Which family would you prefer to visit? Or would you like me to choose? Roseline said, oh, right. I should have asked about your availability first. Would a visit to the vassal families fit into your schedule? Meanwhile, she stops and, noticing him, asked, Melchior? He asked, is that all you wanted to talk to me about? Work? Roseline said, I'm sorry. Do you not like to discuss work in private? Melchior said, I do like hearing you talk. Melchior raised from her chair, saying, we'll go together. She gets confused hearing this and asked, pardon? Melchior, moving his hand towards Roseline, said, there's nothing stopping us. From now on, we should always travel together. This starts their journey, and Roseline thinks, we're really here. To think we'd leave the Archduchy unattended for a month under the pretense of going on a honeymoon. We were supposed to come here to conduct some tourism research. Seeing Melchior dressed casually like this makes me think that we really are here on vacation as a couple. Roseline asked him, oh, but why have we taken the long way around? Wasn't the Santre residence more toward the largest main road? He replied, we're on vacation, so we're going to the hotel. We don't need to waste time at the Santre residence. Roseline said, but I already informed them that I'd be visiting. Melchior said, you said you'd come sometime this week, not that you would be going today. He said, and I'm certain that House Santre is already aware of our arrival as well. They can wait. They're not so special that we need to go see them right away. We don't need to cater to their needs. Roseline replied, that's true. I guess there's no reason for us to go seek them out first. She thinks, if I go to Santrace as soon as we arrive, it'll make me look like I'm bowing to their authority. There's no need for me to pretend to do that. She, holding his arm, said, It was a good idea to come with you, Melchior. She thinks I thought the rest of the day would pass with excitement and simplicity. They seeing only one bed in hotel gets shocked. Roseline glanced and said, Melchior. She asked him, Why, is there only one bed?